I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9.
Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With the nothing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the nothing
Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
With the nothing
Blammo!
There you go, dude.
That chest it up, that chest now. That chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up. With the nothing blammo. Dating adult stars, breaking hearts, bending pans.
I get it.
With the dress sense equivalent of Comic Sans. Champagne, socialist, Porsche owner, HasanAbi. I've heard it all, even from the
What's going on, folks?
Single himbo leftist against a world of grifters.
I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one.
But you'll miss it, don't be sour, because we're approaching.
Because
at the top of the hour.
it's a wonderful day here today. Wonderful, beautiful, fantastic day here today in sunny California, Los Angeles. It is 88 degrees and sunny. And I'm live and alive. Folks, it's yet another Sunday. Another Sunday where I'm like, should I stream? Should I not stream? I don't know what's going on. And yet I am ending up streaming once again because, you know, it's possible for me to stay too far away from this goddamn stream. Damn, New York hotter than LA? Yeah, that happens sometimes, brother. It happens. And let me tell you something. Spent the morning outdoors, touching a little bit of sun, and I'll say this much. Sometimes you go outside and you have a good time. Sometimes you go outside and have a fucking god-awful time. And unfortunately, yeah, this morning's events were one of those god-awful fucking times, okay? I got owned, folks. I got owned. I started off the day thinking it was going to be wonderful, thinking I was going to get some fucking workout in. Thought that it was going to be one of those, like, you know, hey, at least I'll get a couple licks in, you know what I mean? I'll get a run in. You know what I'm saying? Thought one of those days was going to happen. Well, let me tell you, sometimes you make a plan, and your plan goes to shit. Yeah, Fiona's here, by the way. Murat's here. Fiona's here. Shouts out to Fifi in the background. But yeah, as I was saying, no, I didn't pull anything. The only thing I got pulled, well, I did get hit in the fucking nutsack pretty hard, though, with a ball. So there was that, too. It was just like, it was just ritualistic humiliation, okay? It was not good. You know when you, like, I'm an old man, okay? I'm about to be 31 on July 25th, all right? So let me tell you something. As an old man, once you hit a certain age, you're just trying to look for some runs, right? I do actually win a lot of the games of basketball, but, you know, I was literally a brick factory, dude. Oh my God. The past 2 weeks, I've just been a fucking brick factory. I've been laying down. I basically am. Call me Engels, man. I own a factory, okay? Call me a fucking capitalist. I own a factory of bricks. Now, let me tell you. Ben Simmons shooting. Bro, I was Shaq from the free throw line. Like, I was just so bad. Yeah, I'm about to be 31. Anyway, the worst part, though, is we had to wait. We had to wait approximately, like, it was one of those days where there's, like, a lot of fucking games on the court. So we're sitting there, and we're waiting for our turn to play. So we had to wait for, like, an hour. And then we went up. And this team had won 8 games in a row, and they had lights out shooters, bro. They had Steph Curry on the team, straight up. They literally had Steph Curry on the team. It's just fucking all these little 16, 17-year-old shitheads that play fucking high school basketball were just literally ripping, dude. So wet. Straight up, like they had like 3 fucking 3-pointers in a row. It was one fucking score away from being a blowout. No, my ankles weren't broke. And the worst part is I was playing incredible defense. I'm playing very well offense too, except for the one part where I just could not make a bucket for the life of me. I was I was getting up there. I was missing uncontested top of the key shots. Like, that's normally my zone. That's my area. It was just so bad, dude. It was so bad. The 3-pointer defense was not my fault, obviously, but yeah, just it was dog shit, and it just made me so bummy because, like, ultimately my goal when I'm playing basketball is not even to, like, it's just to stay on the court, you know what I mean? I'm trying to run a fucking full court game, like, get a couple runs in, right? Trying to fucking do some cardio. We've seen you play. Dude, you've never actually, like, seen me play at my fucking peak. Also, additionally sad because, like, I did the I was looking through my old Instagram. I was looking through all my old Instagram posts, and dude, it's just like I found, like, my old Instagram post where I'm dunking. You know what I mean? So that made things way worse. Like, from, like, 2015, you know? Who the fuck did you play against, the Globetrotters? So then I'm like sad on multiple equations because, like, now I'm like, fuck, I used to look so hot. The fuck happened? I don't look as hot anymore. And also on top of that, I can't dunk anymore. It was just like a double whammy. It was a blammo, dude. It was an effing blammo. But anyway, I'm here to do what I do best, which is streaming. If I'm a brick factory on the courts, I'm a Steph Curry on the 3-point line when it comes to streaming. So we're back to what we're good at, you know? But in any case, that was my morning. I just wanted to share that with you guys. That's the reason why I'm late. Normally, I mean, on Sundays, I always say, like, maybe I'll stream, maybe I won't. But at this point, it's like a fucking meme, you know what I mean? I'm just always going to bridge accusations. What do you mean? But yeah, it's a beautiful day, and I hope everyone's having a good one, you know? But yes, that's true. I literally can't quit streaming. I am, like, incredibly addicted, unfortunately, to streaming. It's a bad habit. But it's a wonderful one at the same time, too. I hope your day gets better from here. I think it will be. Anyone notable put on suicide watch? Yes, actually. Ghislaine Maxwell, no? We'll talk about that. I mean, built like a fridge is a diss in football players who can't turn. I think I have decent mobility now, a lot better. Yeah, I'm live and alive, but Ghislaine might not be. I have a gym girlfriend and a work girlfriend. Which one should I choose? Wait, what? The fuck do you mean you have a gym girlfriend and a... Bro, there's people out here who can't have a girlfriend, dude. Leave some for the fucking rest of us, okay? How about that? Dude's out here collecting girlfriends like Pokemon cards, dude. What the fuck? That's just outright disrespectful. But easy answer, gym girlfriend. Work girlfriend is liability. You should never have had a work girlfriend to begin with. So there you go. Solved it for you. Motherfuckers like the dude in Brazil with like 8 girlfriends. You know what I mean? Hold on, I'm about to find this old ass Instagram post to show you like what I used to look like and then bum myself out, dude. Here, I posted it on my Instagram story. Just so I could find it easily, you know what I mean? Here, I'll show you. To all the haters that say, to all the can't dunk accusers or has never dunked accusers, let me just tell you something, okay? Not true. I was able to, at a certain point in my life, dunk. I can't. Wait, what the fuck? Why isn't it uploaded yet? Oh, it did get uploaded. Okay, here. I'll show you right now. Look at this, boys. Boys. Dunking is easy, isn't it? Is it? Look at this. Here, audio a little bit.
What's up? Filming. Hasan Piker. Dunk task number.
You see this, dude? Look at this fucking guy. Look at how happy he is. Look at how nice with it he is. Look at how nice with it he is, dude.
Hasan Piker. Dunk task number.
Open.
Just do it. All right.
Literally looks the same as you now. Hair is better now. I don't know, man. The only reason why I haven't cut my hair yet still is because my mom loves my long hair. She says, your old ass niece said, fuck that. Yeah, straight up. You can't dunk anymore. You look way younger. Yeah, of course I look way younger, bro. That's like fucking 413 weeks ago. That's in 2020. That's in 2014. Half the people that say you looked way younger are like, you were literally semen, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah. That was 8 years ago, man. You were fucking semen back then. You were literally like, you were just protein on a tree. You were in your fucking daddy's ball sack, motherfucker. You're lucky every mom I've known always pesters their sons to get haircuts. No, my mom lost my long hair, so I'm keeping it for now. Please don't cut it. You've almost passed the worst part. I think I have passed the worst part. I mean, at this stage, it's like, at this stage, it just stays. You know what I mean? It's whatever. Yeah. People are like, dude, you look so much younger. Yeah, brother. I was much younger. Like significantly younger than I am now. You know what I mean? Like, that's how age works, homie. It's crazy. I hate to break it to you, but like, you just get older. And then I saw I felt nostalgic. Like I saw a bunch of photos of, fish and videos of fish and stuff. And I was like, damn, dude, I need to adopt again. I need to adopt another dog. Cause like, I need a companion. Get a dog right now. Turn off the stream. You need to grow out the beard at least a little before you cut it full Viking style. Yeah, no, I'm going for that right now. I'm letting it ride, boys. I don't even give a shit anymore. You know what I'm saying? I've given up. I don't care anymore. I'm letting it fucking ride. You know what I mean? God damn it, bro. There's like a... Wait, hold on. I found another video. God damn it. I used to be so into fitness. The fuck happened? Look at this. Chat. Look at this. Wait, hold on. Dude, I was so skinny. I was skinny as hell. Those reps were not valid. If you cut the hair, the amount of thirst traps we'll have. You're so wrong. Yeah, you're older, but at least you don't do this anymore. What is this? You know, just would it be crazy if we kissed at the White House? I do that still. I literally still do this. It'd be crazy.
Interviewed each other as part of Variety's Actors on Actors series. And during their
I mean, I still do that. What do you mean I don't do that? I literally still very much do this. I still very much do that. So you're wrong if you think I don't. Anyway, let's it would be crazy. Lamont thing. I don't know what that is. Shot was wet today. Guy breaking all of his shots. Dude, it was so bad. It was this. It was literally this. I love that he progressively got worse. Like he just, I don't know how the fuck he got worse and weren't you next month. Yeah. That is what I look like now. That's what, dude, why do I look like I'm a mujahideen, dude? All right, let's do it. Let's fucking blast off. Live and alive. Doing a little bit of news. Ben Shapiro ranked the left. Might do a right-wing tier list. We should do a right-wing tier list, straight up. Ever thought about some political tests on stream for content? Not really. Did you see the Mujahideen shout out in The Boys? No, I haven't seen the latest season of The Boys. I'm waiting for my brother to catch up. It's Sunday, fun day. After that, Alien Isolation Time. Shared edition. In now. Okay, Boys 3 season 3 spoilers. Starlight is in it. Dude, chill, bro. What the fuck? That is a spoiler technically. What if people thought she died? You know what I mean? Now people know that she survives all the way to season 3. Guys, she's literally in the trailer. Shut the fuck up, okay? You're so dumb. Watches The Boys yet shits on Marvel. Curious? I mean, not to get into the weeds of things. By the way, there's a lot of fun and incredible stuff that we're working on coming up. I think next week we might do the fucking blacksmithing stream. IRL. Hopefully. Also on top of that, I might go to the anime expo. So there's that. Another IRL stream opportunity. I feel kind of bad I didn't go to VidCon. I mean, none of you dudes go to VidCon anyway, but like, I don't think I would have gone. I would have been able to go to VidCon regardless because of the, because of the Supreme Court decision and stuff. But ultimately, not a weeb, by the way. No, I would just I would beat the weeb accusations at Anime Expo. Like, for example, if I did like cosplay or something at the Anime Expo, there would be a really good, I would be able to just destroy everyone's accusations. Like when people say like, "Oh, dude, you're a weeb," like you're a weeb. Clearly everyone would say like, "You're definitely not a weeb," because a weeb would never openly. Yeah, I would just cosplay as a weeb. You know what I mean? The HasanAbi anarchist arc is begun. Gundam is doing a thing at Anime Expo. If you want to hit me, if you want in, hit me up. What do you mean doing a little thing? Big weeb and Florida man, double L. I am not a fucking weeb, dude. Tier maker, right wing e-celebs tier list. Yeah, this one kind of sucks, but maybe. Yeah, I know, Weeby. We saw Ben Shapiro ranks the left, brother. Don't worry. I have it ready to go, okay? All right. Hank Hill would start the episode transphobic, but end the episode punching a transphobe at the PTA meeting. That's a really solid assessment. God, what a fucking incredible anime, dude. King of the Hill is what my favorite anime, I think. But yeah, dude, there's a lot of... Listen, there's a lot of stuff going on next week. We got a lot of stuff that is going to happen next week, the week after that, and then I'm going to fucking Europe. I'm going to Oibrovland with Austin and fucking Wilneff. All right, we might launch the podcast in Oibrovland too. I have a lot of plans, and then of course after Oibrovland we have Amsterdam, bruv. Amsterdam. Real OGs watch the sub, not dub. Yeah, I'll be in fucking TwitchCon near you, bruv. Only non-weebs allowed, so you're perfect. Gundam Anime Expo VIP event sponsored by Bandai Namco on Sunday. Bandai Namco is hosting an exclusive invite-only party at Lounge 21. Okay, I need to fucking DM the Anime Expo people. I was asking around, and this is what... like, the Anime Expo people, DM me back. Okay? Or DM me, or follow me back. You're in here, and if you're related to the Anime Expo people, follow me back. I want to do an IRL stream there. Okay? Please. I'm not a weeb, of course. Here, you know what? I'm gonna actually tweet that out. I want to defeat the Hasan is a weeb. Patience. Going to the anime. The internet will be as bad as when you went to ComplexCon? I don't think so, because it's not the same convention center. It's in downtown, so I think... Sarah Huckabee Sanders' spicy quote. Yeah, we'll look at that in a second. Why are British places so hard to pronounce? Good video to watch. Yeah, we should do some fucking oi bruv gear. We should gear up. Go as Zeke from Attack on Titan. He suits you. Yeah, I know. I have the same glasses. I know I have the same glasses and kind of the same hair too, but not really. Zeke never has like a full-blown... Zeke never actually has like full-blown fucking man bun level hair though. He has it like when I... The new Bald and Bankrupt is the definition of problematic. Watch it. No, not these glasses, but I do have the exact same glasses that Zeke has, pretty much. Third row pictures looks just like you. Also, don't make a fucking joke about how Zeke Yeager's Titan has a fucking tiny head. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that like the fucking Beast Titan is like... has a tiny head just like me and long arms just like me, and like it's not because he actually doesn't have a fucking tiny head. Zeke's Titan does not have a tiny head. He's just simply very broad-shouldered, okay? Very, very... Look. That's just a very wide frame, okay? As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to fucking say that his head The Beast Titan's head is like pretty much the same size of the normal head. The average head of every other fucking Titan is the same exact. Okay, it's the same exact fucking. Dude, stop. Why does it say HasanAbi underneath it? Dude, what the fuck, dude? Stop it. Look, my head looks much larger than this, dude. You before you got back into the gym? Dude, that's so good. Shut the fuck. It's not good. That's not funny. That's not funny. This is not what I look like, dude. You guys got to stop. Point out the differences. One, I am not as hairy. I shave my shoulders. So my shoulders are not as hairy. Two, I have a wide body frame just like Beast Titan does, but also at the same time, okay, maybe there's some similarities. Maybe there are some similarities, okay? There might be some similarities, but like not a lot. It stops. Yeah, we have a beard, sure. And also we too have, we too have like large, normal, if not larger than the average head sizes. Dude, I'm actually going to fucking UK so I can sue all of you motherfuckers for defamation. How about that? Yo, watch me go to Japan. The moment that Japan opens up, watch me go to Japan. I'm suing all you motherfuckers in Japan. Okay? If it doesn't work out, if the defamation suit doesn't work out in Oibrov court, okay, then I'm just going to fly to Japan and sue every chatter. Is that the axe from the God of War arc? Christ, time flies. I mean, it's right behind me, but yes, it is. You didn't say shit. You just laughed. Everything I say in chat is parody. Bro, in Japan, parody laws don't even matter, okay? The only difference is the Beast Titan is shorter than Hasan. Where in the UK are you going? Just London? I really haven't figured that out yet. Cosplay Aoi Todo. Dude, I love him. One of my favorite fucking characters, dude. What an incredible character this guy is what I would say if I actually watch anime, but I don't watch anime, so I don't know what that is. I don't know what character that is, but if I were to watch anime, I would say that out of all the Jujutsu Kaisen characters, which probably I'm assuming, what is Jujutsu Kaisen or whatever they call it, I don't know because I've never watched it. But like out of all the characters that they have on shows, he is like really, really cool, especially because it's in a sea of like other very cool characters as well. Jujutsu Kaisen seems, from what I've heard, I've never watched anime, but from what I've heard, people say Jujutsu Kaisen is a great anime, and this character is really funny, especially because he's like, one, he's like horny, but like not played out horny in the same way that like old man horny like hentai is, you know what I mean? And I mean hentai as in pervert, not hentai as in the porn. Because like every fucking anime has always had like horny perverts, like old perverts, but he's like a youthful pervert, but also in a wholesome way, and he's a stan, which I think is really funny. He's like he has like an idol that he has like a favorite idol, and it's just like really funny. Is what I would say if I knew anything about anime and if I actually watched anime like Jujutsu Kaisen, but I've never watched it, so I don't know anything. I'm just like making stuff up about him. Here's him dressed if you don't want to go shirtless. I don't know. It's just, I don't know how I would do such a thing. 5 levels of recognizing your weeb: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Yeah, he's like, he likes tall women with a big ass. Did you get a chance to see the movie Hasan? Hypothetically, of course. Wait, there's a Jujutsu Kaisen movie? That would be very exciting to find out, considering that I had recently finished Jujutsu Kaisen, is what I would say if I was a weeb who finished Jujutsu Kaisen recently, but I did not, so I am not even excited about finding out that there's more content from Jujutsu Kaisen that I could actually consume. That's not a thing that I care about, of course, but thank you for letting me know. So I know how to avoid it.
Speak Turkish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, that was the numbers 1 through 10 in Turkish, but we're not here to learn Turkish today. We're here to learn fake Turkish. To learn how to speak fake Turkish, there are a few steps we need to go through.
Fuck?
Step number 1, you want to get the ch sound down, such as in the word Choi or Cengiz. Step number 2, you want to get the sound down, like Step number 3, you want to end in z a lot. For example, Deniz, Cengiz, 38. Step number 4, you want to end in and un a lot. Step number 5, support Prime Minister Erdogan. No, that's not a part of this. Okay, sorry. Step number 5, spam random Instagram pages with the words "Come to Fenerbahçe." Step number 6, get into an online argument.
No, it's Beşiktaş. It's Beşiktaş. You say come to Beşiktaş. Fenerbahçe is not a place. It's just a team. Beşiktaş is a team and a place. That's why you say come to Beşiktaş abi. Oğlum bu adam bilmiyor ki Türkçe konuşmayı, böyle öt düz falan diyor. Öyle konuşulur mu lan?
Speak Turkish. 1, 2, 3. Number 5, support Prime Minister Erdogan. No, that's not a part of this. Okay, sorry. Step number 5, spam random Instagram pages with the words "Come to Fenerbahçe." Step number 6, get into an online argument with a Greek person.
Fenerbahçe is a place though. Oh, who cares? It's like, it doesn't count. I've literally never heard anyone be like, "Oh, Fenerbahçe'de buluşalım," in my entire life. In the same, especially in the same, memeni aç oğlum, hayalet sevgilim. If Watch Amarant is not on the list, this list is weak. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
But you're both living in Germany. Step number 7, you want to drink ayran with every meal. Step number 8, you want to rhyme a lot. If you put all the steps together, this is what fake Turkish should sound like. Speak Turkish.
That was pretty good. I mean, he is saying real Turkish words, not speaking fake Turkish. Oh my God. It's that successful. I mean, he said like Gaziantep, which is a place. You know what I mean? Oğlum is not just gibberish. It means my son. But you can also say it as like my friend. You know what I mean? Oğlum ne yapıyorsun? I made you $20 billion compound leftovers intro. I made you a $20 billion compound leftovers intro. What the fuck? Based Asman link to start of the day.
We have want to privatize for-profit jails. Prisoners make people money, sadly. You know what I would do if they put me in charge?
What would you
I
do,
would take
Asman?
all the people that run the for-profit prisons and I would charge them for human trafficking. And I would take all of the people that took money that ensured that they would have a minimum population and I would charge them for treason and human trafficking.
Dude, it's so funny when he has like fucking... Dude, it's so funny when he's saying like some... When he has a political take, okay? When he has a fucking political take and also simultaneously it has like that... The drum beat in the fucking background, World of Warcraft style, it is always hilarious, dude.
I would be done with it. I'm a big believer in, maybe not literally.
For-profit prisons isn't where the majority of slave labor takes place. No, I know. I know. I agree. It's a good, I mean, the take that Asmongold has is I think, you know, the right one. It is really fucked up to have a concept such as for-profit prisons, so I'm not going to fucking shit on him for it, you know?
But, you know.
What is a for-profit prison? It's a prison that's like literally run for profit. Prisons are supposed to be run by the government and not for profit. They are supposed to be a necessity, right? Even though maybe they are obsolete.
Metaphorically, shutting this shit down in the public in front of everybody to make sure people know this is not okay. Yeah, absolutely true, yeah.
But For-profit prisons are just like the tip of the iceberg and what is wrong with our criminal justice system, obviously. But it's such a fucking gross tip that, like, functionally everyone with a heart or a brain looks at something like that and goes, yeah, that's completely unacceptable. That's horrid. It's like, it's just like super fucked up. So yeah. TikTok hella base.
Xenon ceramic.
Oh, I've seen this. This is a factory with no bosses. Look at this.
After 2 years under worker control, it's the granddaddy of this new movement. Today, the factory's in production with 300 workers. Decisions are made in assemblies. One worker, one vote. Everyone gets...
Totally unacceptable. The funniest thing is, like, people are such dogs to capitalism that they look to things like this and go, oh, they're not even getting any work done. All they do is sit around and fucking vote on shit.
exactly the same salary.
It wasn't always like this. A couple of years ago, the owner claimed that the plant was no longer profitable, that it had to be shut down. The workers refused to accept that fate.
Didn't they already do this in Spain successfully? My friend, they have done this in plenty places successfully. It's called a cooperative corporation. It is one of the many different ways that you can create a more democratic alignment in your workplace.
They argued that the company owed so much to the community in debts and public subsidies that it now belonged to everyone. In the Menem years, the Xenon factory had received millions in corporate welfare, and the owner still ran up huge debts. Now that his workers have restarted the machines, he's back. Are you going to get your factory back?
La voy a recuperar, sí.
How are you going to do it?
Ay, el gobierno me la tiene que entregar.
That means the workers can never rest. They keep a 24-hour guard at the factory, and everyone's
We should watch this. The Take by Naomi Klein.
equipped with a slingshot in case the police show up.
Look at how violent these motherfuckers are, bro, with their slingshots and shit. Yeah, Naomi Klein did this. I mean,
Muchachos en Xenon combatiendo contra la policía.
look at the violence.
Solamente con
Look at the fucking violence, dude. It's like, on the other hand, you literally have, on the other hand, you like straight up have motherfucking, you know, the boot of the state, the jackbooted thugs of the state that are fucking kitted out. You know what I mean? Ready to fucking crush skulls and shit. You wanted to defeat the weeb allegations, but the allegations are beating you. Stop, dude. This is not me. This just kind of happens to look like me. Please stop. Stop showing. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. That's not me. Okay, all right, fuck it. We're going to watch that. We're going to watch that. I'm not going to finish that clip because I want to watch the whole thing. I want to watch the whole thing. What about this one? Not you, right? Anime Expo cosplay idea for normal size. Dude, what the fuck? Bro, listen, bro. You can't be doing this. Hasan Yeager? Yeah, we got the documentary right here. We'll get started in a second. I want to see this $20 billion compound intro for leftovers, though. That's awesome. That's fire. I'm gonna send this to Ethan. Okay, what did fucking Nick say? All right, what did he say? There's doing a tier list. I hate tier lists. I'm gonna be so mad if he doesn't rate me high, dude. I'll lose my mind.
Well, this is very tricky because if we put him in the wrong spot.
Whatever you do, don't put him in B tier.
If we put him in the wrong spot.
Fuck you, Hasan.
I think Hasan's funny. I think Hasan's hilarious. I do.
You do?
I do. Unironically, I think it sounds funny. I think how he roasts his chatters are funny. I think.
I just see him chew gum.
I think that's funny. That's hilarious.
What did she say? I think he's too dumb.
I think how he roasts his chatters are funny. I think.
I just see him chew gum.
I think that's funny. That's hilarious.
Oh, just chew gum.
I do unironically think he is funnier than everyone in B tier. So I think he has a spot right here in A tier.
Wow, we've gotten leveled up, boys.
Truthfully.
We got leveled the fuck up.
Well,
we got leveled up, boys. Oh man, I'm still angry. Not S tier. What the fuck? I'm so mad. Congratulations on your promotion. Yeah. This list is the only list I care about, okay? No other lists. It's Fun Day. Watch Mickey versus Piers. Brother, how are you going to sit here and be like, it's Fun Day. Watch fucking, watch like, you know, labor union leader Mickey destroy Britland's very own Piers Morgan. Okay. Dude, there's so much to look for. There's so much to watch. I think we should just get started on the fucking thing. Like, let's get started on the Take, Occupy, Resist, Produce documentary. What is it? Called out for Gamba. A+ tier. Put a fucking trigger warning before showing Piers Morgan, please. Yeah. Try to hide all your anger all you want, but after X did, you're just butthurt. By the way, this is what I mean when I say like, you motherfuckers in this community act like the biggest haters, and then people actually look at that and go, dude, goddamn, like damn, dude, even his community's roasting him. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do this, bro. People literally fucking see this, and like think it's real. Stop fucking around, man. Liberal news simping for SCOTUS. I mean, I covered this so many fucking times. I'm a liberal feminist lawyer. Here's why Democrats should support Judge Kavanaugh. Opinion. I've known Amy Coney Barrett for 15 years. Liberals have nothing to fear. Why liberals should back Neil Gorsuch. Now, let me tell you something. These guys get paid to say this shit, okay? At least when I'm fucking wrong, I admit that I'm wrong. And I tell you exactly what the fucking opinions I had leading up to this. And I tell you what my steps of analysis are and why I came up with a fucking take that came out to not be true, right? The Ukraine one being like the perfect example. These dudes literally get paid to say this, even if they know better. Like, they're just there to pay. They're paid to lie to you, to be like, oh, yeah, no. We can also yell at you. Yeah, that's the thing. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like, these guys, this is how they make their money. They make their money by being wrong. HasanAbi is douchebag. That's true. Douchebag. HasanAbi is douchebag. Another Occupy Democrats banger. Breaking. Oklahoma Democrat announces that he's planning to introduce a bill that will mandate that each male, when they reach puberty, get a mandatory vasectomy that's only reversible when they reach the point of financial and emotional stability. Retweet if you support this bill. What the fuck? I love Occupy Democrats. I'm retweeting this, dude. I do support this bill. That account is an op. They come out with some of the best takes, brother. Oh, yes, Occupy Democrats supporting eugenics now. Why am I not surprised? Dude, they don't support anything. Dude, the only thing the Occupy Democrats support is retweets, okay? How have you not understood this fundamental concept by now? They don't have anything. They're not supporting fucking eugenics or anything that they talk about. The only thing they fucking support is just straight up chaos, madness, and getting retweets. They don't give a shit about anything, which is why I respect them so much. It's awesome. Guys, is a troll account. I mean, I think like they are to some degree serious about what they're saying, which I haven't decided is it good or bad? I don't know if it's actually good or bad that they are like on the left. Like they're not like a troll account that's like the fake Babylon B account. You know what I mean? They literally are like, no, we're Democrats and we're fucking crazy. Which is kind of cool. They got so close to the F slur with Cawthorn. Oh, dude, I know. Did you guys see that liberal woman on Twitter that called like Clarence Thomas the N-word with a hard R? Like that's, when I see posts like that, that's what I think of like Occupy Democrats. You know what I mean? Like a white woman who just straight up called Justice Clarence Thomas the N-word with a hard R. And I saw that and I was like, okay, this is just, you know, this is peak liberalism. Like white liberals go crazy in the paint. They go crazy in the paint. Also, the Google LASD gangs went fucking viral. A lot of people got very mad at, a lot of people got very mad at People's City Council, friend of the show, who was bullying that short cop. I just want to say thin blue line means thin blue line. Okay. I support our brave boys in the blue. I support our officers. I support our officers no matter how short they are, no matter how cute and cuddly they are, okay? I support them. I support the little officers, okay? And it's really fucked up that there was that little Lopez, Lieutenant Lopez, not little Lopez, I keep saying it wrong, was victim to a line of duty death, okay? by people's city council.
Fuck you, you're little. Hey, watch that cameraman. Watch the cameraman. Fucking little man. Little man syndrome. Little man syndrome. Little man syndrome.
Bro, it's so much funnier because his non-lethal literally looks like a toy.
Little man syndrome. Look at you. Look at you. 5 foot nothing. 5 foot nothing, little man.
The funniest part is the homies being like, all right, pack it up. Pack it up. Pack it up, Lopez. You got owned. You know? Take the L, bro. Take the L. Too many cameras here. We can't do police brutality right now, okay? You got a Nerf gun on you. You don't have your AR-15.
Little man, Napoleon syndrome. You.
I've never seen a cop come this close to crying on camera. It just like, it actually is kind of wild. Like, if you're ever having a bad day, you could just like turn this fucking video on and watch it. It almost, for a brief moment, like, unironically makes me feel bad for the person. Like, for a brief moment. And I feel like this is a good metric, right? Like, if you, if you think, like, cops are doing a good job and they're not, like, jackbooted thugs for the fucking state and they're just, like, doing organized violence and crime on a regular basis on individuals that pay their fucking salaries, like, if you recognize the reality of cops, you watch the video and you go, that's hilarious. If you are in any way, shape, or form not on board with that, okay, and you don't see it, you literally will look at this video and go, wow, that's really fucked up. He really bullied him. Fuck that guy with the camera, huh? I almost felt sorry for him because you do actually see, like, how sad he gets in his face. But then also, immediately, I am reminded that he is a cop.
Napoleon syndrome. You step back. You step back. You step back. The fuck you doing? Put your hands. Get back up. Get back. You just fucking choke me? Did you just choke me? You gotta move from the line. You just fucking choke me?
He's like, you can get the smoke too. Watch. Bro, if you're at that point, if you're not one of the taller cops, you should not step in, okay? Because this homie comes in, okay? This other homie comes in. Now, Lil Lopez is bullied. Okay, he's bullied now at this point. He's like successfully been bullied.
Step back. You step back. You step back. The fuck you doing? Put your hands. Get back up. Get back. You just fucking choke me? Did you just choke me?
And then you got the second shorty over here, okay? Lopez number 2. By the way, that's why the chatter was saying, bro, you're being anti-Hispanic right now. Lopez 2.0 comes in and he's like, hey, little Lopez might not hear your words, okay? Little Lopez might not hear you calling him a manlet, but I will, and I will be very sad, okay? So Lopez 2.0 comes in, also sitting at fucking 5'0", and he's pissed. He's also pissed because he's like, what you just said to Lil Lopez applies to me directly. And immediately he's like, no, you want to ride, dude? I'll show you what fucking manless do, okay?
Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy.
They're like, come on, bro. They're roasting you guys alive right now. Come on. Officer down, bro. Officer down. Officer down.
Look at this little guy. Get out of here, little guy. Look at this little guy. Napoleon complex. Napoleon, get back on that shit, you little fucking fucker. You're 5 foot.
You little fucking fucker.
Nothing. You get nothing. You got nothing. You're a Napoleon complex little man. You're fucking pushing people with guns and shit. You got nothing. You're a fucking scared little man. Scared. You're a fucking punk. You're a punk little man.
Damn, bro. You know, the tears came out, dude. Anyway, but yeah, this was quite the controversial post, apparently. Okay, quite the controversial post, apparently, because, like, a lot of people underneath it were just, like, very upset. Very, very upset. If you're... What is this? If you like cop bully videos, check this out one from last month.
Cheesy fucking mustache. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
The guy yelling at them is cringe. Brother, the guy yelling at those cops in that situation is not just like some random dude who like fucking popped off out of nowhere. He's one of the organizers in Los Angeles. And not only that, but he's been dealing with these motherfuckers for a very long time. The current sheriff unironically doxed him and literally ran Facebook ads about him. Okay? So, like, this isn't, like, the first time interaction, dude. Look at that. Like, they target him, bro. Look, Villanueva literally will fucking come up to him. Okay, if you like cop bully videos, it might be the best one.
Get in the car.
Yes,
Get in the car. Get in the car.
I'm not going to move until you move.
Get in the car.
I need you to move away
Get
from
in the car. Get in the car. I need you to get in the car.
Move away from the car.
Yeah, that's what
This is public space.
Guy, ha 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 ha! Get the fuck in the car, tough guy! Get the fuck in the car, tough guy! That's what I fucking thought, you fucking coward! You fucking coward! You fucking get in the car too now, you fucking coward! Get the fuck out of here!
This is like Ty Lopez in Sear off the perk. Yeah, he does look like Sear, bro. This is Sear after he hit the gym, dog. Look at this. Bro, this is what happens, dude. We have to stop Sear from hitting the gym, dude. He's gonna be a menace. I was gonna say this is like Bizarro Ty Lopez. So Ty Lopez if he never read a book a day. Ty Lopez if he only read theory. Ty Lopez if he actually read books instead of like lying about reading books. Sear gonna bring the blue wave to Texas? Yeah, Sear single-handedly bullying Texas cops until they stop doing police brutality. Ty Lopez only reading the green book? Wait, which green book? Like Gaddafi? Oh, that's funny. Ty Lopez if he met Mao. Ty Lopez if he had a bike in his garage instead. Sear found the trend. Yeah, Sear off the trend, dude. The power of white dudes. If a black dude did this, he'd be done, lol. Bro, but that's the point. Like, dude, you're... For the record, like, I suspect that the reason why the cops came out immediately were to like, yeah, 2 LAPD hops hopped out of their car to intimidate people on the boardwalk. The police don't control public space. Get in your car and leave.
Holy shit, bro. It's the fucking fascist himself. The fucking fascist doxer, bro. We know. You get the fuck out of here, Gordon. Get the fuck... Yeah, saying my name, bro. We fucking know who you are. That Blue Lives Matter flag. We know who you are, Gordon. You fucking posting about me on social media, bro.
Dude, it's so funny. I mean, it's so... Bro, they literally fucking did a... Wait, where's the post? They did a fucking Facebook ad about the dude who runs this account. They did it's not even... It's out of nowhere. White privilege at its best. Yeah, I mean, this is a good way to... This is a good usage of white privilege. if you think about it. Like, this is, you know, you're not doing a bad thing, you're doing a good thing. But holy shit, the LAPD office looks exactly like the San Francisco Police Department office. How is that surprising to you, bro? Cops also look the same too. Oh, here. Look at this. Is it normal for elected officials to run ads against activists / private citizens not running for office? The media completely ignored this. The Los Angeles County Sheriff is inciting violence against activists when he does stuff like this. The head of the LA County Sheriff's Department, okay, Alex Villanueva, famous for running that fucking ad and getting disowned by like the Catholic Church, okay, for running a secret ad inside of a Catholic church when he was not allowed to do so, making it seem like the Catholic Church was endorsing him, okay? That motherfucker, he ran a Facebook ad, bro. Meet the Massachusetts native Comrade Richie S. of the Marxist LA People's City Council. He's the leader of the campaign to remove Sheriff Villanueva from office. On a good day, his coalition has enough people to play basketball, but mostly it is him on his computer attacking various Latino elected officials. The self-appointed leader of that was extremely well planned and organized. We knew what we were doing. Richie Sergienko said. This is a sponsored pose, brother. Think about that. We're paying these motherfuckers salaries, and then people are also like giving them money too. And he's doing IDPOL too. Remember, Latino elected officials like, hey, Sweaty, you're undermining a Latino elected official. This motherfucker's one step away from saying Latinx, okay? Everyone's a liberal, bro. Everyone. Dog, you are the LA County Sheriff, dude. What do you mean, various elected Latino officials, brother? What do you mean at that point? Your Latino background plays no role in this process. Your job has completely superseded your fucking race and your background. That's so insane. At risk of doxing myself, I work for an office that has to look into his campaign activities, and he may or may not have already violated mass mailing laws recently. He doesn't care. Yep. Hold on. I'm sorry. Do you mean to tell me that a cop was violating the rules and doesn't care because he's never going to be held accountable? What the fuck? That's crazy. No way. Bro, of course he fucking... I mean, this itself is crazy. This dude is a tax-paying citizen, and the fucking sheriff is running campaign ads specifically against them while simultaneously, like, fucking, you know, saying his name straight up. I love that. I love that so much.
You never thought you have to see me in fucking person, huh? You know what you're doing? You try to get me fucking killed like that. You know what you're doing when you fucking post to your white supremacist followers like that, Gordon, you fucking punk, bro. You're the biggest fucking punk ever. You talk all that shit on Instagram, you can't say anything in fucking person. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Get the fuck.
These dudes want to kill, like, they want to kill so fucking bad, dude. It's kind of cool that, like, they do back up, though, instead of beating your fucking ass. And let me tell you something. You catch People's City Council without a fucking camera. You catch him in a fucking dark alley. If you think they're not beating his ass, if you think they're not whooping his ass, okay, you're wrong, okay? You're out of your mind. The only power that you as a citizen has against motherfuckers like this is your camera and is your ability to fucking, call them out. That's it. How is bullying a cop for being short any different than being racist to a black cop? Like, obviously, cops deserve to be harassed, but not for missing the top of the hour ad break. Fuck you, dude. That's ban-worthy, motherfucker. That's actually ban-worthy. You check yourself before you wreck yourself, okay? I'm coming for your ass. This guy, bro. This fucking guy, bro. Really? Really? At the top of the hour, every hour where there's a 60 fucking second ad break too? Right at the top of the hour? I hate how you always body shame people you disagree with almost as bad as the top of the hour ad break. Look at this. Look at this. All of you guys are so brain broken, dude. All of you guys are so freaking brain broken, dude. All of you. Every single motherfucker. Twice, dude. Same joke. you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, okay? By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But if you're not lucky, you make your own goddamn luck by, you know, subscribing on your own. Okay, here's the ad break. Fuck you. The first chatter wasn't even watching. He was just listening. You just got mega debated. Red CXY, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Fuck out of here, Gordon. Yeah, you look fucking scared, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You don't want these problems, Gordon. We know who you are, Gordon.
Never forget that they arrested Derek Chauvin 1 day after the precinct burned down. I'm just saying, okay? There are more of us than there are of them. They might have all the fucking guns. They might have all the weapons. They might have fucking carte blanche, you know, the license to kill, whatever the fuck. Okay? But there are more of us than there are of them, and they're public servants, and they're supposed to serve you. So the moment that they stop serving you, the moment that they start harassing you, the moment that they start intimidating you, you don't have to put up with that, especially if you have a camera on you, especially if you have numbers. Just remember, the idea that people are like, oh my God, these poor cops, like, get that out of your fucking head, okay? These guys, as their job literally took this morning. Wait, what is this? Oh my God. I mean, at least you got brick on there, though. You got brick. Oh my God. Dude, it is literally, what the fuck? It's just a different brick. That's so funny, dude. Look at that. It's just literally the gray building is the same. That's so funny. Okay. By the way, AOC, once again, ripping off my fucking quote tweets, dude. I'm sick and tired of this, okay? I'll tell you what's going on here. Okay, look at that. Look at that. I retweeted, I retweeted this earlier today. I said, look, it's not Susan Sarandon or Bernie that's the problem. It's woeful negligence of the Democratic Party. They must stop relying on how awful the Republican Party is to campaign and actually do something for once. When I see videos like this, it gives me so much hope. I'm going to show you. And then AOC quote tweeted this as well.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. Appreciate it. So talk to me first about why it is you wanted to come out here today, because something that struck me was when you were speaking earlier and you mentioned your anger because you had received a text message from the Biden campaign. Why is that?
So I received a text message from Joe Biden's campaign yesterday saying that the Supreme Court had overturned Roe versus Wade and that it was my responsibility to then rush $15 to the Democratic National Party. And I thought that was absolutely outrageous because my rights should not be a fundraising point for them or a campaigning point. They have had multiple opportunities to codify Roe into law over the past 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and they haven't done it. And if they're going to keep campaigning on this point, they should actually do something about it.
What are you most worried about?
Fucking respect, dude. I want to see the full thing. And I want to have these little zoomers on if they're down. I don't know. I don't know if they're in this community at all. I don't know if they're a part of this community at all or not, but if they are, straight up. This is what I've been saying for a very long fucking time, okay? This is what I've been saying for a very long time, and I love that like the reality is like people feel this way. They feel this way. They see this. They're angry about this. They're apparently part of a cult, unfortunately. Wait, really? What fucking cult? What? You almost have to respect the balls of Nancy Pelosi chucking out the emails right after they intentionally fumble shit so hard. Bro, you can't just say, chat, don't treat women as objects and listen to what they're saying, challenge impossible difficulty. Yeah, guys, stop being fucking gross, especially because they're like super young too, okay? Calm the fuck down, guys. Not every single time you see a fucking girl on, or a woman on camera, you have to fucking get horned up. Like, she's literally fucking spitting. Anyway, don't be weirdos. Balls, they don't give a fuck. You're applying too much of your own feelings. I mean, you gotta have like some level of confidence to be just so gross and so disrespectful when you, yeah, guys, don't be weird. You're scaring all the hoes, okay? But it's just like, it's insane. It's like, it's straight up like fucking clockwork, dude. Like clockwork. The moment that they fuck up majorly, okay, they fuck up big time, and they immediately are like, all right, well, we had 2 months to fucking plan for this, okay? We didn't do shit during that point. We didn't do shit during that fucking point. And now that it's actually happening, hey, I see a lot of, oh, they are a cult? Hey, I see a lot of friends rise up for abortion rights. They are not friends. They are an anti-trans hate group pyramid scheme led by a white male cult leader. What the fuck? Forced motherhood is female enslavement, illegitimate. Oh, they're fucking RevCom. God damn it, dude. How? How does Baba Vakian pull this shit off, dude? What the fuck? They are cult. They are a fucking cult. God damn it, dude. Okay, so the rise up for abortion rights is they're not adorning the classic fucking all black attire that they have with like the fucking the brochure, the pamphlets they run around with. Anyway, what are you doing? What are you doing right now? What are you gonna do? You want my phone? Okay, go ahead. I'll order myself in a second. Wait, is the same called to work with the pro-lifers to keep trans people out of sports? Oh my God, RevCom. If you've ever attended a protest and you see some of the crustiest motherfuckers on the planet literally trying to subvert the protest and like acting like they run the show and immediately being like, it's not enough. What's happening at this protest is not enough. And now this protest is like officially a communist protest. Revolution now, one of those type beats. Those are the RevCom dudes, okay? You can spot them because they look crusty as a motherfucker, okay? Also, the fact that you guys don't know what RevCom is implies that, like, you don't really attend a lot of protests, I think, because, goddamn. Rise Up for Abortion Rights is a front group of the Revolutionary Communist Party, also known as RCP or RevCom, which is basically a cult run by Baba Vakian and is also known for co-opting social justice movements to protest. They're at every fucking protest, bro. Every protest you go to, nah, chill, that shit don't work. Wait, what do you mean? So, Chairman Baba Vakian is a 60s era radical who in 1975 founded the Revolutionary Communist Party, also known as RCP or RevCom. They're wreckers, a small group of Maoists that managed to survive for decades by embedding, some say parasitically, within nearly every major protest movement of the past 40 years, from the LA race riots to the anti-war movement. Okay, that's a sussy-ass way of fucking talking about the riots, by the way. LA race riots. Anytime someone says LA race riots, I'm like, oh, okay, that's a weird way to fucking... Remember, chat, when you're reading someone that says race riots on any particular matter where black people are revolting against unjustifiable hierarchies, a fucking oppressive police state, that's real fucking sussy. Okay? Anyway, but that's just the reactionary nature of like most media. Anti-war movement of the Bush years. The RCP is often referred to as a communist doomsday cult that's obsessed with a Vakian. Its mysterious leader and hastens on to a final emancipation of humanity through a populist revolution. But while Avakian remains hidden, RCP's members have uprooted their lives in service of the revolution by chasing populist outrage wherever it arises. In 1992, RCP members moved en masse to Los Angeles in the wake of the race riots, putting a wanted ad in its own weekly paper for revolutionaries willing to join the fight. In the flames of the LA rebellion, you saw the first light of a whole new world. Then this call is to you, the paper declared. You should be in LA, and you should get down with, work with, and live and fight with the powers that be together with the Revolutionary Communist Youth Brigade this summer. Prominent leftist socialist anarchists who spoke the mic on background said that Refuse Fascism is just another front group in long line of attempts by RCP to stay relevant. In 2014, when the RCP quickly appeared in Ferguson, Missouri, the group was among many criticized for media for hijacking the protest. In 2015, Brooklyn protest organizers demonstrated the morning police killing of Kamani Gray physically threatened to expel RCP members for trying to hand out leaflets about Avakian. Anytime you see motherfuckers crusty as hell running around with pamphlets, and the pamphlets suspiciously are all about like Bob Avakian, know that you are at the, know that the RevCom boys are around, okay? How do you deal with them? You just can't deal with them, dude. They're not gonna go away. And you know, they are wreckers though for the most part. No, I mostly do shit in Los Angeles. That's why I see them regularly at every protest. You got the RevCom boys, and then you got the what's his face? What's the other one? Fucking, I can't believe I'm forgetting the name. Those are some of the fun. The fun ones are the RevCom guys, and then the other fun ones are the LaRouche boys, the LaRoucheites, the Lyndon LaRouche movement. Some of them follow me actually too. I rarely ever talk about them, so I think they just think this is like a good area to like maneuver in. Lyndon LaRouche. I've talked about LaRouche before. Also another cult leader, pretty much. I believe CPUSA has a lot of LaRouche people too in it. If I'm not mistaken. Like I've seen them I've seen people sell like LaRouche textbooks and stuff at CPUSA, right? I accidentally gave the LaRouches my email when I first moved to LA. A lot of Pat Socks really into LaRouche. Yeah, the patriotic socialism is so fucking stupid. Okay. There's a similar group here in the UK who turn up the climate protests. Not culty, though, but still trying to hijack movements. You see a lot of that. Yeah. I love patriotic socialists, dude. America totally is going to be like, oh, man, we love... I'm just happy Pat Socks no longer call themselves MLs because they've never read a book. No, brother, they've only read the book, which is the Bible, and also the Constitution. And you're just fucking too stupid to understand it. I wrote my PhD thesis on entryism. We qualify such small groups as sects, but not in the religious sense. How about we enter into the fucking Democratic Party, but not with these guys? I was raised by RCP parents. Every birthday I received an Avakian book. Jesus Christ. I went to a protest Friday and there was 100% a RevCom guy, or he was a cop. I don't know. Same difference sometimes. He was trying to fight the crowd because we weren't smashing windows and starting fires. We're in CA. Like, where would that have just... Wouldn't that have just hurt the movement? Yeah. Yeah, you'll see... It's like Black Bloc if Black Bloc was not defensive or directional in an appropriate way in certain instances. Anyway. The problem is like they're the most deranged, right? So the fact that I just talked about them means like, oh my god, my QRTs are gonna fucking light up. They're a lot of them are swerfs and turfs. So there's that too. It's just like, that's how it works, usually. All it takes is like one of these motherfuckers to figure out that I'm talking, and then immediately they just go buck wild. They go bananas mode. They handed me a flyer outside of Mellow Trading Post one day. Lots of leftist Zoomers there. Definitely know the target. Yeah. They probably try to fucking get people. They probably have gotten people from this community. Half the motherfuckers who are like, you're not leftist enough, Hasan. Fuck you. You're fake. Those are the fucking RevCom boys. But yeah, AOC said, we have been sounding the alarm about this for a long time. Some may not want to go after the messenger, but we simply cannot make promises, hector people to vote, and then refuse to use our full power when they do. We still have time to fix this and act, but we need to be brave. And if you are a lawmaker who, in the time between the leak and ruling, spent more manpower on fundraising plan than a policy response, then I highly recommend rethinking your priorities. Our job right now is to protect people. Doing so will drive the vote more than browbeating. These are the things that she has talked about also. And I agree. CPOSA is getting back to our ML roots. We don't allow entry as freaks and we purge them when we find them. Yeah, good luck. Hopefully. Godspeed. That's not what I've seen so far, but maybe I'm wrong. AOC is really the best at social media on the Dem side? Yeah. So they are actual accelerationists, some sort of weird fed honeypot or something else? Why not both? Why not both, brother? Dude, anyone that says, let's fucking break some windows at a protest, or anyone that fucking turns to you at a protest and goes, come on, comrade, like revolution now, know that you are either in the presence of someone who's out of their fucking minds, or they are personally a federal agent, okay? Do not follow them. Do not listen to them. Point them out in the crowd. Okay? People in a fucking chaotic protest situation that tell you to commit crimes in fucking broad daylight are not actually your friends, okay? But you yourself have said violence is a tool. No, I said violence is inevitable, and violence is a reality in politics. Violence is a fundamental part of politics, okay? Are you Fed posting in the chat currently? What is this? You said violence is a tool. Like, no, motherfucker. I said the state always has the capacity to do as much violence as possible. AUSSY is a collection of everyone on the left. I think it's the best organizing space. It's not solely online. I mean, they do have some online-ass tendencies, but yes, they are pretty good. Overall. I was at one of the... Yeah, speaking of Fed posting, I sent a Freedom of Information Act request on myself on June 9th. June 9th. Still nothing. Ludwig sent one and got a return on his request in literally a week. Of course, his file contained absolutely nothing in it, as he covered on a stream. He said it was like anticlimactic. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Probably not a good thing. Most likely, most definitely a bad thing. But yeah, I have not heard from them since. Ever since they I mean, dude, it's been a while. So I asked Ken Leakenstein how long it takes. He said it takes about a year. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. They've got some GS7s frantically redacting your file. Isn't Second Thoughts like taking years because of how much shit they have on them? Got featured on this Twitter account. What is this? YouTuber thumbnails? Wait, that's not me though. I didn't put this out there. I don't know who the fuck put it out there. Oh yeah, it was Inferno Omni who put it out there. That was his thumbo. Black people. Libs are the most delusional people on earth. Let's see what this is. One of these is not like the other. Yeah, I don't do prank videos and have never done prank videos. That's what you mean, right? What yeah. Yeah, one of these is not like the other. Yeah, KSI is British. No disrespect. Sorry to say that, but he is British. Can't just call people British, bro. I can. I just did. But I said, listen, I said no disrespect beforehand, so it's okay. Okay. CJ Montano, a 24-year-old Marine Corps veteran, was backing away from LAPD with his hands up when an officer shot him in the head with a less lethal projectile. CJ suffered a bleeding in his brain on Friday. LA City Council settled CJ's case. Our opponent, Paul Koretz, voted no. Officer who fired projectiles at protesters violated LAPD policies, panel rules. That's nice, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks for that one. That's sick. And then people get fucking mad when you're like, why are you bullying cops? It's like these fucking piglets are killing people. Democrats are spending money on ads to boost the profile of those seen as extremist candidates to secure the Republican Party's nomination, but the strategy has raised concerns about effectiveness, whether it could have unintended consequences. Yes, that is bad. And that will 1,000%. Dude, this is Donald Trump too, Electric Boogaloo. How do these fucking idiots not understand that raising the profile of extremist candidates is not going to fucking help? It's not. God damn it. If it was a fucking successful strategy that like actually played out in the way that you intended it to, the Republican Party would fucking boost AOC's profile, dumbass. You know why don't do that? Because then more people would vote for AOC. You fucking brain diseased morons, dude. It's so dumb. This is literally Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton did this. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. She's at the door. She's just chilling at the door. There's a fabricated quote by Hillary Clinton, but Hillary Clinton did actually want Donald Trump to run in 2020 as well. I mean, and not in 2020, sorry, in 2016. Planned Parenthood of Utah is suing the state. Good. Look, they always wanted Trump. Inside Team Clinton's year-long struggle to find a strategy against the opponent they were most eager to face. Yeah, it's great stuff. Oh my God, so much politics happening this day. I said a little bit of politics, but goddamn, it's hard not to have a lot of politics. Okay, here. On Meet the Press this week, Peggy Noonan tried to say with a straight face that the Republican Party should use his victory to reform itself and improve its standing with women. Holy fuck, that's awesome.
I think that is part of what drove it. Look, you know what the Republican Party should do now? It should use this victory, if you see it that way, to change itself and become a party that helps women.
That's awesome, dude. They're literally laughing directly at her face. I mean, imagine in a fucking lib-ass panel like this. Imagine in a lib-ass, even in a lib-ass panel like this, the liberals on the panel are laughing directly at your face while you are there. They didn't wait to talk shit behind your back at the water cooler, okay? They are straight up laughing at your fucking face. That's how stupid it is. When you got fucking cuck Todd and shit.
And become a party that helps women.
Bro, you got cuck Todd laughing at you? That's how bad? That's how bad it got? God damn, dude. That's fucking great.
Change reputation become a party that helps women and children, becomes responsible and support. That is part.
I fucking love that, dude. I love that. Why are we here is a great question, honestly. Why are we here? To suffer? Yeah, I talked about John Cornyn's possibly pro-segregation tweet. He's not actually, technically. He was just trolling. Anyway, we covered Baba Vakian. We're not going to cover LaRouche because I don't want to fucking rile up all the hogs. Here's some good old-fashioned hog watch right here. OAN contributor Allison Steinberg is raging after returning home to Huntington Beach to find the city flying a pride flag. Jesus Christ.
To San Diego. And guess what I came home to be greeted with? This fucking bullshit. What the hell is that? Huntington Beach is the town of good old-fashioned, hardworking American people.
Bro, that's so awesome. That's fire, bro. That is like getting this upset over like literally the most, like the least significant, most like just artificial, just pure symbolic bullshit. Like losing your absolute fucking mind at the sight of a pride flag is just like automatic L.
The people that worked all through the COVID lockdowns. Yes, that's right. Huntington Beach never shut down through any of the COVID nonsense fuckery. And now we're peddling this garbage? What the hell is this? The only flag that's together is that American flag. This is a disgrace to our city.
Yeah, okay. That flag is fucking less meaningful. I mean, that is still more meaningful than the fucking POW KIA flag. Don't get mad at me, but like, anytime I see one of those like prisoners of war, not KIA, missing in action flags, I know you got some crazy dudes right there. They're coming in hot talking about Jane Fonda and how they never forgave her. You know what I mean? Classic. The people that think like, you know, there's still a bunch of people out there living in Vietnam that we never. I never forgave Jane Fonda.
Disgrace to our city, and it should be taken down immediately. Whoever the hell is running this town needs to be.
Jane Fonda, never forgive, never forget. Hanoi Jane, fuck you.
Fired. Make America great again. Make Huntington Beach great. To San Diego. And guess what I came home to?
All Burger Kings in Arkansas have POW MIA flags. I love that, bro. I fucking love that, dude. I respect your opinions on Clinton and the Clintons, but you were plain wrong about the Trump thing. There's no evidence they wanted him to run against them. The real truth is that they want a top of the hour ads, and Trump did provide that for everyone. That's really funny you say that because it's 2:36, so I'm not running a fucking ad. So good debate, but bad timing. So get fucked, chatter. You lose. Chat won. Hasan won on that one. That was a self goal. Bad timing on that bait, brother. Someone said Huntington Beach is like Florida's embassy in California, and that is a beautiful fucking take. It is true. It's so true. Huntington Beach is one of those places where I straight up was like, oh my God. Like, you know how we talk about the insidious nature of racism and white supremacy and how it's like not usually so in your face? Huntington Beach is one of those places where it absolutely is. I once went to a bar in Huntington Beach with my friend Tomei. I think I've talked about this before. I've told the story before. We went to the working class city of Huntington Beach, okay? And I had a hat on. Tomei also had a hat on, okay? And together, and by Tomei's black, he's Nigerian, for those of you who don't know. Anyway, we walk into the bar, and by we, I mean I walk into the bar with my hat on. Perfectly fine. Bouncers immediately stop Tomei, go, hey, what are you doing now? What are you doing? And I didn't even understand what the fuck was going on. Turns out they were very frustrated that he was trying to go in with a hat on his head. Straight up. No better example of like just in your face fucking racism. Straight the fuck up. No hats allowed at the bar. Like, I just walked in. Weird way to say Tommy. Onatome is his name, not Tommy. Straight up. just an absolute fucking perfect representation of that. But Hasan, they didn't say the N-word, so they can't be racist. No, I mean, that's like, for those of you who don't know, a lot of those rules are specifically designed for this purpose. Like in nightclubs and stuff, the no hats, or like in New York, they literally were like no Timbs, or they'll say like no wife beaters, no sneakers, no baggy clothing. That is a arbitrary rule that is completely selectively enforced. No do-rags, no sneakers, no jerseys. All of that is just rules that they have for selective enforcement that they can use against black people. That's it. I feel like you taking him to that bar in Huntington Beach is kind of racist. Motherfucker, he took me. I don't know why he wanted to go. We had never been to Huntington Beach before. And we never went back. Oh, I love this one. This is one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite Artist World skits.
But we actually bought some extra. We bought them in our back pocket just in case. You know what I'm saying?
I also got ripped jeans on. Y'all can't get in with no ripped jeans.
No ripped jeans.
No ripped jeans. No ripped jeans.
That's what I mean. Y'all got some in the car though. Oh, I'm gonna meet y'all in there. I'm gonna go in there. All right, I'm going in there real fast.
You got hoop rings. You can't get in with hoop rings.
Hoop rings?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just take them off. I'll just take them off. What you mean? What you tripping for?
I mean, you got a fade. You don't have a fade. You need a fade.
I need a fade.
Oh,
that's that. I brought my barber with me just in case. Just in case. Come on. Hey, go ahead and line me up. I got my barber with me, so we should be good. We should be good.
I said no matter. You have a jacket on.
A jacket? Oh, I'll take that jacket off. Here, hold that for me.
What about you? Can't get on the phones. Can't get on the phones.
No phones here. Ain't got no phone.
That's a $20 cover charge.
$20 cover. Oh, I got money. You should just told me I got money.
You black, bro. You black. You can't get in. You black. You're not getting in here.
So that's what it was the whole time.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. What you giving me the runaround for then? That's what I'm saying. Talking about Jordans and jackets and I bought some extra dress shoes and everything. That's what I'm saying. You say he doing all that, he giving me the runaround for no reason. Ain't you half black? That don't even make sense. How you rate? That don't make no sense. That's what I'm saying. Give me runaround, all that extra shit for no reason. Just tell me I'm black from the jump. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, bro. That shit don't make no sense. I swear to God.
But that is how that works, straight up. That is why they have a lot of those arbitrary rules. I'm from Eastern Europe, and in Western Europe, they pulled me back from the club for shit like that. Yeah. I get it. I got bounced for wearing an Adidas tracksuit. Anti-Italian discrimination. Wouldn't that be anti-Gopnik? Anti-Gopnik discrimination? Yeah, RC World is the best. Anti-Slav, dude. That's anti-Slav. That's fucked up. That's anti-Eastern European discrimination. At times wear tracksuits too. No, I know. But Adidas is broad coverage. Specifically and most famously worn by the Eastern Bloc Gopniks, right? Busted ass Adidas. Anti-Slav. Okay, so yeah, she's fucking losing her mind. We talked about Huntington Beach and how fucking terrible Huntington Beach is in general. Oh, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, before I forget, how could I forget? Beautiful Sarah Huckabee, daughter of Mike Huckabee. Let's see what she has to say about her governor campaign. Her gubernatorial campaign is going great.
We will make sure that when a kid is in the womb, they're as safe as they are in a classroom, the workplace, a nursing home, because every stage of life has value. No one.
That's awesome. She's pro-abortion after all, dude. Look at that. I've been telling you, dude. I've been telling you. Brother, they're pro-abortion actually. They're just pro. Republicans are pro-abortion. They're just pro-abortion post-birth. Okay? If you want to have an abortion, you can't have it immediately in the first trimester. They want you to have it after like the fucking 50th trimester, okay? They are 100% in favor of like 20th, 30th trimester abortions. You get it? They are pro target practice. Yeah, it's just dude, that's a tweet. I gotta tweet that out. Sorry, doing a lot of tweets. I'm doing the most. Abortion at the elementary school and any mentally ill person can practice it. Yeah. Say something. Dude, I was just fucking crafting a fire tweet. My bad. Republicans aren't in favor of first trimester abortions, but they love 30th trimester abortions. Our jokes collectively? Wait, what do you mean? Crafting equals stole? I love that, like, I love that we got to a fucking point now where it's like, I love that we got to a point now where it's like, even if I fucking come up with something, you're like, nah, dude. It's not even a new joke. Like, everyone has made that joke already. Say something, bro. I thought you were dying. No, I'm alive. Sounds like a Babylon Bee headline. Please. Fun stuff only today. Save video essays for tomorrow.
Now, Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York. Congresswoman, welcome back to Meet the Press. Look, before I get to my first question, I want to get your reaction to the governor of Arkansas.
Oh, damn. He cut the barcode bangs off, dude. What the fuck, Cuck Todd? Cuck Todd, new and improved, boys. You see that? My man said no more barcode bangs. This is a new year, new me.
Especially specifically to this issue of that he is comfortable with the government essentially forcing a woman to carry out a pregnancy.
Well, you know, I think naturally I couldn't disagree more with Governor Hutchinson, but I think what's really important is honing in on this idea that the governor and the Republican Party and, frankly, the Republican legislature in Arkansas cares about the life of a woman and the life of a mother. The state of Arkansas and Governor Hutchinson governs over a state that has the third highest maternal mortality in the United States. 71% of the women who die are black women as well. This is a state that has
Yeah, this is like, you can't really see the barcode bangs, but this was what he looked like before.
26% child poverty, where 1 in 4 children are living in extreme are
Only note I have on the AOC take so far is that she's pronouncing Arkansas wrong, and I don't like that. But other than that, pretty good speech.
living in poverty in the state of Arkansas, and forcing women to carry pregnancies against their will kill them. It will kill them, especially in the state of Arkansas, where there is very little to no support for life after birth in terms of health care, in terms of child care, and in terms of combating poverty. This decision and this policy will kill people, no matter what their spin and what their talking points are. And that's what the data shows, and that's what the statistics show.
Congresswoman, I know most of what may change things is going to have to be done at a ballot box. But what would you like to see the Biden administration do between now and November?
I think what we need to do is show the American people that when they give the Democratic Party power and when they actually do vote for us, that we will be using and we are willing to use the power that they do give us in order to merit increased expansions in our majority. So in terms of what I think the president's administration should be able to do, we have many ideas. We have some ideas coming from Senator Warren, signed a letter along with 25 other Democratic senators asking President Biden to explore opening healthcare clinics on federal lands in red states in order to help people access the health care and abortion services that they need. We also must, and President Biden did indicate that he was going to start looking into expanding abortion access via the pill, as well as educational efforts henceforth. But also what I believe that the president and the Democratic Party needs to come to terms with is that this is not just a crisis of Roe, this is a crisis of our democracy. The Supreme Court has dramatically overreached its authority. We had 2 conservative senators in the United States Senate, Senator Manchin and Senator Collins, come out with a very explosive allegation that several Supreme Court justices misled them during their.
I love that she snuck that in. 2 conservative senators. Like, she didn't say Republican, obviously, because like Manchin is not a Republican. But she just hit him with the conservative senators, Manchin and Collins.
Confirmation hearings and in the lead up to their confirmation. This is a crisis of legitimacy. We have a Supreme Court justice whose wife participated in January 6th and who used his seat to vote against providing documents that potentially led to evidence of such to investigators in Congress. This is a crisis of legitimacy, and President Biden must address that.
It's interesting you say that. I want to put up the Joe Manchin quote in particular on his reaction, because he used the word, he said, they testified under oath. He made sure that was in his release. It sounds like you believe, okay, that he might as well be saying they lied to him, that he feels like they lied to him and they lied under oath.
I love that this is like one of the this is like straight up one of the funniest things you can do is just like talk about how absolutely devastatingly owned you are. It's just like, dude, I was so incredibly owned by these fucking old ass idiots who just told me, who just like came into my room and straight up lied to me. Oh man, that's great, dude. Yeah, no shit. It's almost like you're a fucking idiot. Like, you're either a fucking idiot or you're lying to the public right now. It doesn't matter. Like, you just didn't care. You weren't bamboozled, motherfucker. You just didn't care.
Oath. You think the House Judiciary Committee should begin the process of an investigation there?
I think the Chapo boys said it best before. Like, in the Democratic Party, they don't want winners. They want graceful losers, okay? They don't want winners. As long as you lose and you lose gracefully, like you lose by the book, right? That's perfect. That's the perfect Democrat. That's what they want. You know, oh man, I just got fucking owned. Like, I got owned. Progressives lose more. Omega law. Yeah, progressives have a little bit more of a fucking barrier to achieve, right? Outside of like incredibly effective Red Scare propaganda that has maintained a permanent hold on the minds of millions of Americans, there's also the Democratic Party on top of the conservatives in the Republican Party that unite against the left regularly. Because when both parties are operating without a fucking backbone, okay, you got dudes who are spoiling. Progressives and leftists spoil the Democratic Party's attitude because they actually tell you, like, listen, no, this is how it's supposed to be. There are better ways. There's a better way future. I mean, there's a better future that we can, that we can advocate for and push for. So Democrats fucking hate that shit because all of a sudden, now you got people being like, well, yeah, why don't we do that? Also, do I have to point this back to you, dude? Like, look at this. These Democrats are trying to help the far-right Republicans win their primaries. Hello? Hello? Like, how are you going to come in here and be like, progressives lose more, Omega law, dude?
If we allow Supreme Court nominees to lie under oath and secure lifetime appointments to the highest court of the land and then issue without basis, if you read these opinions, issue without basis rulings that deeply undermine the human and civil rights of the majority of Americans, we must see that through. There must be consequences for such a deeply destabilizing action and hostile takeover of our democratic institutions. To allow that to stand is to allow it to happen. And what makes it particularly dangerous is that it sends a blaring signal to all future nominees that they can now lie to duly elected members of the United States Senate in order to secure Supreme Court confirmations and seats on the Supreme Court. This is what we're saying.
Do you think lying at a confirmation hearing is an impeachable offense?
Yeah, another day fighting each other instead of focusing on the real enemy. Good times. By the way, this goes for the neoliberal idiots too. Brother, this is not even fucking infighting. Bullying the Democratic Party to do the right thing is absolutely what must be done. If the Democratic Party's exclusive fucking goal in this circumstance, thank you, BLAMMO69 for the 5 get the subs. If the Democratic Party is currently just fundraising off of this and telling people to just vote and not even telling people how to vote and where to vote effectively, okay, and what needs to be done, then the Democratic Party is not doing anything. So you have to fucking bully them. That's not infighting, dude. That is literally fucking doing what the Republicans do to their own party. And it needs to be done. We got to whip the Democratic Party so the Democratic Party can whip their own fucking caucus into action. Okay? You're crazy if you don't recognize that.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. I believe lying under oath is an impeachable offense. I believe that violating federal law in not disclosing income from political organizations, as Clarence Thomas did years ago, is also potentially an impeachable offense. I believe that that not recusing from cases that one clearly has family members involved in with very deep violations of conflict of interest are also impeachable offenses. And I believe that this is something that should be very seriously considered.
For the record, they didn't lie in any way that would be considered perjury. They said that Roe was settled law, which it was. They refused to say it was correctly decided. The senators got duped. No, they literally fucking, come on, bro. Like, they heavily implied it. And even in certain instances, they straight up fucking said that they would be offended by the question even. Like, come on, bro. Gorsuch said he would leave the room if Donald Trump asked him that. Oh, well, he didn't say he would walk out of the room and not sign it. They routinely said they wouldn't challenge the super precedent. So you're fucking running defense for these Supreme Court justices for no reason. No, they absolutely said it was a super precedent and they would not challenge established law, which is exactly what they did. They overturned a long-standing 50-year-long Supreme Court precedent that they themselves consider to be a super precedent. Like the super precedent at the top of the hour where there's a 60-second ad break. If I turned around and told you, like, hey, that's a super precedent, and then for some fucking weird reason, like, refuse to run that ad break, you'd be like, what the fuck, dude? I'm expecting that, you know? So I will run it at the top of every hour, which is a 60-second ad break, but you can avoid it by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Honesty at the Supreme Court cannot be a technicality. Dude, why do you believe that these guys have ever been honest? Anyway, they've never been honest, and they will never be honest. They are the most powerful 9 motherfuckers in America. Of course they don't have to be honest. When a cop on the ground doesn't have to be fucking honest when they're, when they're holding you down, why the fuck would the person at the top of the fucking criminal justice system and the judicial branch why do you expect them to be honest? They can literally overturn laws, destroy the lives of tens of millions of women in one fucking with a couple keystrokes on a keyboard, okay, with the stroke of a pen. Also, this is a body, an institution that has upheld slavery. This is an institution that is routinely sided against, establishing states' rights to literally have like child labor laws and shit. It's bullshit. Anyway, here's the 1 minute ad break, by the way. Anna Cecilia, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Here it is.
Including by senators like Joe Manchin and Susan Collins.
I want to ask you a slightly bigger picture question here. Jason Lincolns wrote this in the New Republic, and it seemed to ring true with a lot of folks. Under the headline, The Democrats' Theory of Change, Wait for the Republicans to Screw Up. For the GOP, change comes after long periods of hard work, steady funding, and maintaining enthusiasm and momentum through periods of setback. For Democrats, change is reactive, coming only after the GOP's ambitions have hurt just enough people to make Republican rule untenable. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that it does speak to a generational change within the Democratic Party. You know, I believe that there are, you know, there is an establishment within the Democratic Party that has a nostalgia for a better time of politics from decades ago. You hear this very often when you hear certain Democrats say that they wished for a strong Republican Party. But the fact of the matter is that we have a new and very different Republican Party that more people are recognizing. But frankly, the roots of which have already been there, which is a lack of respect for American institutions, a lack of respect for the law, and a deep desire to debase very, very critical underpinnings of our democracy. And so I do believe that there has been a weak democratic strategy in the past, and we cannot continue to use those same playbooks. Right now, as I say, is that this is overtime for our democracy, and we must be aggressive.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Democrat from New York, appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective with us. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news.
Okay. What is this? Why are British names so hard to pronounce? Ben Shabibo ranks the left. Yes, it is legally allowed to impeach a Supreme Court justice. That you can do. Will we be able to do that? Absolutely not. Does anyone have the energy to do that or the interest to do that? Absolutely not. Again, these motherfuckers are sky gods, okay? They're the... It's fundamentally no different than like a pre-Reformation era... a pre-Reformation era like archbishop. Okay? They are the interpreters of the Constitution. And none of you motherfuckers know how to read the Bible. And they're working at the behest of all of our nobility, our kings and queens. So there's functionally nothing you can do about it. What I don't understand is how they don't see that, like, this is getting to a place where, like, you know, there was a way that people dealt with this in the past. That's what desperate people do. And they are increasing the desperation that people feel by dramatic levels. They should probably dial it back a little bit, you know? Just saying. Aren't you hitting chicharrones instead of Quest chips? Because Quest chips are 140 calories. Insane shit Laura Trump said on Fox News. Lara Trump.
Ago, that even people who are very far left or were very far left would even admit that it was a terrible decision for a woman to have to make if she had to make the decision to have an abortion, and that it affects the woman, it affects the child, obviously in irreversible ways. But now it seems to be championed in a way, and people are advocating for you to have an abortion as opposed, Nicole, to giving you the choice to choose whatever you want. It's terrible, and it honestly seems like there's a moral decay that is set in our society, and I think it's contributed to some of this.
And you've seen this, David.
Long ago, that even people who are very far left or were very far left would even admit that it was a
Here's how long ago, a time ago, the Supreme Court's number of Supreme Court justices was never 9. It's not like it doesn't have to be 9. And some people said, motherfuck the Supreme Court. Actually, 2 of our most popular presidents did, FDR and Abe Lincoln, if you think about it. So let's take a look at how FDR dealt with the Supreme Court back in the day.
In 1937, President Roosevelt had a problem.
A majority on the Supreme Court, led by these guys, the conservative wing known as the Four Horsemen, had spent the previous years striking down many of the laws passed as part of Roosevelt's New Deal. So FDR decided his next reform would be the court itself.
For each justice over the age of 70, and there were, I think, 6 of them at the time, he would add a new justice to the court. So that meant he was going to massively transform the court and put on loyalists to him.
Congress overwhelmingly voted down his proposal, and no president has tried to increase the number of justices on the court since. But what does the Constitution say? When drafting the Constitution, the framers knew the new country needed a Supreme Court to weigh in on legal challenges to the nation's laws. But they didn't know exactly to what extent it would provide a constitutional check on Congress and the executive branch. In fact, it wasn't until 1803, in Marbury versus Madison, that the court first ruled a government action unconstitutional, officially establishing the act of judicial review. So in the beginning, the framers kept the details about what the court should look like pretty vague. Article 2 of the Constitution gives the president the power to nominate a justice and the Senate the ability to confirm him or her. And Article 3, which establishes the judiciary, says only that justices hold their offices during good behavior. We'll get back to what this means later. And that they get a salary that can't be diminished. That's it. They left all the other details up to Congress.
The size of the Supreme Court is actually up to Congress to specify by law. That actual number is not in the Constitution.
Noah Feldman literally wrote the book that law students use to learn constitutional law. He says the framers wanted to give Congress the flexibility to shape the court in response to the needs of a growing nation.
The Judiciary Act of 1789, one of the first important laws that was passed, specified the size of the Supreme Court, and they actually started with 6 justices at the time.
From nearly the beginning, politics played a role in shaping the size of the court. During his lame duck session, President John Adams signed a law bringing the court down to 5 justices. The following year, Thomas Jefferson, who felt the move was an attempt to limit his power, signed legislation to reverse Adams's law before it could go into effect. Over the next 60 years, Congress largely tied the number of justices on the Supreme Court to the number of circuit courts in the rapidly growing country. In 1863, with the creation of the 10th Circuit, the court got its 10th justice. But in the wake of Abraham Lincoln's assassination, Congress trimmed the court to 7 justices to prevent President Andrew Johnson from loading it with Southern Democrats. A few years later, the new Republican president, Ulysses S. Grant, set the number back to 9 under the Judiciary Act of 1869. That's where things stood until FDR.
But we cannot yield our constitutional destiny to the personal judgment of a few men who, being fearful of the future, would deny us the necessary means of dealing with the present.
FDR's court packing plan ran into 2 major problems. The first was that the sitting justices, including moderate and liberal justices, were deeply opposed to it because they thought it would delegitimate the institution. The second is that lots of Democrats, especially in the Senate, were sensitive to the charge that Roosevelt was basically trying to make himself a dictator. The Democrats already controlled the House and the Senate, and they controlled the presidency. And if they also controlled the Supreme Court, there would be no check on his power at all.
I shall not be a party to breaking down the checks and balances
We had dumbass cucks in the Democratic Party back then, too.
of the Constitution.
This is more power than a good man should want or a bad man should have.
Roosevelt's plan was defeated in Congress, but that doesn't mean his gambit was a failure. On the next round of challenges to the New Deal that made it to the court, Justice Owen Roberts left the Four Horsemen and voted with the court's liberal wing. While Roberts never explained his change, some historians speculate he was swayed by FDR's attempt. The so-called switch in time that saved 9 was the ultimate compromise. It kept the Supreme Court intact and saved the agenda of an ambitious president. No president has tried to change the size of the court since.
It's really, really, really hard to pack the court. Don't take up a plan to do court packing unless you have a lot of confidence that you have the votes in advance to get it done. It's just extremely hard to do.
One big problem with expanding the court is that there's nothing stopping the next president and Congress from doing the same. Then the next president adds more, and the next president after that, Before long, the Supreme Court starts to look like...
Yeah, good. So? Yeah, do it. Oh, no. Will it become an illegitimate institution? Oh, well, welcome to how a lot of Americans already view it.
This.
And now you're getting out of town. Oh, no, I ain't. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, no, I ain't. Oh, yes, you are.
So what other options do presidents and Congress have to alter the makeup of the court? One idea is term limits for justices. There's just one problem. That line from the Constitution, the one that says judges shall hold their office during good behavior, it doesn't say it directly, but good behavior has always been interpreted to mean that judges would serve for life, unless they were impeached. The idea was that a justice should be independent and insulated from political pressure. The problem is that it's made Supreme Court nominations rare, and now they're highly politically charged. One proposal gaining traction is to create 18-year term limits for Supreme Court justices, staggered so a new justice is confirmed every 2 years. Proponents say this could work by giving the retiring justice senior status and rotating them to a lower court. In fact, 3 members of Congress have introduced legislation that would do just that. But Noah Feldman has his doubts.
To my mind, that represents a very problematic and doubtful reading of the Constitution and of its intent. It doesn't seem to be consistent with our tradition of how we've come to understand Supreme Court tenure.
Ultimately, the best approach might just be the old-fashioned one. Wait until a seat opens up.
It's very hard to use ordinary statutory reforms to change an institution that has its roots in the Constitution.
Dude, this is like, this only works if you just are wholeheartedly believing in like the reality of the Constitution. Like it's a fucking, like you're a psycho who thinks like Harry Potter books are real. You know what I mean? I don't care about traditions. I don't think a lot of young people care. I will do a fucking cum tribute to the Constitution. Do you understand me? I don't care. I will disrespect the Constitution all day, every day.
If you ask me, is there a mechanism of reform that stands?
Insane take. I mean, I just don't care. I literally don't care. Do you care? Do you? Do you actually care? We literally treat this fucking piece of paper, this raggedy ass, yellow ass, torn ass piece of paper, as though it is this Bible. The founders are prophets. The Constitution is the Bible, and Supreme Court justices are like the clerics that have this supreme interpretational power that no one else can fucking comprehend. Who gives a fuck, bro? It was literally written by rapist, pedophile, slavers. I don't give a shit. The moment that said instruments do not work in favor of the citizens, you can toss it out. Acting like we should care about it is so stupid.
Stands out as simple and easy and that wouldn't break the institutional capacity of the court. I don't see one at the moment.
I can't take too much of this base take. It's like not even a fucking... The funniest thing is like, it's not even a base take. It's just like an incredibly fucking normal take. Like it's just common sense. If you talk to most people that don't have their fucking heads stuck so far up their ass, i.e. liberals, both on the Republican side and also on the Democratic side, most people would look to you and be like, yeah, that does make sense. Why the fuck? Like every average dumb guy would literally be like, yeah, I understand that. It does seem kind of stupid, right? Fucking Dave Portnoy understands this, dude. There's no other institution outside of like organized religion where we just pretend that something that's not working as it was intended, like working as it was intended, as it was designed to work, has to maintain its prominence and its infallibility. I would argue that the Constitution didn't fail. SCOTUS failed. I love you, man. I love you. No, ride harder for the Constitution. You're right. It's the perfect document. Listen, I would argue that the Supreme Court didn't fail. We failed them. We, as Americans, we failed the Constitution.
This out. On September 17th, 1787, a group of men in Philadelphia signed a document that set the course for American politics and still impacts
Literally one of the worst cities for this reason, along with many others.
daily life in the U.S. more than 230 years later. The U.S. Constitution. The first of its kind and the longest lasting constitution in the world. Even today, your health, your safety, even your perception of time, they're all impacted by this centuries-old document. It's perhaps the main reason the U.S. remains stuck on so many important
Thank you, Wall Zagreus, for the 10 gifted subs.
issues. And while the longevity and near holy reputation of the U.S. Constitution leads many to believe it either can't be changed or shouldn't be changed, it can be. So buckle your shoes and powder your wigs as we examine how the Constitution blocks the U.S. from becoming a thriving multiracial democracy and explore what it will take to change it.
The U.S. constitutional system establishes a fundamentally undemocratic order.
Do you ever look around and wonder how life in the U.S. got so desperate?
There's an 18th century constitution that is really mal-equipped to solve 21st century problems. What makes the Constitution profoundly flawed is that it doesn't reflect the current needs and values of this country and its people.
That's great, you say, but if the Constitution is so broken, show me a concrete example. These are three of the most fundamental anti-democratic pieces of the Constitution. The Electoral College makes it so the president can be elected without winning the popular vote. In fact, 2 of the last 4 presidents received fewer votes than their opponents. And the Senate? Well,
it's just so wild that like a document that was like put together by a bunch of fucking, again, white rapists, pedophiles, slavers ends up routinely benefiting the minoritarian rule of the reactionary party, the more reactionary party rather. It's just so strange that like, oh, the way that they intended to fucking structure American society at a time where they didn't think black people were fucking humans, they didn't think women were humans, ends up manifesting a reality where the party that literally fucking feels that way, maybe not as openly, but still feels as closely to that idea as possible, keeps winning regardless of not winning elections.
the Senate's whole existence is based on circumventing democracy. It gives equal representation to each state regardless of population. Back in Philly, this idea passed by only a 1-vote margin. So you could say the Senate was controversial even back then, and maybe not well thought out. See, the men in that room back in Philly could never have dreamed of the vast population differences that states would have in the 21st century. Today, 2 senators from states like Wyoming or South Dakota have the same power as the 2 senators from California. And a senator chosen by a few 100,000 voters can block the agenda of a president chosen by tens of millions. See where we're going with this? Supreme Court justices are nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate, and then serve for life. Meaning the US can have a president who didn't win a Democratic majority, nominating the most powerful judges in the country, who are then confirmed by senators whose power is constitutionally designed to undermine majority power. And it's these same judges who ultimately interpret the Constitution.
You can do a lot of violence with the text of the Constitution, given its history, given its modern evolution, and given the limited rights that people now enjoy under the Constitution because of its narrow interpretation by the Supreme Court.
So to recap, the men in that room back in Philly laid a path for a minority political party to sack the most powerful court in the country and wield generation-changing power. And they can do all of this without having to win a national
Democrats have 51 votes. We can't do anything because we need 60. Republicans have 41. We run this motherfucker.
popular vote, or even respond to the actual demands of American voters.
All of this facilitates minority rule.
As bad as this sounds, the Constitution is doing exactly what it was designed to do. Because at its core, the Constitution is all about power, dictating who gets to wield it and how. See, those men in Philly were wealthy, white, and deeply suspicious of the power everyday people might wield in elections. After all, workers and laborers vastly outnumbered them. So they wrote the
That's why America's the most cuck nation, dude. That resentment towards a proletarian uprising, a proletarian dictatorship, was baked into our very foundation, on top of obviously white supremacy and slavery and all that sort of good stuff, you know? Which is precisely why all of the fucking biggest dick riders of the Constitution and the founding fathers also happen to be the biggest cucks and fucking losers who personally think they're going to run society eventually, which is why, you know, the tyranny of majority or the tyranny of minority must stand. Meat Prison, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Also, Wall Zagreus, thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well.
The Constitution in a way that consolidated power for men like them and away from true popular democratic rule. Here's a great example. He's rich.
What about the mob rule meme? Dude, that's the perfect example. What do you mean mob rule, man? That's called democracy. You understand that? Americans are so fucking cucked from the jump that rich white landowning slavers decided that democracy is mob rule. Because the opposite of the tyranny of majority is the tyranny of minority, which is exactly what we fucking live under currently. I love that, dude. I love when people say, "Oh, what about mob rule? What about mob rule?" That's sick. I love how like surfed up motherfuckers are. You know what I mean? Like that's just peasant brain, dog. You literally have a terminal case of peasant brain. Straight up. And it's actually disrespectful to say that because like peasants have done plenty of fucking successful uprisings worldwide in areas where there is revolutionary potential, except for in America, because our peasants are fat as fuck and are not even a productive force, but rather a consuming one.
And white and lost the popular vote by millions. Yet he was able to stack the court with conservative justices thanks to a Republican-controlled.
How do you counter when they say the majority used to be racist, though? It was not the majority that was fucking racist, and it doesn't even matter. The majority won the Civil War. That's it. That would have not happened. That's it. The majority won the majority won the Civil War.
Senate that represented a minority of voters.
The minoritarian dimensions of the constitutional system incentivizes one of the two major parties, the Republican Party, to see its strength as tied to these counter-majoritarian instruments, and to then view the actual emergence of a multiracial democracy in the US as an almost existential threat.
Which is why Republicans continue blocking legislation aimed at increasing access to the ballot, and why the US faces one democratic crisis after another. For example, if abortion access were put to a popular vote in the US, it would win by a landslide. Same goes for background checks on guns, voting rights, environmental protections, yeeting our current healthcare system into the sun, and a host of other modern issues. Yet these things remain stalled and Americans' lives remain desperate. And it all goes back to what?
The Constitution rooted in slavery, rooted in exclusion, excluding women, excluding...
It's just like so wild that we kind of brush past that. And by we, I mean like mostly, I mean, even some black people brush past that too. When you see like a black dude wearing a 1776 shirt, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how do you ride for 1776, bro? They were literally riding you. But it's just, for the most part, it's like overwhelmingly white people that fucking completely brush past that shit, where they're just like, yeah, whatever. It was like slavers. Yeah, they came up with it. It was just the norm at the time. It's like, nah, not really. Not really. I don't think we should just let that go. I think that's kind of fucking wild that that was the motivating principle of a lot of these motherfuckers. Like, the idea that there was like robust debate is so silly. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to pick up a Trump muscle mommy. Let me live. Okay. Clip from Chomsky's documentary about this. We'll get to that in a second. Let's finish this.
Anyone who did not own property, excluding anyone who was not a man.
This is real. Rarely, if ever, have women or people of color had any meaningful say in how the Constitution is written or fixed. It's a document that at its core is written by white men who wanted to build themselves a country on land violently taken from Native people.
The US Constitution is not just pro-slavery, it also was built through a project of settler colonialism.
So if Americans wanted to redraft their...
It's wild that this is called CRT, by the way. Like, this is, learning about this is considered bad. And in the state of Texas, teachers are not even allowed to say that like these values, if they're even able to get to it, are bad values now. Remember, that was a state legislature bill that passed in Texas. Texas State passed a bill saying this, including the KKK, you cannot have a moral, you cannot actually mention it in a, you cannot give any kind of like normative, ascribe normative values to this.
Their constitution to make it more representative of today's values and demographics? What would they have to do?
As good citizens, we must be quick to use the tools our Constitution gives us and repair any cracks that may appear.
Thomas Jefferson, seen here on the easily forgotten $2 bill, is one of the most famous founding fathers. He believed the Constitution would last less than 2 decades because each generation should interpret the Constitution for itself. He actually wrote, "No society can make a perpetual constitution or even a perpetual law." Today, that same Constitution theoretically can be changed. It's
not allowed. Don't think about that too hard.
Very difficult.
Don't think about that too hard, brother. That doesn't count.
Article 5, which provides for amending the Constitution, shows that the men who wrote it...
Republicans be like, hold on, I don't want to listen to a rapist pedophile's words on this one. He was a slaver, sir. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Can we do some standpoint theory right now? Are you fucking kidding me?
expected it to change.
The Constitution absolutely can be formally changed.
There are about 200 constitutions around the world. The US is the oldest. It's probably the most difficult to amend.
This difficulty is a big reason why life in the
Yeah, I love that people act like it's a flex. Like, oh man, we have the longest running constitution. Like, oh, sick, bro. Don't you feel like that's a problem?
US can feel like running.
No, Germans or POC wasn't Thomas Jefferson. That was Benjamin Franklin. Oh, Benny boy.
On a hamster wheel, facing the same battles around guns and abortion and countless other issues, and not getting anywhere. Meanwhile, other countries are making real progress.
You don't look to the US as a model of what to put in your constitution. You look to other countries that protect newer forms of rights, especially social.
Jabuki says Supreme Court reverses Roe v. Wade. Democrat emails. It's the lack of rights for me. Period. Use code RBG for 20% off. Vote blue merch. True. Another fire tweet from Jabuki on this matter.
And economic rights, like the right to health care. That's in constitutions around the world today. The right to a job. That's in constitutions around the world today. The right to a clean environment. That's in constitutions of the world today. None of those three appears in the text of the US Constitution.
Think of the US Constitution debuting in 1787 like a new car rolling out of the dealership. At the time, no one...
Let me just stop you right there. That shit was a lemon, okay? It was a lemon. It was already broken from the jump.
Had ever seen anything like it. It was shiny and full of promise. But it was kind of a lemon. Almost immediately,
pre-wash, baby!
Massive repairs to keep it running. Over the years, it's needed maintenance, like an amendment here and there to keep the country going, and some major repairs during Reconstruction. But overall, not many repairs have been possible.
There have been over 12,000.
I love that. 13th Amendment, abolish slavery except in prisons. 14th Amendment, citizenship to formerly enslaved people. 15th Amendment, right to vote cannot be denied based on race.
But overall, not many repairs have been possible.
There have been over 12,000 proposals to amend the US Constitution in Congress. And of those, only 27 have made it through the labyrinth of constitutional amendment.
And remember, 10 of those amendments were immediate. So in the 230 years or so since it was written, the Constitution has only been amended 17 times.
Congress approved the 19th
Nothing to see here, boys. That doesn't seem weird.
Amendment, which provided for the voting rights of women.
The last time the Constitution was amended was more than 30 years ago, in 1992. And that was kind of a quirk. Before that, it had last been amended when the 26th Amendment expanded voting rights in the 1970s to all Americans over 18. Which means it's been more than 50 years since a meaningful addition has been made.
Brother, we need a DLC desperately for this Constitution shit, okay? It's a dead game. Nobody's playing it. Nobody's watching it on fucking Twitch. They've not done any patches. They're still sitting on the laurels of the original fucking the original Constitution and like how popular people thought it was at the time, okay? I hate this.
Made to the Constitution. You could say the US is part of the check engine light club, based solely on numbers. Not to mention Thomas Jefferson, you could argue the Constitution is way past due for some repairs.
The average constitution in the world is 19 years old. They're replaced every 20 years or so. Not this one.
Yeah, well, those countries... sir, I know you're a constitutional law professor, constitutional history professor, but have you ever considered that those other countries' constitutions are gay? That's right. Fucking owned, dude. Absolutely destroyed.
Some would say scrap it and just get a new car, because fixing this car is...
That's right, brother! Ours is so sick! We never turned it around. We never changed it.
Extremely difficult.
Article 5 of the US Constitution tells us there are two ways to amend the Constitution. First, you can call a constitutional convention, do the very same thing that led to the creation of the U.S. Constitution in 1787.
Oh, fuck. We got 4 more. God damn it. Sorry, boys, girls, MBs. June 26th, I thought Pride Month was over. You know, I was excited.
That's never been tried before. The other way to amend the Constitution.
God damn it, dude. Constitutional Convention, by the way, is what Cenk tried to do with Wolfpack.
Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution tells us there are 2 ways to amend the Constitution. First, you can call a constitutional convention, do the very same thing that led to the creation of the U.S. Constitution in 1787. That's never been tried before. The other way to amend the Constitution requires 2/3 of the Congress to approve an amendment, and then 38 out of 50 states have to approve that amendment. That's a high bar. It's a very, very high bar.
So, considering the US Constitution can change, but is mad difficult to change, what should Americans do? Well, listening to American news would have you thinking that Americans are hyper-partisan. But if you look at the numbers, that simply isn't the case.
Yep.
Americans generally agree.
Americans are not hyper-partisan. They just, like, there are a lot of these wedge issues where they just, like, almost universally agree on, right? But the problem is, like, nobody really fucking cares because, like, everyone is checked out because the system is designed in a way to make people feel like they have no power because they don't have any fucking power. So ultimately, like, people can do whatever the fuck they want, and one party will substitute their horrific policy provisions to the next one. Like, Republicans will come in, fuck shit up every 4 years or every 8 years usually. Democrats will be like, okay, shit's really fucked up. It's our turn now. And then Democrats don't do anything to fix it. And then Republicans come back again and fuck shit up again. And Democrats literally, when they're in power, can't do anything to actually change or reverse some of the cruelty that the Republicans left in place. And then Republicans come back and fuck shit up again. And then the Democrats are like, oh, look at how fucked up they are. Please give us some power again, please. And it's just like, you know, a slow creep towards just fascism. Day in and day out.
Agree on
also known as, yes, the ratchet effect.
Big issues. So now that we understand that the Constitution intentionally creates a power imbalance, what would it take for Americans to make meaningful changes to their Constitution?
The recipe to amend the U.S. Constitution requires more than just looking at the text of Article 5. You need a social movement that builds up from below, or you need a charismatic leader that leads from above.
The main changes that need to be pursued now are really changes that would enhance the power that the most marginalized have in this society. In order for the Constitution to change today, the country needs a mass movement on behalf of insurgent democracy.
The world doesn't look to the U.S. Constitution as a model anymore. It's old, it's outdated, it's ancient. It actually holds back the possibilities for humanity to have a constitution that looks like the U.S. Constitution's limited protections for rights and freedoms.
That was pretty good. That was a really good video. Shouts out to fucking Al Jazeera doing great work once again. World back holding USA. Oh, here's the Chomsky clip on this matter. Ominous. Ominous.
The public relations industry, the advertising industry, which is dedicated to creating consumers, it's a phenomenon that developed in the freest countries, in Britain and the United States. And the reason is pretty clear. It became clear by, say, a century ago that it was not going.
Chomsky hates advertising, okay? He hates propaganda. He hates PR. This man, like, hey, OMD, don't want to hear it, okay? Oh, you work for an ad agency? Fuck you.
It'd be so easy to control the population by force. Too much freedom has been won. Labor organizing, parliamentary labor parties in many countries, women starting to get the franchise and so on. So you had to have other means of controlling people. And it was understood and expressed that you have to control them by control of beliefs and attitudes. Well, one of the best ways to control people in terms of attitudes is what the great political economist Thorstein Veblen called fabricating consumers. If you can fabricate wants, make obtaining things that are just about within your reach the essence of life, they're going to be trapped into becoming consumers. You read the business press, say, 1920s, it talks about the need to direct people to the superficial things of life, like fashionable consumption, and that'll keep them out of our hair.
Looks like he signed the U.S. Constitution himself. That's right, brother. Noam Chomsky was one of the fucking framers, dude. What do you mean? Look at how old he is. He was out there being like, Benjamin Franklin, you're wrong for saying that the Germans are swarthy. Like, that's what he was doing. He was out there, dude. People oftentimes say, Noam Chomsky says the N-word. What do you have to say about that? I'm like, he invented it, bro. He was there in the invention of the word. Okay? The fuck do you mean?
You find this doctrine all through progressive intellectual thought, like Walter Lippmann, the major progressive intellectual of the 20th century. He wrote famous progressive essays on democracy, in which his view was exactly that. The public must be put in their place so that the responsible men can make decisions without interference from the bewildered herd.
I mean, dude, just straight up, dude, the tyranny, there is no better representation of the disdain of our founders for the majority of the population, especially the working class, okay, the proletariat, than the concept that a democratic process was somehow bastardized and vilified as the tyranny of majority. That's it. That's it. There's no better representation than that. It's just like they admit it openly. And a lot of you fucking cucks who are a part of the working class solidly and will actually never become capital owners. And I don't mean that as like a fuck you, you're never going to become a capital owner. I mean, like, you're just not. You're not destined to. It's not going to happen. The system is like designed in a way to make sure that that doesn't happen for you. Never recognize that. You think you're a temporarily embarrassed billionaire and you operate with that same cucked mentality that like elites are supposed to rule over us because one day I could be the elite. And when I'm the elite, I want to fucking destroy the working class in the same way that they're currently destroying me and my shit dead-end fucking 9-to-5 job.
They're to be spectators, not participants. Then you get a properly functioning democracy. Straight back to Madison and on to Powell's memorandum and so on. And the advertising industry just exploded with this as its goal, fabricating consumers. And it's done with great sophistication.
You don't see many wild stallions anymore. He's one of the last of...
It's one of the funniest things, too, because, like, all these fucking hogs, they act so high and mighty, like they're like, hoorah, you know what it is, brother? Like, I got my guns, the government should be afraid of me. It's like, bro, the government has sedated you, my boy. Oh, you silly fool. You are literally, you're nothing. Why would the government ever need to own you in a tyrannical, with a tyrannical police state when you are already owned and do not recognize who your owners are? Or when you do recognize who your owners are, you work like a loyal soldier for them. You work to divide the masses. You work to divide the working class, which serves their interest. So why the fuck do you think the government cares about you having a gun? More guns in this goddamn country than there are fucking people, and dumbasses still think like, oh man, that's why they're not fucking us over. It's like, bro, do you think they're not fucking you over? Are you stupid? What do you mean? You don't think they're fucking you over, idiot? Oh yeah, try to get healthcare for free. Just afford it to every human being unconditionally in like every other fucking OECD nation, Just try. Try to get healthcare for free, dog. They don't own you. Yeah, try to get shelter if you don't have shelter. They don't own me, brother. No, you're just a cuck. You're already owned. You don't even recognize that you're owned, you idiot. Yeah, try and have a train. Just ask for like an easier method of transportation, a robust transportation infrastructure. Yeah, good luck. No, man, I need to have my car. That's freedom. Yeah, that's totally, dude. You are so free when you're in your fucking Ford F-150, dude. Everybody thinks your lifted truck makes your dick look much larger than it actually is. Everyone. Yeah, go sit in traffic, idiot.
A wild and very singular breed. Come to Marlboro country.
The ideal is what you actually see today, where, let's say, teenage girls, if they have a free Saturday afternoon, will go walking in the shopping mall, not to the library or somewhere else. The idea is to try to control.
It's such a funny take, dude. Instead of going to the library, they're going to the mall. Yeah, women be... Yo, Chomsky said women be shopping, dude.
Control everyone, to turn the whole society into the perfect system. Perfect system would be a society based on a dyad, a pair. The pair is you and your television set, or maybe now you and the internet, in which that presents you with what the proper life would be, what kind of gadgets you should have. And you spend your time and effort gaining those things which you don't need and you don't want, and maybe you'll throw them away. But that's the measure of a decent life.
All girls born after 1992 only know how to charge their phone, be bisexual, eat hot chip, and lie. None of them want to go to the library. All they want to do is lie all the time. He hates it, dude. Leftists are the real cooks, dude. What are leftists doing about this? Consumerism is the most effective means of control, so why not do consumerism but from the left? You bitch and moan and won't stoop to their level. We need anti-capitalist consumerism. Wait, what do you mean, dude? Consumerism is like inherently a fucking anti-capitalist or inherently pro-capitalist. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I like consumerism as a method of control. I've talked about this before. I think like you need to have robust choices, straight up. But also, having said that, you can't, I don't know how you can like use that as an agenda, you know? That's kind of silly. Yeah, I get that people distrust AOC because she isn't a doctrinaire Marxist, but let's just compare these two tweets. We talked about this already. My message to the American people: you have the power to elect leaders who will defend and protect your rights. And as the president said, with your vote, you can act. You have the final word, so this is not over. Great fucking tweet. She isn't perfect, not by a long shot, but she's better than the overwhelming majority of Dems and is a constructive force in the party. I'd be pretty happy if she represented the mainline Dem party within the next 5 years. I won't argue with people who think she's a sellout, but if you place any value on electoralism, whatsoever, she's a net positive. Yeah, it's just people who fucking turn around and like use all of the remaining fucking effort that they have, the remaining time that they have on this godforsaken planet to just like dunk on someone who is like infinitely closer to their way of seeing the world than anyone else are the dumbest people, okay? Sure, there are plenty of instances where I've criticized AOC as well. New Supreme Court ruling, they've gone too far this time. In a shocking 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court has decided to end the Come Town podcast. Yeah, no, that was a shocking Stavros decision. What's Come Town? What's the point when Pelosi et al. Endorse anti-choice candidates because blue no matter who? I mean, dude, that's the one person, okay? Like, let's be real. I mean, it just like...
So if a woman is raped...
Let's be real. The reality is that... The reality is that Nancy Pelosi is a hypocrite. We already fucking know that. You know what I mean? He follows you, Guy Fieri. What?
At gunpoint and becomes pregnant, the gun is the most protected party in that situation. The United States of fuckery, man. It's some. So if a woman is raped at gunpoint and becomes.
Yeah, this dude is always reading fucking. Your takes are so mid. Absolute papega. I saw people talking about how, well, obviously Stavros would leave Cumtown now that he's hanging out with libs like Hasan. Yeah, dude, I know. It's so crazy. Yeah, I'm the fucking Yoko Ono of Cumtown. Don't say stuff like that because I feel like some of those fucking deranged losers are going to like literally take it seriously. You know what I mean? A new runway could be coming to an airport near you. Circular runways are a radical redefinition of an airport layout. They're redesigned to deal in increasing air traffic. What the fuck? Bro, this seems dangerous, dude.
We need to rethink the way we are dealing with airports. We're dealing with capacity. We're dealing with...
A kid in a group chat of mine said that, lmao, that was nuts. Wait, really? There was a Slash TV post about it. What's Slash TV? Is that some fucking poll shit?
Environment. We're looking for a solution where aircraft can take off and land under any weather conditions. There have been some trials on a circular track with fighter pilots who have landed there. These fighter pilots reported in the beginning it was a bit strange, but after 2 or 3 trials they reported this was very well possible. We can keep on optimizing the system, but at a certain moment small steps don't work anymore. And we really need a new idea to cope with the anticipated traffic.
It's all your fault. Stav started frequenting your hedonist bourgeois show more and more, and now he's betrayed the vanguard proletariat Cumtown podcast party. Thanks a lot, dude. You're planning to get rid of Cumtown of its Greek influences. Work. Congrats. Yeah. Cumtown should fucking really stick it to Stavros by being an exclusively pro-Turkish, pro-1453 podcast. They should join the ranks of Chapo Trap House and firmly stand proudly and tall amongst the Grey Wolves. The most Chad landing. What the fuck is this, bro? What is he even flying? Landing at Juanco y Christine Airport. Bro, this has a shorter runway than a fucking... I feel like this is shorter than a cruiser. There's a place in Scotland where the runway is just a beach. What? As much as you want to support AOC, you also just showed us an hour worth of vids saying the Constitution is bunk and meant to concentrate the power to rich white old men. So caring about electoralism and AOC is massive cognitive dissonance. Brother, if your solution to fixing the underlying problems that have rotten the core of this country, okay, or that have been baked into its fundamental principles. And your goal to destroy that and rebuild it is by, creating a vanguard party. What you must first recognize is, where are the Marxists? In the words of Slavoj Žižek, where are the Marxists? Okay? You in what army, dumbass? What are you going to do? Who agrees with you? Fucking nobody. So in the meantime, as you work to build that part of this this process, I'm pretty sure one way to, make it more successful overall and increase the likelihood that more will join your ranks is by spreading awareness and building some mechanism of power. Rebuilding some kind of mechanism of power that gives more power back to the average layman, the American worker. Okay? It's funny to be like, someone made this of your fits and it was sweet. What? Sometimes when Hasan is excited about an event, he likes to dress up to the occasion to match it, and this is a thread about it. Dressing up as a trainer for Pokemon, Hogwatch, shooting range stream, ivermectin stunlock, cussy stream, Squid Game video. Okay, I had to. Halloween, going to Texas with friends, Christmas. This thread is honestly just Republican cosplay. He's obsessed. I do love doing Republican cosplay. That's true. This is, oh, dude, you guys got me. We should be pushing for people to do more beyond electoralism. Bro, I do already do that. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're never going to find an instance where I'm like, nah, man, just vote and that's it. Like, I talk about this every day pretty much. Every fucking day. I talk about it as frequently as I talk about the top of the hour ad break. It's like two things that I talk about most frequently. That and the top of the hour ad break that comes at the top of every hour. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, of course, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. Or you can do that for free. Yeah, they banned that guy. With a Twitch Prime. That's so parasocial. I don't know why you encourage stuff like this, lmao. That's probably some random Twitter teenager. Bro, you are a random Twitch teenager. What are you talking about? You just wrote in the chat so that the streamer would react to it. Not only that, but you also highlighted your prior fucking comment. What are you talking about? 90% of the content on this fucking stream is completely geared on community involvement. He's like, no, not me, man. I'm so above that, actually. I'm so different, dude. It's like, Weeby is like the #1 fucking guy who's like, oh, dude, you don't feed into stand behavior. Don't feed into stand behavior. And then he like fucking gets off every time I watch one of his videos that he sends me. He loves that shit. He loves being, HasanAbi's special boy in the chat. I'm so different, dude. I stayed away from your streams at first because you were wearing your Trump hat and watching his speech. Wait, really? I think it's pretty good. You're all HasanAbi special boys, okay? And special girls and special MBs. Listen. I do think, oh, fuck, before I do that, hold on. Let me run the ad break. And by the way, Tamana, thank you for the 5 gifted. Vine Sky, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's a way to, because of those people, you can avoid the ads as well. You know, if you get gifted a sub, if you're lucky. Here's a 1-minute ad break now. I love that. Don't call me that, please. Oh, too late. I already did. So, just vote and that's it. I'm like, nah, man, just vote and that's it. Like, I talk about this every day. Okay, why do you do that? Coming to your stream fresh off Among Us, the AOC, and seeing the Alex Jones alert made me an instant fan, not gonna lie. Dude, I like that. I like throwing liberals off with my fucking hog cosplay. Okay. He would rule in the Minecraft community, no fucking competition. Yes, if I was a baby, I would be the #1 Minecrafter on the planet. Like, straight up. Yes, this is true. Especially if I had like a British, if I had like a British accent too, it would be a wrap. It would be over. That's so funny because you did not look like that as a kid. Yeah, I definitely grew into how I look. Yeah, if I was a baby like this, and on top of that had a British accent, okay, we would have already built a vanguard party of like neurodivergent queer Minecrafter teenagers from the Stan Twitter. It would be the most powerful force on the planet. Like literally, they would be like taking over military bases, you know what I mean? They would be like, they'd be flipping tanks and shit. They'd be like, we must dismantle the KKK's imperialist forces from within. The revolutionary potential of the third world cannot be stopped by the imperial core. We must do our part here. And this is why you don't have your FOIA yet? Okay, man. Dude, I really want to know what the fuck's in it now. I really want to know what's in my Freedom of Information Act request. All HasanAbi special boys rise up. This Dino Hog? Wait. Jane Elliott explains the conservative playbook. Wait, what do you mean? She's not pro. What do you mean Dino Hog? This is Jane Elliott. She's like the most famous lib for doing the racism study. Not even a study, but like the outdated like brown eye, blue eye racism shit. We watched it yesterday, by the way. So a FOIA request is a Freedom of Information Act request. It is a power afforded to every single citizen. You can actually send a FOIA request to the FBI to see what they have on you. Like what kind of information they have on you, what kind of investigations they've conducted on you. And friend of the show, Second Thought, had like numerous 200 plus pages written about him, which he called after he got a visit from the Department of Homeland Security. 700 plus pages, sorry. So I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to actually ask for a Freedom of Information Act request because I was too scared to see what the fuck the government had on me. But then Ludwig made one. And he got it back in like a week. And of course they said, we have nothing on you, right? L-wig. And I have yet to get mine, and it's been a month almost. And this morning I hit up Ken Klippenstein, who is the FOIA boy, friend of the show, been helping me with this process. And he was like, yeah, it takes like around a year to get back usually. And he said that like usually the quicker it is, the quicker the FOIA request is fulfilled, the less pages they have on you pretty much. conservatives are all mad. Abortion protests are shut down a freeway in LA. What's your take on that? I don't know what to say about that because, like, in Los Angeles, I mean, I'm in favor of demonstrating power. And, of course, protests are supposed to make people uncomfortable because it's supposed to show you how uncomfortable people that are being protested for are infinitely more uncomfortable than just, someone missing their commute or whatever. Having said that, it's literally in what do you call it? It's in California, so I don't know. Your file is just transcripts of your friend. The reason it's taking so long to get the FOIA request is because it keeps on expanding. No. I guess mine is a phone book looking file since I worked for 2 different DoD contractors handling data destruction and e-cycling, and its server works for state universities, and I'm an immigrant kid. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they don't just like fucking send me, mountains of paperwork. I do want to go through some of the FOIA file after, like, obviously, looking at all the private information on there. But it will be funny. To be fair, it will be fucking funny when the FOIA request comes back and they're like, yeah, we don't have anything on you. So everyone can be like, dude, you suck. See, this is how we know he's a part of the government. This is how we know Hasan is a Fed. The Feds aren't even fucking investigating him at all. They have nothing on him. I think in the FOIA request, like, there's places where, like, you be brought up on, like, people that they're fucking tracking, like anti-government extremists or whatever, How would this work for trans chatters? Do you include stuff with your dead names? Yes. Most likely. Hasan Special Boy, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Gonna look like this. Can anyone get your info as well, or does it need to be the person themselves? What do you think, man? Like, that's not a suspicious way to ask that question. I can't tell if this is just straight up a fucking parasocial chatter or just a stalker. What do you think? Of course, the federal government's not going to send a random person's information to you, dude. What are you, fucking insane? Yeah, bro, I want to know more about my fucking neighbor. Can I just, hello, federal government, can you send me all of the investigations that you've... No, if you're a random person, like if a journalist, and journalists have issued FOIA requests on me, among other people, it just doesn't matter. Lol, not a stalker, might have asked that wrong, lol. Yeah, asking for a friend. Well, basically, like, you can try to do a FOIA request, but they're not going to give it to you. They'll say you'll get a GLOMAR response. If you do a FOIA request for someone else, you'll get a GLOMAR response from the federal government. What if I just say I'm Hasan? You could do that. It is incredibly illegal, and you would go to jail. That is one of those instances where you would 100% go to jail. Like, one of the most illegal things you can do. The easiest way to go to jail. If you think that you can avoid it, I'm telling you right now, you will not be able to do that. You will literally go to jail. It's fraud. What you are doing is engaging in fraudulent behavior against the FBI. It's like asking, what if I told the IRS I'm stealing, I'm not paying my taxes? What then? It's kind of like the one layup that you're giving the FBI. If you want to go to fucking jail, it is the quickest way to do that. You massively overestimate the FBI's competence. You are literally insane if you think that. Please stop. Let's not talk about this. Holy shit. Motherfuckers be like, no, I'm just going to literally do fraud on the federal government. No, it's like such an easy layup. You will go to jail. I'm letting you know. You are massively overestimating the FBI's competence. No, they're... No, don't urge this fucking psycho to do it. Like, what do you mean? I remember you saying you got a Glomar response before. No, someone else got a Glomar response. It was on. You're about Jesse Lee Peterson. What happened? Taking a joke pretty serious there, man. The only thing to joke about is the top of the hour that comes 9 minutes. No, I already ran the top of the hour, didn't I? Like, I just ran it, I think. Pretty sure I ran the top of the hour ad break, boys. Pretty sure we're done with that. I did. Yeah. Okay. What is this? Chuds put out a hit on JLP calling him a groomer and a pedophile. Jesse Lee Peterson exposes a male groomer and sexual predator. Bro, let me tell you something. If there's one fucking documentary I am not watching, is this shit. And it's an immediate self-report that you are watching this documentary, knew about this documentary, posted about it. I know what community you're from if you like this kind of content, okay? It is not, I am not even remotely interested. Let them fight. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to fucking, oh God. Jesse Lee Peterson is a very troubled person, okay? I don't care. I don't want to know. Straight up. Just let him fight. Who cares? Oklahoma City, before he became a leading voice for conservative causes on Capitol Hill, U.S. Senator James Lankford. Let's talk about another groomer pedophile, okay? Senator in 2010 deposition says 13-year-olds can consent to sex. Yeah, before... Dude, Oklahoma trying so hard. They see Texas popping off. I swear to God. Bro. Oklahoma literally is just like, dude, we see Texas really popping off. 19 children dead. How are we going to look worse than Texas? Okay? We can't let Texas get away with it. We can't let Texas get away with it. Oklahoma, once again, deciding that they are worse than Texas. Yeah, they saw me saying Oklahoma was better yesterday than Texas, and they were like, nope, no, we're not. Okay. James Lankford spent more than a decade as the director of youth programming at the Fall Creek Baptist Conference Center. Oh, Lordy. Oh, them Baptists now. You know they get down. A sprawling campground about 80 miles south of Oklahoma City that attracts more than 50,000 campers in grades 6 through 12 each year. The Republican lawmaker's tenure at the camp is a prominent feature of his political profile, noted in the first paragraph of his official Senate biography. You know, he flexes about it. That experience is also coming under renewed scrutiny as the Southern Baptist Convention, which is affiliated with the group that owns the camp, faces a reckoning over its handling of sexual abuse cases. Now, this was a huge report that came out last month. Top Southern Baptist stonewalled sex abuse victims. This was a gigantic Catholic Church style report. Many of you probably never heard about it. I didn't even cover it on this broadcast. I like briefly might have mentioned it. I think I mentioned it a couple times over the past week, over the past month, but never really fully showed it to you. But yeah, the report issued Sunday says these survivors and other concerned Southern Baptists repeatedly shared allegations with the executive committee, only to be met time and time again with resistance, stonewalling, and even outright hostility from some within the EC. 7-month investigation was conducted by Guidepost Solutions, an independent firm contracted by the executive committee after delegates to last year's national meeting pressed for a probe by outsiders. Since then, several top executive committee leaders have resigned, and the body under interim leadership will meet Tuesday to discuss the report. The investigation, what did it find? For many years, a few senior EC leaders, along with outside counsel, largely controlled the EC's response to these reports of abuse and were singularly focused on avoiding liability for the SBC. In service of this goal, survivors and others who reported abuse were ignored, disbelieved, and met with constant refrain from the SBC could take no action due to his polity regarding church autonomy. That's right, libertarian style. Even if it meant that convicted molesters continued in the ministry with no notice or warning to their current church or congregation. The report asserts that the executive committee staffer maintained a list of Baptist ministers accused of abuse, but there is no indication anyone took action to ensure that the accused minister was no longer in positions at SBC churches. The most recent list includes the names of hundreds of abusers thought to be affiliated at some point with the SBC. Survivors and advocates have long called for a public database of the abusers. So they found that this was there was rampant sexual abuse happening within the Southern Baptist Church, and that ministers were engaging in said instances of abuse, and the executive committee, of course, did the Christian thing. What Jesus Christ would have done. Turned the other cheek. Very shocking. Hello, Bixby. I am not going to watch Dr. K's Medical Impacts of Overturning Roe v. Wade. Please stop spamming it. I am not going to watch that right now. Holy shit. Dude. Come on, chatter. SBC didn't denounce slavery until the late 90s, if I recall correctly. SBC's fucking wild. Yeah, well, you know. No surprise there. So anyway, one of the senators, one of the beautiful, brave, bold senators from Oklahoma, does kind of look like a pedophile, is also implicated in said report. In 2009, while Langford worked at the camp, the family of a 13-year-old girl sued a 15-year-old boy who was alleged to have had sex with her at the camp. Langford, who was not in Congress at the time, is not alleged to have had any direct knowledge of the alleged assault, has not been accused of any wrongdoing, and was not a defendant in the lawsuit, which was settled for an undisclosed amount before it was scheduled to go to trial. But in a 2010 deposition of the case, given a week after he was elected to his first term in the U.S. House, Langford testified that he believed a 13-year-old could consent to sex. Yes, I think they can, Langford told Kenyatta Bethea, a lawyer for the girl's family, according to a 155-page transcript of the deposition obtained by the Associated Press. The age of consent in Oklahoma is 16, which, of course, to libertarians might come as not a promise but a threat, and that they want to fucking lower that a little bit, maybe. And although there is an exception to the law for minors between the ages of 14 and 17 who have had sexual contact, there is no provision under which a 13-year-old could consent to sex. When Bethea pressed if his answer was still the same if I asked you that question in terms of your position as a father, Langford maintained his stance. He said, yes, they can. Like, not only was he like, yeah, 13-year-olds can consent to sex, He literally turned around and was like, what if it was your daughter? And he was like, no, for sure. He can, you know, he said it twice, motherfucker, just so you understand. Under additional questioning about whether he would allow his 2 daughters to consent to sex at the age of 13, Langford gave a more expansive answer. No, I would not encourage that at all. Could she make that choice? I hope she would not, but I would not encourage her in any way that with my own daughter. It's unclear whether Langford, who has no formal legal training, was aware of the legal age of consent in the time of his deposition. It's also uncertain whether any criminal charges were filed against the 15-year-old boy. Telephone messages left with Murray County District Attorney Craig Ladd were not returned. I'm just going to leave that here, you know. The testimony is surfacing before Tuesday's primary for the GOP Senate nomination that would allow Langford to seek another term. After early concerns that he could be vulnerable to the challenge from the right, he enters the election in a strong position. Now, he is no longer vulnerable to a challenge from the right. Here's one way that in the state of Oklahoma, you can reaffirm your position and actually completely eradicate any kind of right-wing threat to your seat. I'm not even kidding. Like, Ailey Belay, a spokesman for the Langford's re-election campaign, declined the comment for the story. The revelation of Langford's testimony comes at a difficult moment for the Southern Baptist Convention. Benjamin Lawrence Petty pleaded guilty in 2018 to raping an 8 to 13-year-old girl at Texas at camp. Petty, who was a camp cook, tied a rope around the girl's wrist. Sorry, trigger warning. Mentions of sexual violence. Raped her, threatened to hurt her if she told anyone, according to investigators. Petty was ultimately sentenced to a probation in the case, and a civil case filed by the girl's family against the Baptist General Convention in Oklahoma was settled. The terms of the settlement were not disclosed. Oklahoma Baptist did not respond to questions about how many cases involving sexual misconduct at Falls Creek have been settled. By the way, Oklahoma is fucking insane. But hey, they're pro-life. You know? They love life. Real pro-life shit. There's nothing more conservative or more pro-life than this. All right. Moving on from this story. Here is an actually cool plane that I want to show you before we move on to some other shit. Sky Cruise is a concept for nuclear-powered sky hotel. Why is there no audio on this? Am I? What the fuck? Why is there no audio on this? Thank you, chatter.
Introducing Sky Cruise, a nuclear-powered hotel suspended above the clouds.
Dude, this is awesome because, like, if you thought about Hindenburg when you immediately saw this, okay, think again. Because, like, this has way more of a devastating impact if it blows up.
This futuristic sky hotel...
I shouldn't have said if. I should have said when it blows up.
...gives you the ultimate travel experience. It's big enough to accommodate over 5,000 guests. Its sleek design combines the features of a commercial plane while offering the epitome of luxury. Sky Cruise features a big hall that offers a 360-degree view of your surroundings. Here, you get to enjoy the most breathtaking views of nature from above. An elevator connects the panoramic hall to the main entertainment deck. It allows you to easily shuttle between the two locations. The main entertainment deck is perfect for recreational activities. It features shopping malls, sports centers, swimming pools, restaurants, bars, playgrounds for children, theaters, and cinemas. There's also a separate section for organizing events and business meetings.
I don't think this is possible. Like, the amount of power necessary to even, like, put this on the air, to, like, get it off the ground, is probably, like, 10 cruise ships, dude. What the fuck?
And if you want to declare your love above the clouds, Sky Cruises wedding halls give you and your partner, along with your guests, a unique, memorable experience. The floors of the main entertainment deck are connected via 2 external elevators that...
I mean, it's fire. Don't get me... External elevators? No thanks. What? Why would you... What? External elevators, dude? I do want Murat to come in, but he's currently sitting outside of my pool.
Come with a great view. Each side of the Sky Cruise features 3 balconies or viewing domes that are perfect for a relaxing time. Here, guests can enjoy a wide range of activities, including stargazing and watching Aurora Borealis up close. You don't have to worry about Sky Cruise's carbon footprint. Its 20 electric engines are powered solely by clean nuclear energy.
Okay, I gotta bring him in here, dude. I'm sorry. I literally have to bring him in here.
If these last...
Okay. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna get him to fucking put a shirt on to cover this. This is really important. I could not find him. I do not know where he is. So I peed and I texted him, "You have to come here right now. This is an aviation emergency." Okay. We'll continue and I'll get him to... I don't believe this is real, though. I mean, it's obviously not. It's a concept, but like, I don't believe it could be real. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I definitely don't believe it's real because it's a concept, but I also do not believe that it could be real, for the record. Okay, let's watch this. Not edited or photoshopped. God, he's so sexy. I don't know what to say about this. This is his greatest moment. I was watching this. This was him imitating a trans woman weightlifter. Oh, God. Is he losing weight? That suit's looking a little roomy. Yeah. This is going in my compilation. Straight up. Okay, why blimps could be the future of air travel? Why?
It's that hopping on a jet and flying across the world for a vacation is an amazing privilege that we have definitely been taking lightly. But the lack of flights in the past year hasn't reversed climate change, or even put the slightest dent on it. Right now, everyone is slowly peeking their heads out of the door. International travel, at least partially, is back on. But
it's pretty funny that like we're just running with like YOLO. We're in the fucking Gilded Era, you know? Why don't we just like bring back blimps?
there
Fuck
remains
it.
the small but very real issue of an impending climate emergency. So how do we plan to deal with that? Hybrid air vehicles, or HAV, might have the answer. HAV is a British firm currently worth $32 million, and their Airlander ship is 92 meters long, cruises at 92 miles per hour, and can go for 5 full days in the sky. Its maximum altitude is 20.
Wait, 92 miles per hour? Where the fuck are you? So you want to just like make air travel the least? Like this makes no sense, dude. What the fuck? The altitude is 20. Just it.
After 84 years, its maximum altitude is 20.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Maybe it's like an actual term. What? I just don't.
After 84 years, HAV has come out with a concept for eco-friendly airships that claim to reduce
Brother, it took him 84 years to make this, dude. Dude, go back to the drawing board, dude.
emissions by a whopping 90% compared to traditional flights. You know, that's a pretty big promise. The 100-seater hybrid electric Airlander 10 prototype went into development over 10 years ago. Finally, after years of fine-tuning, they are ready to go into production soon. They even announced a bunch of flight routes they hope to have up and running the same year. The Airlander 10 took its first flight.
Wait. Total journey time is 5 hours and 20 minutes from Liverpool to Belfast. Plane is 4 hours.
To flight routes they hope to have up and running the same year.
Okay. Well, the car kind of betrays that, don't it? Vancouver to Seattle. Car, 228 kilometers, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Airplane, air travel, 3 hours and 6 minutes. Trains, 5 hours and 9 minutes. Okay, well, you have your answer. At that speed, it makes it a lot easier to shit on the peasants. CO2 difference is pretty big at least. Yeah, that's why we should use trains. Look at the CO2 difference. Marginal. Use trains. It is infinitely more efficient. Like this argument is fine, dude. Here, look at that. I solved it. Oh my God. It seems like there's a renewable energy initiative right in front of our eyes that is like profoundly successful and incredibly efficient. You don't need that. Look at that, dude. And like this is NA rail time too, so it could be better. My brother in Christ, we already had this in 1937. Bro, what are you doing, bro? Don't be a spoiler.
These pictures, made from a Pathé News plane less than 4 hours before the tragedy, show the world's largest airship heading for Lakehurst, New Jersey. Over Newark's famous auto skyway, the airship was hailed by thousands who little dreamed it was their final glimpse of the Hindenburg. Inside the silver envelope are 16 separate gas bags, each filled with hydrogen, a highly inflammable gas. From the ground, you can see the forward control.
What's that symbol? I don't know. I think it's like an ancient Indian symbol or something. I wonder what that's
from
about.
which the ship is operated. The windows along the side indicate the location of the passengers' quarters, in which many were carried to a flaming death. Approaching Lakehurst, the Hindenburg appeared a conquering giant of the skies.
Chatters be like, that seems sick. We should get in on that. Surely nothing terrible is about to happen.
It seemed as if fate had set the stage for the horrible tragedy. A graceful craft sailing serenely to her doom. For 3 hours, the dirigible circled the landing field at Lakehurst, New Jersey, dumping more water ballast than ever before in vain efforts to level off.
Dude, we need to bring back the transatlantic voice, honestly. And I don't mean just like for me, like, hey, that's right. Oh, the humanity. The Hindenburg sailing across the blue skies like a trusty steed or a silver bullet. It's so good. It's so fire.
Again she dumps ballast, and a nervous tension grips those who are watching, for this is something unusual. There goes.
Bro, in every community, or in this community in particular, every time we look at something, there's always like at least a percentage of people in the chat that will ride for it, okay? And what I mean by that is this. Every time we talk about nuclear, there's all the nuke boys that go up and they're like, oh, well, actually, the waste is not that big of a problem, blah, 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 blah. I saw motherfuckers in the chat being like, well, technically, they solved the hydrogen issue, actually. Like, you got blip boys in here, dude. That's crazy. I never would have thought that we would watch the Hindenburg and the blimp Andes would rise the fuck up and be like, no, we should be able to do blimps again.
Goes more ballast, but the tale is settling in spite of all that has been dumped. A grim note of impending tragedy. Finally, the landing lines are dropped. These scenes were filmed by Pathé News cameraman William Deek, and you're about to see the pictures he got when the ship exploded. Those aboard leaping for life from a flaming inferno. The actual crash of the Hindenburg. An airship destroyed in less than half a minute.
Spoiler alert. Bro, it seems like people screaming, like the people that are screaming, even they're screaming in like that era's accent. Kind of weird. I know this is like a horrific disaster, but we are kind of removed from this. Also, what came after was like kind of a bigger disaster, so like people didn't really care about it as much, right? But like, you hear motherfuckers down there being like, "Oh, the calamity." It's like, bro, how are you gonna say that right now? So dumb. Even their fucking screams down there on the ground are like with a transatlantic accent. Oh, the misery! Oh, heavens! Goofy ass motherfuckers, bro. They're dying? How many people fucking died? There just wasn't that many people back then, okay? Bro, 36 people died. Dog, we got fucking mass shootings that hit that number now. 36? Dude, I swear to God, dude. 36 people died, bro. That's crazy. That's like not even a fucking... Bro, on a 3-day weekend, okay? On a long weekend in the United States of America, we fucking 10x those numbers, okay? To gun violence. Holy shit. And by the way, for the record, there were 97 passengers and crew on board and 62 survived. 36 deaths included 13 passengers and 22 crew members and 1 worker on the ground. "36 people died, 1 guy on the ground, and they banned blimps altogether. Right now, you got blimp boys in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they know what's up. I can't wait for the blimp lobby to overtake and be like, no, brother, this is actually way better, a way better mode of transportation. It's actually in the Constitution. Bro, 36 people died and they banned blimps. Like commercial transportation of Zeppelins. Meanwhile, in America, no gun control.
Rushing to the rescue, the heroes of the tragedy dash in, heedless of danger to help the injured to safety, while others, beyond help, perish in the flames.
The thing is, like, if that was like a plane crash, everyone would have survived at that level. That's one of the main differences. Like, there is no instance where a plane is at that altitude and crashes and then people fucking die, okay? Like, that doesn't happen. We're looking at the Hindenburg. We have an aviation catastrophe, okay? I need to hear your take on this. Wait, first of all, I need to hear your take on this before anything else. How does this make you feel?
He's trying to beat his PR in the gym.
Come closer. Also, you can sit on the nicer chair, bro. We got a nicer chair now.
Bro, this is my chair, all right?
Murat looks like he never wants to be on stream. I agree, dude. He doesn't. I literally yelled at him to come down here right now. Have you seen this? Now, we were looking at Hindenburg for this reason. Because there's a new mode of air transportation in town. And I, as an investigative reporter, must ask a aeronautical aviation specialist.
Oh yeah? What's the question?
Okay. So first and foremost, this is a disruption in the air industry. You know, the Nazi
Hindenburg?
The Nazi Hindenburg. What's your take on it? Good, bad? Only 36 people died.
Good idea.
Why?
Bad execution. Hydrogen balloons or Zeppelins. Good idea. Bad execution. Well,
so you
lighter
are a
than air.
blimp boy. You're like, you think we should
Blimps
bring
are
this
cool.
back? You think we should bring this back?
Did you know that balloons are the safest mode of air transport?
Why? By sheer casualty numbers?
Like number of passengers, deaths per passenger.
Yeah, because they shut this down after 36 people died.
Yeah. So if it instead of hydrogen, it was helium, it like leaks and then it just slowly comes down. You lose lift. That's it. Right. So they're good for that reason. Obviously, hydrogen being explosive, burning, whatever, that's not good. But material sciences have come a really long way, and we know better now. So
you are a blimp boy. Like, you're actually an advocate for we should have blimps.
Yeah, blimps are cool.
Look at these blimps.
Year.
Have you seen this?
The Airlander
Yeah, I've
10
seen
took
that
its
one.
first flight in August of 2012.
Do you think it's good?
Yeah, why not?
Don't you think trains are better?
Was initially made for the U.S. Army under the name HAP 304.
They serve different purposes.
And it was intended for the surveillance
Trains
of
are a lot
Afghanistan.
more
But for some reason or another,
constrained,
the Army
but they're
Trains are a lot more useful for
Yeah.
commerce than a fucking blimp that...
Oh, 100%.
I mean,
didn't say
dude,
that.
the only thing that's cool about this is the blussy. Like, look at that fat ass fucking... Look at that fat fucking blimp ass, dude. You know what I'm saying?
decided to terminate
They,
the
they
project.
serve a purpose and they're
But I
really
guess
good
have
at
it
that,
come
right?
too far to just
God damn. Oh.
Being airborne and just
oh,
staying
shit.
there.
I'm about to act up, dude. Hold on.
The Army decided to terminate the project. But I guess
Oh, damn. Look at the undercarriage on that, dude. Awooga. Awooga. God damn, dude. Double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon. Got a whole lot of ass. You have no business having that level of ass, dude.
You want something scandalous, though, you got to look up the helium shortage in the world right now.
Why?
So
Are
these
people
are not
just huffing and puffing it?
Up, it just rises, bro.
So there's not enough helium to make this sustainable is what you're saying.
There's like ways to make helium. We can capture it out of the air, but yeah, we don't currently have like a good enough helium supply.
have it come too far
Okay.
to just let the project die. The company repurposed the airship for civilian use. And good thing, too. Taking similar time to an airplane flight, each journey on the
I mean, they showed a whack ass Airbus on there anyway, and if it's not Boeing, I'm not going. You know what I
Was
mean?
that an A380?
I don't know. How the fuck would I know that? I don't have your brand of fucking
Yeah,
brain
it was. So
disease.
it's not a cargo aircraft anyway. if they're
Don't
gonna
these
use it for
still
cargo.
have cargo though?
I mean, all the
Yeah,
airplanes have
all
cargo
air-
capacity,
yeah.
but so this would have 3 floors. The top and second, first and second would be for passengers, and then the bottom would be cargo hold.
To an airplane flight, each journey on the Airlander produces a fraction of the carbon emissions of an airplane flight. Where a 5-hour flight on a Boeing or Airbus would have emissions of 149 pounds per passenger, the Airlander would only...
Murat, please clarify that we don't understand how planes fly. Hasan keeps going on about. My understanding is that they stay aloft via lift generated by the pressure difference between the airflow over the wing and under the wing.
So that's correct, but when you go down to a more micro scale,
You can't show your work mathematically, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Have you ever gotten a Blimp?
only
No,
give
I don't know
about
what it is.
10 pounds of emissions. HAV's chief executive, Tom Grundy, compares the Airlander to a fast ferry. It isn't meant to be a luxury product, but a practical solution to challenges posed by the climate crisis. 47% of regional flights connect cities less than 230 miles apart.
Not in
but
France.
they emit a considerable amount of carbon dioxide while doing so.
Why?
Because they banned
The
it.
new generation of airships
Why,
will get
for
around by riding on jet
I
stream.
think like 300
a
miles.
powerful air
you have
current
to go
that's
by a locomotive.
What a horrible idea.
circles the planet. The airship would
Kilometers,
extend
maybe.
a
I
mile
don't
and a
know the
half
details.
long and circle the globe in 16 days.
Bro,
Hauling
this
more
shit's hella slow though. It's like it can stay aloft for like, or it can stay afloat for like a long ass time, but it only goes 92 miles max speed.
So when you look at like the calculations behind energy, like you're just fighting.
I'm sold.
drag,
I'm
right?
sold. I just saw the fucking hangars and how massive, how comically massive they are, and I am so sold on this. That's
Okay.
sick. That's fucking sick. Dude, come on. That's literally like a video game, dude.
Yeah.
Hangars of this size? Oh my god, dude. How incredible.
You know we have a bunch in New Jersey.
For Blimps?
From like the Hindenburg days.
That's fire. I love that. What
Like,
were you
pretty close
saying?
to where we grew up. So with an airplane, you're constantly trying to generate lift, and to generate lift, you have to go a certain speed, right? and you're fighting friction and resistance, air friction and resistance, right? Here you can go a lot slower, and you don't have to put energy to stay afloat. So you're just combating the air resistance, and that's pretty much it. When you're cruising, right? So it's more efficient, but it's a lot slower. And air resistance is relative to your cross section, your size, right? So you're gonna have more, but you're going a lot slower, so it doesn't matter that much.
Okay. Now I need your answer on this. Is this a concept? Obviously, it's not real, but like
it's a pretty poor concept.
Okay, can it be a real thing?
It can. It's just going to be extremely inefficient, and no one's going to pay for it.
Introducing Sky Cruise, a nuclear-powered hotel suspended above the clouds.
So if I'm not mistaken, the Russians tried to build nuclear-powered aircraft during the Cold War days, but it's not very safe. So
why not?
Because you have a nuclear reaction going on, within a very limited space of the human beings that are also on the aircraft.
So what's up? Just a little bit of radiation? What are you, a pussy?
Well, flying is already pretty radiation intense.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So what's up?
I guess. I don't know.
Sky Hotel gives you the ultimate travel experience. It's big enough to accommodate over 5,000 guests. It's sleek.
We have nuclear subs? Brother, a nuclear sub is incredibly limited and not a fucking gigantic Sky Hotel. That's one. You don't have nuclear submarine cruisers, okay? You don't have like cruise ships that are nuclear submarines. And lastly, that shit's really bad too, but the damage is marginal in comparison to a airplane where there's like air pressure and a lot more can go wrong, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
technically we do have carriers. The aircraft carriers are nuclear powered.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
not an expert in this, but
the aircraft carrier nuclear power is exclusively for like the entire. It's not the actual engine that's nuclear powered, right? I thought it was
it's electric motors.
I thought this is electric motors too, but I thought the actual power came for the nuclear power just like powered up the amenities and shit.
No, it's the power plant for the whole thing. They generate power for everything, I think, including the catapults.
Damn, I didn't know that. We would need nuclear fusion for this to be actually viable, and that won't happen.
All right, well.
Okay, well, this one's
design combines the features of a commercial plane while offering the epitome of luxury. Sky Cruise features a big hall that offers a 360-degree view of your surroundings. Here, you get to enjoy the most breathtaking views of nature from above. An elevator connects the panoramic hall to the main entertainment deck.
I would never go on.
It allows you to
so
easily
dumb.
shuttle between the two locations.
Think about all the diseases that spread on a fucking cruise ship. This would be worse than a cruise ship.
Why?
Because there's no open air either.
What do you mean? You cycle the air in and out. That's not a problem.
What?
There's a lot of cases against this particular thing. Air quality is not one of them.
Is it at work? Wouldn't this like literally fucking, if you have like any kind of a disease that spreads through the airwaves, wouldn't you
It's
be
the same thing as a
infinitely
regular airplane. You just cycle the air.
That's
in
what
and
I'm saying. You'd be infinitely more likely to get like COVID in here if COVID was spreading through this fucking ship, this airplane than on a cruise ship, right? And you're pretty high. Your likelihood to get COVID is pretty high on a cruise ship.
There's a lot of things that are wrong with this idea. Spreading of disease is not one of them. That's like the one thing that we're actually good at. So don't worry about that.
Okay. I feel like I'm finding all the dumbest ways to criticize this because like the entire project.
Aerodynamics is one.
I was going to say the entire project
density is another. Like economic viability is a third. But yeah, no, I'm not worried about.
No,
COVID.
the entire project in and of itself. My main argument against it was like the amount of energy that you need for this to take flight, for this behemoth to take flight is so gigantic, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like that really fat airplane that was in Ukraine that got blown up, RIP.
Oh, the 225, the Antonov?
Yeah, Antonov. Yeah, exactly.
That was
like that one, in order for that to take flight, it literally, it's like burning through multiple fucking coal plants. It's just, This I don't even know what would happen. Yeah, we get very scared. We get very sad about that big boy. We love the big boy.
It was a big loss, man.
Yeah.
The main
talking about making
entertainment
it, I
deck
don't know
is
how real it is.
perfect for recreational activities. It features shopping malls, sports centers.
I love I love
just random
recreational
video clips.
activity. No, but like my favorite thing about a recreational activity is shopping malls. Hey, are you on this airplane cruise ship? Hey, go shopping.
Swimming pools, restaurants, bars, playgrounds for children, theaters, and cinemas.
I love they just took like random.
There's also a separate section for
clips of just
organizing
things that you
events
do
and
just, like,
business
throw it,
meetings.
like, hey, would it be cool if we did it on an airplane?
Bro, they fucking have. Oh, this is
If you
funny.
want to declare your love above the clouds, Sky Cruise's wedding halls give you and your partner, along with your guests, a
So
unique,
does this thing land?
memorable experience.
Or does it shuttle people in and out somehow?
The floors of the main entertainment deck are connected via 2 external elevators that come with a great view. Each side of the Sky Cruise features
What do you think about the elevators outside of the airplane?
Kind of pointless for aerodynamic reasons.
I just like I don't get it. Like, wouldn't that just like one fucking bird and it's a wrap?
Nah.
No, they're strong.
Yeah, we
So you're pro elevators outside of planes. Got it.
No, I think it's just a bad idea for aerodynamic reasons.
Okay. What about viewing domes?
There was a concept out there for putting a viewing dome on like regular
Terrifying.
commercial aircraft.
Literally the worst idea of all time.
No, I mean it's done. Like a lot of military aircraft have it, like from the olden days where you have to like look around for the enemy. It's a thing. I mean, I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
I would shit my pants. I don't understand who the fuck would want that. You would want to like look directly down and see the fucking ground.
Look at the tail of a B-52. They still have gunner posts.
That's pretty sick though.
In its what is it, 70 years of service, there's only been one aerial kill, but from a B-52.
Wait, what the fuck? How do they actually get one? Isn't it so fucking high up there anyway? Like, who is it shooting at?
Other airplanes coming to get it. I mean, in the 50s when they designed it, it was relevant because you had other like airplanes coming to get you. Now it's just
So actually, a B-52 has a confirmed kill.
Yeah.
Other than the obvious number of confirmed kills, which is pretty high, but the gunner has one
there's
confirmed.
a tail gunner on it. Well, not anymore, but back in the day, you used to.
Okay, that's cool.
Sky Cruise features 3 balconies or viewing domes that are perfect for a relaxing time. Here, guests can enjoy a wide range of activities, including stargazing and watching Aurora Borealis up close. You don't have to worry
I
about
like that
Sky
it's all the,
Cruise's carbon footprint.
The Air Force
Its
One
20
paint
electric
schemes,
engines are powered
but in red.
solely by
Communism.
clean nuclear energy. A small nuclear reactor.
So just a tiny nuclear reactor. So another thing is like the difference between like cruisers versus submarines versus like a plane is probably that
Cruiser?
like an aircraft carrier.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't that be? Isn't water pretty good at at stopping a nuclear reactor from? I mean, heat
Really
from
good at cooling
overheating.
it,
Yeah,
right?
cooling it.
But I mean, I don't know what the specific like radiation implications are.
And it's like is it good? It's good at absorbing the blast and shit like that. I feel like
blast.
Well, everything.
So
I mean,
the
you
way
will still
a conventional nuclear power source works is the radioactivity generates heat, and then you will take that and turn it into steam and drive turbines or something like that, right? Or in like you might use use that heat to turn it into energy somehow. So in this case, you would have to like contain all that stuff with you, which would make more weight, which would make it even less feasible, right? And not to forget all the shielding that you'll have to have in place.
I feel like it's if shit breaks down on a fucking aircraft carrier, there's some kind of meltdown or whatever, it's still ultimately in water, whereas this is up in the fucking sky, which will yield many more problems. There are many more points of failure for an aircraft that you need to make sure is I don't know, like designed against.
I mean, dude, whoever put this video together obviously just like wanted to throw a cruise ship in the air. Like the animation of the engines they're gonna show are like your turbofan engines that you have on regular aircraft. That whole engine's designed that way to use, you know, hydrocarbon, whatever, aviation fuel to turn into power, right? If you have power on board, then all you need is a ducted fan. So like the guy has no clue what he's doing. Just randomly threw a concept.
Okay, what happens if this fucking hits, you know, One World Trade Center?
What?
Like, wouldn't this be a nuclear bomb?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like this would be worse than a fucking regular airplane.
Well, yeah. I mean, think about the size of this thing. Forget about the nuclear shit on board.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's a big boy. What do you mean asking for a friend? I'm just saying it's a reactor, not a nuclear warhead. Can it work like a nuclear warhead?
I think it would be more of a dirty bomb, but then again,
yeah, I mean it would probably have fallout, right?
I'm not really worried about that. Again, a lot of things that are wrong with this before you get to that point.
Nuclear reactors cannot explode like a nuke, but there's way more nuclear fallout, than a nuclear reactor. A nuclear bomb has limited amount of fallout. You can live in an area that has been like hit by a nuclear bomb. That's why people live in Hiroshima and Nagasaki now. You can actually start sweeping after like the first 48 hours. However, the nuclear fallout of something like this is way worse than a nuclear bomb. Nuclear weapons are constructed very specifically. You can't make one accidentally. Am I wrong? I think I'm right. No?
Dude, things exploding that are radioactive is no good, right? But the idea behind a nuclear bomb is that they use the nuclear energy to create more explosion. Here, you're just you would be exploding with radioactive stuff everywhere, which is obviously not good.
You are wrong, dude. Just read this. But just read being wrong. Just read. You're wrong, dude. Just read me telling you you're wrong. I'm begging you to learn about nukes. I will not. See, it's not loading. It doesn't want me to learn about nukes. I will not read. Stop telling me to read.
Controlled fusion reaction to provide the Sky Hotel with unlimited energy. Thanks to nuclear energy, the hotel never runs out of fuel
lined up
and can remain suspended in the air for several years without ever touching the ground.
So how do people come in and out?
They would fly up to it. Duh. What do you mean, like refueling?
And do they is the airplane landing, or is it just next to it with like a bridge of some sort? What kind of velocities are we looking at?
Like
something this big is probably gonna have to go pretty fast to be able to generate that kind of lift. So you need other aircraft that can go that fast, and now you're doing these like relational maneuvers at high speed. That's not good. Also, how far are you going? Where are you going? These are all questions that need to be answered.
What if you
are
just
you
want
maintaining these motors that are gonna be flying for years and years?
Well, okay, you're not thinking big enough. Okay, here, let me explain what this is for. Who would want to stay away from the plebs for 5 years, suspended in the air?
Plebs? What is a
pleb? Workers, the lumpen pros, just poor
like rich people.
Elysium, bro. It's a documentary. That's what this is. They want to this is Snowpiercer. This is Sky Snowpiercer. This is a way for the wealthy to fucking escape when, climate change inevitably destroys the entirety of the planet.
So we made an airplane that's in the atmosphere polluting up there. It's a lot more efficient that way.
No, it's not. It's nuclear, dude. That's why it's not polluting. Think about that. Yeah. Cloud piercer. Sky piercer. Piercing through the top of the hour ad break. Oh! At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. Nuclear is clean energy. Yeah, no. Until it's no longer clean. Like when it's waste. And then it's like the least clean energy. Anyway, at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free. What do you think of this plane, Murat? Subscribe for $5 or for free. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. I don't know where she is. She was in here before. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
When you said it's an aviation emergency, I thought you were talking about like the Utah Cessna air crash.
What? No, dude. This is an aviation emergency. Ask me about this one too. Oh, this one's dumb as fuck, but you're probably gonna say it's sick because they want to do a circular runway.
There was like some YouTube video I watched about this that explained why this is a bad idea. I don't remember what the specifics were, but yeah, it's not great.
Dude, I don't know. Call me old-fashioned, but I think like, you know, a flying nuclear reactor seems like a bad idea. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot that can go wrong, and it's kind of not worth it for that reason. But I do think the nuke boys love this shit.
Something like this was to happen, it wouldn't look like a conventional aircraft. You would be looking at different like air speeds. You'd be looking at different wing shapes and wing geometries to be able to create massive amounts of lift at lower velocity, right? You don't want to push it that fast. You wouldn't need such a large horizontal stabilizer, for instance, because you don't have to worry about with that many engines, you don't have to worry about like a flame out while you're trying to take off, right? It just wouldn't look like this. It would look much different.
Yeah, that's why this is an art project.
I mean, it's pretty ugly.
And not made by a STEM lord.
With Sky Cruise, you do not need to worry about air turbulence. Its navigation systems feature a state-of-the-art command deck that uses artificial intelligence to
this is sick. They just like straight Mass Effected this. They're like, this is a spaceship.
Predict air turbulence minutes before they happen. If any potential air turbulence is detected, the system automatically prevents any vibrations from happening. It creates anti-vibrations that work like noise-canceling technology.
That like detect waves and stabilize. So they literally took a cruise ship and like everything on it, they tried to make it air.
Yeah, it's the grossest thing. I hate cruise ships.
I might be going on my first cruise this year.
It's disgusting. You should not do it. You should not participate in the cruise ship enterprise.
Okay, well, I might.
Nasty. I hate it.
The Sky Cruise to glide over the.
Also, this is not. You can't factor in turbulence like this, right? You cannot calculate the likelihood of turbulence.
No, I mean you can tell where it is. The actual like what's happening in turbulence. I'm not an expert in this, but it's supposed to be pretty chaotic, so you can't like stabilize it. The only thing you can do is just be big as hell, which this is, right?
Oh, so the bigger it is, the harder it is to be impacted. Oh yeah, I guess
because like you have more mass, right?
A Cessna, when it hits turbulence, is like super shaky versus like a larger plane is not. If you get in like a smaller plane, like a puddle jumper, you feel it way harder.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how violent the turbulent air is too, though.
Yeah.
Vibrations with ease. Everything is engineered to perfection for your own comfort and safety.
I don't know why you'd have elevators on the outside. That's really weird.
Say goodbye to jet lags, motion sickness, or the fear of flying.
What? No. No. Say goodbye to the fear of flying? No, I think this will not take away the fear of flying. If anything, it's going to make it worse.
Cruise has got you covered in case of any medical emergencies. The hotel features a facility equipped with the latest medical technology.
Why would there be an MRI, dude? What the fuck? Bro, this is literally Elysium.
With a hologram of your brain.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, here, quickly go in the MRI on the nuclear cruise flight. This is literally Elysium. This motherfucker just ripped off Elysium.
My question is why? Like, why are you flying? What's the point of this?
But where would you fly with this?
Like, you're going to go around the world, okay, it takes about, what, like 24 hours, and then what?
I just
do it again and again and again.
I genuinely don't understand it. Like I don't get it. Do you need airplanes to be this big?
Depends on what you're trying to do, but no.
It's only to circle a destroyed Earth. Yeah, it's only to circle.
Yeah, but where are you getting your food from? Where are you getting your fresh water from?
That's a really good point.
Where are you getting
how the fuck
from?
would you? Yeah, how the fuck would you fly for 5 years without? I mean, you'd have to refuel like nonstop. Well, not refuel, but re-up and like restock nonstop in the air. Yeah.
So there are other limitations than just your fuel when you're airborne for so long.
I'm a nuclear engineer. You have to control rods made of boron, cadmium, silver, hafnium, or in what? or indium. They are used to control the rate of fission. A reactor like this would probably be cooled by liquid water. Reactors do not contain enough refined material to reach critical mass in an uncontrolled way.
Well, there you go. There's your answer.
Healthy and fit so you can enjoy your journey without any
I'm
disruptions.
at a hotel. Let me get an MRI real quick.
Like there's no instance where you're like,
wait, what's going on in the rear wheels? I want to see that.
Okay.
What's with the ramps?
I don't know. Yeah, why is the back like that?
Despite having several large landing wheels, Sky Cruise rarely lands on the surface. Supplies and guests are delivered to the hotel
Why is the
using
landing gear
electric
open?
commercial airliners and private jets,
Why does it have
which
the
take off
presidential
from different
insignia on it?
airports.
Yeah, it's Air Force One. Bro, they're
Why is
telling
it in
you.
pink?
They're telling you what this is for. This is
what liberal America's
yeah.
like.
No,
Create
this
a
is
pink Air Force One.
This is Gay Force One. Okay. Once you know it was made illegal to be a straight. Okay. And that no other president could ever be straight. We decided, you know, this is Gay Force One now. And this is the future liberals want. All the liberal elites are hiding on there in here. Whereas like all the
why is the shape of the elevator vertical against the airstream? Like they could have just turned it 90 degrees, right?
What do you mean?
Like look at it, it's just heading into the wind.
How? Oh, they would do a side by side, right? Or
Like something. I don't know. Like it's just a flat wall.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know how that would work. I've spoken with the guy who made this pitch, and he said the primary funding would come from the top of the hour. No, we ran it already. I ran the top of the hour.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Around the world. All maintenance and repairs are also done above the clouds. The concept was originally designed by Tony Holmeston and reimagined and animated by Hashim Al-Ghaili.
How did the smaller airplane get in there? The glass dome is in the way. Yeah, can a fucking like a Boeing plane maneuver itself that easily that it can like land directly on top of it like this?
I mean, you could theoretically do that, but again, there's a lot of things that are wrong with it. That's not one of them.
So there's no way that this. I mean, so literally, this is technically possible. You could make this. It would just
not
be
that. It wouldn't look like that.
It wouldn't look like that, but you could make something this large fly
So
for
there's
5
air-to-air-
years.
There's air-to-air aircraft docking and you know for refueling you connect one aircraft to another. There were some airborne aircraft carrier ideas from like the turn of the century. So those technologies can exist. That's not really the problem. You could make a theoretical, you know, power source that could power electric engines, right? So you could theoretically stay aloft for a long time. You could figure out ways to do maintenance on your aircraft so it stays open. So that's all like possible, but the amount of technology development that would have to happen before anything's viable is a really, really long time. And after that, you have to figure out the economic business case for it. And like the Concords, right? If you don't have the money for it, it just goes away.
Are you an advocate to bring back Concords?
Hell yeah, dude. Supersonic air transport is dope.
But it killed too many rich people.
No, dude. That's not the problem with the Concorde.
That's not the problem with Concorde? What was the problem with Concorde?
It's too expensive.
It was just not feasible?
Yeah.
Do we not have technology to make it feasible now?
Economically, no. Because don't forget, we haven't built them in a long time. The types of engines it has is too inefficient. You need all this special equipment for it. Like, think about it. When you look at the 777X, the new one, like we had to put in like folding wingtips, right? So it can land at common commercial airfields and go up to the gates. The A380 can't go up to gates in every airport. Well, you also can't land in every runway.
Yeah, flex on Airbus, dude.
No, the point I'm trying to make is like there's already a lot of infrastructure out there for a specific parameter. And if you go outside those norms, it becomes really, really expensive. So that's kind of what makes it, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? You build the infrastructure for a certain type, and now because that exists, you can't go outside of those norms.
Why not, bro? Envision a better tomorrow with Concord.
Okay.
Okay, what do you have to say about this?
Episode of Real Engineering is brought
There
to
we
you by
go.
CuriosityStream.
You love
Watch over
Real Engineering, don't you?
2,400
Like Real
documentaries
Engineering.
for free for 31 days at curiositystream.com/real engineering.
We're
Some
aggressively
crazy things happened during the Cold War. Dogs were put into orbit, bears were fired out of supersonic
What was it? The dog's name? Troika?
jets, and
It's
humans
odd that you
landed on
know
the
that.
moon. Needless to say, humans were going through a rough breakup. and
Laika.
were
It was
really
Laika.
trying to find themselves.
Not Troika.
All of these events were centered
Relka
around
and-
one
Bro,
technology.
dude,
that
look at the entire chat knows the dog's name.
Why? Did you watch a video on it?
No, because they're all fucking USSR weirdos, dude. They love USSR
changed the
history.
game for every human on this planet: nuclear energy. The bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima woke the world to a nuclear future, changing the political and cultural landscape of the world forever, infecting the imaginations of people all over the world, spawning monster stories like Godzilla in Japan and heroes like the Incredible Hulk and Spider-Man in the United States.
What did you mean? Did you not learn about this in fucking history? It's like the most known though. No, I have a T-shirt of it though. Like I have him on a T-shirt.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about dog space exploration in Turkey history
No,
class.
not at all.
People dreamed of a future where electricity
Definitely
was
not
free,
American history
while
class either.
simultaneously fearing the ever-present threat of nuclear annihilation. These fears and dreams came together to form perhaps one of the most interesting technologies conceived during the Cold War: nuclear-powered planes. During World War II, research and development of nuclear energy had been focused on its weaponization, but with the war's conclusion, the United States began to seek out ways of utilizing the power of the atom to fuel their energy needs. The Atomic Energy Commission was created in 1946 with the express purpose of commercializing this new technology. And just 1 year later, the US Air Force invested $10 million into studying the feasibility of utilizing this energy to power their long-range bombers. In an era before in-flight refueling and ICBMs had been perfected, the technology was appealing. With just a small amount of fuel, a bomber could fly indefinitely. It would be capable of reaching anywhere in enemy territory.
Funny to think that 50 million was what the investment was for nuclear spaceships. Now it's like, you know, the budget of the LAPD is $8 million a day. Just to put things into consideration. Yeah, the LAPD spends $8 million a day.
I wonder what NASA's budget is in relation to our total.
An omnipotent threat to any adversary. Despite the obvious dangers of combining these two technologies, the possibilities proved too tantalizing. From 1948 to 1951, the brunt of the research centered around a means to transfer the energy generated by nuclear fission to propulsion. Heat energy is gained through nuclear fission. When uranium is bombarded with a neutron, it absorbs that neutron into its nucleus, which causes severe vibrations,
Dude,
ripping
this is too
the atom
nerdy. That's
apart,
why you love this
producing
shit.
Heat, additional neutrons, and new, lighter atoms. But the sum of the products that split are lighter than the original atom. Experimental proof of Einstein's groundbreaking 1905 paper teaching the world of the energy and mass relationship through the equation of E equals mc squared. The energy released by a single uranium fission reaction like this is tiny, at 200 million electron volts, but crucially, uranium produces additional neutrons when it splits, allowing for a chain reaction to occur.
Bro, I was not put on God's green earth to do science. I just like, even when it's like the most like pop science way of describing shit, I'm like, what? Do you watch it? Do you get hard when you watch it? You're like, oh man, this is so sick.
No, but it makes me realize how bad we are at educating people, because these videos are super simple compared to like the theoretical stuff you have to study in school.
Bro, what do you mean it's super simple? Maybe not everyone needs to learn this shit, okay?
Okay.
What the fuck? This is not simple, bro. Shut the fuck up. Why are you flexing on me?
I'm not saying this is simple. I'm saying the video is a lot better at educating you than the theoretical monotone description.
So,
and
for very little input energy, we get a tremendous amount of kinetic energy as an output in the form of heat. When controlled, this reaction can give us energy to heat water and power our steam turbines. When uncontrolled, this reaction gives us the atomic bomb. Experiments began here in the Idaho
There was a leap
National
there,
Engineering and Environment Laboratory. dubbed the HTRE, standing for the Heat Transfer Reactor Experiment. These engines sought to find the most efficient solution
What
for
the
transforming.
fuck? Bro, this is some real Mad Max shit, dude. This is fucking sick. This is sick as hell, dude. Look at this old Bertha. I call this one my hog.
That is some Mad Max shit.
Oh my god, Big Mama.
Bro,
she was called Big Mama.
You just gotta throw a guy playing the guitar on the front of it. And
Yeah.
Good to go.
That's Big Mama, baby. Put some respect on that name.
Are
Oh
they
yeah.
towing it or is it a nuclear powered truck? I missed it.
This thermal energy into thrust. These engines, the HTRE, standing for the Heat Transfer Reactor Experiment.
No, I
These
think-
engines sought to find the most efficient solution for transforming this thermal energy into thrust. They eventually came to the HTRE-3, consisting of two modified General Electric J47 engines that would perform both propulsion and cooling functions. Air would be ducted from the low-pressure compressor through the reactor core, where it would gain heat and expand. This air would then pass through the high-pressure turbine and exhaust to provide power and thrust. As the air was needed for cooling, the engine had to be started using traditional fuel sources, allowing the air to pass through the cool reactor core. Once sufficient airflow was achieved, the reactor could then be brought up to power. The engine contained a temperature-controlled thermocouple, which
sick.
fed data to a control module, which would automatically close the chemical fuel valve as the heat of the nuclear reactor began to be
isn't this
added,
kinda
until
how-
the valve was completely closed.
Isn't this how that fucking satellite that they just threw into space operates too? Like powers
Okay,
itself?
you're taking James Webb and you're comparing it to this. This is like two different things.
No, but like, isn't the principle the same? The way it powers itself?
I don't remember the specific.
The Voyager, not the James Webb. But the one that's like
Voyager's been up there. for
or
a
not the
while.
Voyager, the one that has to like to flip. Was that the James Webb one? No.
The one that had to like open up.
Yeah, the one that has to open up and then turn. Bro, I swear to God, it has the same like what is it? Thermal coupling? Is that what it is, chat? Don't you have a
No
patent?
air in space? Somebody said.
Don't you have a fucking patent for this, dude?
No, my patent's in waste heat energy recycling.
Yeah, dude. How about you? You just wasted that patent by not even knowing that I was right.
Thermal coupling.
James Webb is solar powered. I don't fucking know. I don't know what I'm talking about. James Webb is solar only. They don't need that. The thermocouple for data transfer might be the same. Thermocouples are in a lot of things, though. It's not a special thing.
No, thermocouple. He
The
said because he doesn't know the words, not
HTRE-3 was
because he
successfully
doesn't know what
run
thermocouples
multiple
are.
times, but there was still several problems to be solved. Perhaps chief among these was the energy transfer method's propensity for spewing radioactive air out of its exhaust. This was an open or direct cycle configuration, meaning the air is directly used to cool the reactor core. This was a simpler setup requiring no additional pumps within the nuclear reactor that the program managers at General Electric preferred, but resulted in air passing through the highly radioactive core.
The mechanism on the James Webb was for heat dissipation, bro. Yes. She's tired. She's yawning, bro. She's a tired dog.
And thus being contaminated and subsequently exhausted to atmosphere. Obviously not an ideal situation, and this program actually spurred the creation of the very first molten salt nuclear reactor through the ARE, or Aircraft Reactor Experiment. This was instead a closed cycle system, where a molten uranium tetrafluoride salt is used as a fuel, while a secondary closed loop containing molten salt with no uranium was used as a
This
coolant.
is not simple, dude.
This
What the
coolant
fuck
would
is
then
happening?
pass through a liquid to air heat exchanger.
Dude, I literally have not understood anything since this.
Okay. Listen.
Don't try to explain it.
You have a heat source.
Okay.
It heats up the molten salt. Now the molten salt is hot. That runs through the core of the duct. I guess those are turbofans. No, turbojet engines. And that runs a high pressure that runs the high pressure section of the inside of the engine.
I've already
basically
lost.
What's happening is air is coming in, cooling off the salt. Salt goes into
What the fuck is the salt
radioactive area.
doing?
It's just it's a working fluid for transferring the heat.
Why don't they use something else? Why do they got to use salt?
I guess it's really good at transferring like heat from very, very hot objects. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I've never heard of molten salt before, but it makes sense.
Okay, got it.
Power the turbine. This would result in radically reduced radioactivity in the exhaust.
So
but
basically,
required more plumbing
air
to
is not running
circulate
through the radioactive core. The molten salt working fluid is.
Okay, got it.
Working material, whatever.
Like, can we eat that salt? Is that edible?
I mean, if you want to become the Hulk, maybe.
Wait, really? Can I mutate, like in a good way, and not like
No,
in
in a
the
very bad way is what will happen.
in the cancer kind of way? Is that the only way you mutate in that circumstance?
That would be my guess. Yes.
I want to mutate in the cool way, but okay.
Two fluids in the two inner closed loops and resulted in a lower efficiency as we.
No, it is thorium. Oh yeah. What episode are you on?
I'm on like 3 or 4 of season 3.
Wait,
I'm waiting for you, dude.
Wait, you passed me? We have to watch literally tonight. We have to watch like season 3 tonight.
Okay.
What the fuck? I can't believe you passed me, you motherfucker. What do you mean? I literally was waiting for you. That's why I didn't watch season 3.
All right. Well, I watched the episode that we watched together.
Okay, good. I haven't watched another episode.
I don't know if I watched one after that or not, but we can just.
Oh my god, this fucking piece of shit. He literally was like, "What are you watching, man? The Boys?" And I was like, "Bro, I will sit here and I will watch season 1, episode 1 with you because I know you're gonna love it." And then he fucking loved it, and he just watched he watched all of it. He binge watched it, and now he's past me.
What's up?
You're bad. You're a bad brother, dude. Holy
I'm a
shit,
baddie, dude.
That's some treacherous shit. Look at this fucking simp ass chat. You would never allow anyone to do this. Okay, this is the worst kind of
chat,
disloyal
you should ask,
movement.
Hey, Murat, where did you watch this video? Was it literally on Hasan's couch waiting for him to come watch it with you?
Okay, let's continue. That's not true, but you're just gonna lie, and then I'm gonna have to beat your ass. Okay.
We are introducing an additional heat transfer step that allows more heat to be lost to the plumbing and environment. This method was never tested with a jet engine, but this is the earliest ancestor of the thorium reactors, which are easily the most requested topic on this channel.
So
as a
thorium
result of their
reactors are
potential
supposed
to
be,
provide
super good
cheap
and
and
super
safe
safe,
nuclear
but we never
energy,
invested in them, so we
both
don't know.
research and funding.
Why don't we invest in thorium reactors?
I'm sure someone in chat knows a lot better than me. I just know some speculative random stuff. Like,
Is it because the fossil fuel
like
industry
that Dogen
fears?
told me about it.
Is it? Oh no.
Yeah.
Then I don't believe it. Is it because the fossil fuel industry fears the success of the thorium? They don't exist.
Thorium?
We don't have a sustainable way to mine it. You can't make bombs from thorium. One product.
That's one of the things. Yeah. So the way it's supposed to work is like, I think with uranium, and I don't know this for a fact, is you're supposed to fight. Once you have the fission going, you have to fight it to keep it in the safe zone, right? If you let it go, it can have a meltdown. But with thorium, you have to keep putting in energy to keep it at that state. So if something was happening, you just, stop the cycle and it cools down on its own. But again, I don't know.
They're experimental still. Only China is investing in it and has just one, if I recall correctly. Molten salt becomes liquid at a very high temperature at low pressure, just like water, more efficient and safe.
For this technology was gradually dropped. Had the program developed further, these molten salt reactors likely would have gone on to power any eventual bomber, had the power to weight issues been overcome. These power to weight issues were one of the primary roadblocks facing designers. While nuclear energy can provide extremely long-lasting energy, its power output, the energy provided per unit time, is not.
Wait, thorium still creates nuclear waste. Mining and refining it is dangerous. It's economically inefficient. So I can't tell if that's like real or if it's just the oil lobby speaking. I don't know. We built a small functioning one before China has built a full-scale thorium one. China starts up first 4th generation nuclear reactor. The reason why they don't exist is because it's only accessible during the mid-hour break. Bro, come on, dude. Stop. At this point, it's like, it's just a sequence of chat trying to fucking bait me into the top of the hour ad break when it's not even the top of the hour. They're like doing it at like 3:10, 3:20. You know what I mean?
5:27, dude.
Stop trying to fucking bait the ad break, brother. What the fuck? Okay, we'll watch the thorium video from Salmonella. Do you like these guys?
Thorium rocks. I have no idea. I've
Not
never seen them before.
infinite. Nuclear reactors like this have maximum power settings, limited by the heat the cooling system can transport away before it can begin to melt and damage the reactor.
Wait,
and
season 4 is the latest season of The Boys?
No, 3 is.
Oh, then keep watching. I'm on the latest season. I thought you passed
No,
me.
I'm at the latest season. We watched the first episode of the last season.
Oh
together.
my God, you did pass me.
I did, but I'm just saying that's the last season.
That's so fucked up. Okay.
its control mechanisms.
You, bro. There's no season.
This made it
Okay,
difficult to
okay.
design a reactor capable of providing enough energy to power jet engines with enough thrust to get the gargantuan weight of the reactor off the ground. The HTRE-3 is estimated to have weighed 45 metric tons and
H3.
could produce up to 35 megawatts of thermal output.
Bro, this is the most boring way to cover this, bro. He's like explaining the fucking science behind it instead of like why it didn't work.
What's the channel called again, Abby?
Shielding for an aircraft.
Fucking nerd channel, dude. That's what it's called. Real engineering for real
and
nerds.
What are you expecting out of these people?
I wanted it to be like fun. Like it didn't work because the scientists all mutated and then they had to subsequently close down the program and hide the truth about nuclear powered airplanes.
Yeah,
Like,
but
that's what I was waiting.
That wouldn't be real engineering.
Yo, that would be fucking fun and cool. What the fuck is this video?
To do this, Convair modified a B-36, renaming it the NB-36H Crusader. The B-36 was the only aircraft in the United States arsenal capable of taking off with a massive nuclear reactor and its associated shielding and coolant systems, fitting it with a small 1 megawatt reactor dubbed the ASTR, or Aircraft Shield Test Reactor.
Bro, I can't even watch a Kyrgyzstak's video. I think Kyrgyzstak's videos are too boring. So
What's Kyrgyzstak?
like Kyrgyzstak, I don't know. It's like literally the lowest point of entry into like not even science half the time. So even that has too much science for me.
Was lifted from a shielded underground vault and mounted.
Also, they lie. Yeah, they are Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Andy's.
Okay, but I want to point out this thing lives in a shielded underground bunker. They have to lift it up onto the airplane.
Why?
It's a nuclear reactor, dude.
That's why.
Mounted in the B-36's bomb bay moments before takeoff. A plane could never carry the amount of lead needed to shield every facet of a reactor, so this plane would test shadow shielding, which would primarily shield the crew and instruments in the cockpit.
Oh,
shielding for the reactor.
Oh, so it's like a double whammy. If you're coming
like an
in,
umbrella that's like protecting you from the
yeah.
radiation. That's
Well,
it.
if you're also like a fighter jet that's like approaching the plane, you can die in like 30 years from cancer. It's like extra protective, dude.
Was achieved with water tanks, which could be filled or drained to vary the shielding and allow the nuclear engineers on board to assess the minimum volume.
Yeah,
of
you
water
might have won the
needed
battle,
to
but you
protect
lost the
plane's
war to
crew
cancer.
and instruments. With a 5-ton, 13-centimeter lead shield mounted between the reactor and the crew compartment. On top of this, the crew compartment was an 11-ton lead and rubber shielded removable section. The leaded glass windows were a foot thick, and a closed-circuit TV
Holy
system was
shit.
used to monitor the reactor.
Yeah,
the plane
this
was
seems
further
not like
modified
a good
with air
idea.
scoops to
Do you
funnel
get
air
why
to the
we don't
coolant
have
system
it?
that would trade heat with the internal closed-loop water coolant and then exhaust the heat to atmosphere. The Crusader made its maiden flight on September 17, 1955. The reactor provided no power to the engines, but the plane would make a total of 47 flights, which occurred only over remote
Wait, so
land,
they didn't even
far
use
from
it?
human populations.
No, they were testing out
the plane
what it
was
would be
escorted
like to
at
fly
all
with a
times by a
reactor.
B-50, which contained sensors to measure any air-scattered radiation emitted from the reactor and air coolant system. It also contained a team of Marines ready to parachute and secure a crash location if the need arose. At this point, the United States was at the forefront of
Interesting. America's never, fumbled the bag on mishandling nukes. So
aircraft nuclear propulsion technology, and likely could have developed the technology far enough to produce a nuclear-powered plane, but for the best, it never came to fruition. On November 18th, 1958,
This is my shit. This is
the
what I wanted to hear.
HTRE-3 engine suffered a meltdown when temperature sensors malfunctioned, recording a lower temperature and withdrawing control rods. This may have been the impetus to shake sense into the US government, to remind them that a mobile nuclear meltdown was simply not something they wanted to contend with. On top of all this, with the advancement of aerial refueling and intercontinental ballistic missiles, the technology was made completely redundant. President Kennedy ultimately cancelled the program in 1961, just 1 month into his presidency.
Damn, bro, that's why they killed him.
Putting an end to the insane idea. This hysteria and fear of aerial bombing has made humans do some astounding, evil and stupid things. If you'd like to learn more about this gradual descent into madness that the advent of aerial bombing fostered, I highly recommend watching this documentary titled The Bombing War, From Guernica to Hiroshima. It takes you from the first small grenade dropped from a plane in World War I all the way to the monstrous and
Damn, bro, the fucking... Some homie dropped a grenade in World War I and they were like, yo, this is actually fire. This is actually pretty good.
It's a game changer.
Immediately after that, they literally did that in Oklahoma, in Tulsa City.
Not immediately, but yeah.
Pretty closely after that. When the fuck was that? Didn't they use like literally fighter jets that they had from World War I era?
Jets, I think they
well,
had
not
like,
fighter jets,
just
but like
random
planes.
airplanes and people dropping stuff.
And they were like, yeah, this is a great meta. We should do that. Yeah, 1921.
necessary bombing campaigns that took place in Europe and Asia in World War II. It's a fascinating insight into the minds of the civilians.
Like,
that
fuck
lived
the first guy that was like, click, just dropped the fucking grenade. Birds were doing that for ages. JFK was a blimp boy. They couldn't let him live long enough to bring about the blimp revolution. There's a company working on supersonic planes, and United are working with them and have already committed to buying 50 of their planes already. Boom Supersonic. What the fuck is Boom Super? Dude, what's happening?
The supersonic boom, bro.
Okay, but like,
so
what the fuck? What do we got? Like artisanal? Do we have artisanal fucking plane manufacturers now? What is happening?
There are a lot of like startups working on different types of aircraft. There's like electric propulsion places. There's people doing supersonic, but because the cost of entry is so high, it's like more concept than actual product development.
So it's a sequence of scammers.
No, these are real technologies.
Travesty that there are only 25 blimps left. I agree. It is a travesty.
I actually went to a blimp manufacturer earlier this week.
What? Why?
I'll tell you about it off stream.
Why would they even have blimp manufacturers? That makes no sense. Okay. Let's watch the Thorium thing. Thorium rocks. Science Sundays.
Oh, there you go.
Thorium is the bomb. One reason being, it isn't.
Hey kids, can I tell you a secret?
Is this the guy you were telling me about?
Come here.
No, I don't know.
Closer. Nuclear energy? It's not a bad thing. Sure, 30 years ago, things like Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island were certainly something to worry about. Today, however, it's a different story. Let me tell you kids about thorium. Thorium is uranium's neighbor, just 2 houses down. He's a lot like uranium, just he's a lot more chill. Uranium's the type
no nuclear if no nuclear reactor failures have happened like in, since 1980s. I mean, I feel like this is the perfect reading level for you.
No, I like this video, dude. Keep playing.
I mean, dude, I like the video too, but it's like it doesn't Fukushima account for that. I guess it's like a natural disaster.
To do a half-assed job during the day and spend every night doing Jaeger bombs and blasting Kendrick Lamar, you know the type. Thorium, on the other hand, is more career-oriented, and at the end of the day, he's cool with just watching Netflix, eating Ben & Jerry's. Let me walk you through all the steps of nuclear power, and you'll see why thorium is so great. Let's start with mining. So when somebody doesn't feel like getting out of bed, they'll, whine and moan and roll over. Likewise, when uranium doesn't want to get out of bed, he releases deadly cancer-inducing radon gas. This means workers have to put up expensive ventilation systems just to, not die. Thorium's chill. You go to wake him up, he understands he's got a job to do. Goes without a fuss. And even when you do get uranium up, like the lazy bastard he is, he has much less concentration in his ore compared to thorium, so more work has to be done just to get the same amount of material. The Earth's crust also has much more thorium in total than uranium. About 3 times as much. So you got your ore, and you've extracted it. Ready for work, right? Wrong. You see, natural uranium mainly consists of two different isotopes, uranium-235 and uranium-238. 238 kind of sucks at life, so uranium has to undergo enrichment to up its concentration of 235. Uranium's kind of like that kid with ADHD, right?
But if you're the Iranian scientist that's doing that enrichment, you will get executed when you're on vacation by the Israeli Defense Force. Militants. Assassins.
You got him in the building, but you still got to give him his own little room and a couple
not even it's Mossad, not IDF.
In before he starts doing anything productive. That's expensive. Thorium, on the other hand, look at him.
Or by Maverick. in the latest blockbuster hit, Top Gun Maverick.
He's got his sneakers laced, glasses on. He's ready to go. No enrichment needed. Finally, you're ready to make some power. This part's important, kids. Pay attention. So this is where the biggest difference between uranium and thorium comes in. You see, uranium is fissile, whereas thorium is fertile. This means uranium can do his job all by himself, just doing his thing all on his own. Whereas thorium's kind of a cripple. He needs a little bit of someone else just to give him the push he needs to start releasing energy. This might sound like a bad thing, but if you think about it, it's a lot safer. If you've got your power production process started and shit suddenly hits the fan, uranium's just going to keep going. You can try to move him around, cool him down or whatever, but at the end of the day, this man's going to be swinging, and it's not going to be a good day for anyone. Thorium, he's only got one leg. Piss him off, he takes a swing at you. Just push him over, you're good. Please note, Salmonella Academy does not condone pushing cripples. And that's what thorium reactors do. They allow the barely radioactive liquid thorium to drain away from its helper in the event of an accident, so there's no way for things to escalate. Much safer. But while the process for thorium is better, most of the time people care more about the results. Well, it just so happens thorium is pimping in that regard as well. CERN estimates...
Yeah, this is a much better video because of the ableism. The ableism is helping me learn better. That's what I needed. Turns out, real engineering, not ableist enough, okay? That was the big issue with that one.
Estimates that 1 ton of thorium is capable of producing as much energy as 200 tons of uranium. That's a lot. To compare, that's also equivalent to 3.5 million tons of coal. But let's talk about byproducts.
Wait,
thorium being as pure as it is.
Thorium was not as good as uranium. Was not as efficient as uranium. He's saying it's the exact opposite.
Compared even to enriched uranium, produces about 100 times less nuclear waste. So whereas we might not have as many X-Men, that also means much less work has to be done to dispose of the material. Additionally, it's very difficult to make a nuclear weapon out of thorium, since it can't do much on its own. The only thing that's really weaponizable about thorium plants is that little bit of helper material I talked about earlier. But overall, that's a pretty minuscule amount. That means we can feel a lot better about plopping these plants down in places like Iran.
Dude, look at the hair.
Oh my god. No, that's not hair, bro.
No, the head.
Yeah,
that means
he just straight up... What the fuck is this video, bro? Now I'm really invested. He's got some fucking Islamophobia, some racism in it too. Now I can definitely I'm learning so much now.
You can feel a lot better about plopping these plants down in places like Iran. So kids, you heard it here first. Thorium is the future. Powerful, clean, reliable, and if things go wrong at the end of the day, you can still kick its ass.
It's YouTube 2016. Yeah, every YouTube video. It's like YouTube 2016 is like being a Florida congressperson. Like you have to get multiple DUIs to run for state office in Florida. You have to have ableism and racism if you make a YouTube essay in 2016. This is how it works.
When was this released?
2016.
Please tell me it's 2022.
No, it's 2016.
Oh, okay. 8 million views. Wow.
Oh, that's why.
So anyway, that's thorium, right? Thorium is good. We like thorium. However, don't forget there's an insane amount of research that went into uranium, I guess, when we were trying to figure out nuclear bombs. So, let's utilize that.
Nuclear proliferation revolved around uranium because of its weaponized because the immediate interest was to weaponize it, right?
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not an expert in this
Whereas
stuff.
thorium is bitch made. Unlike enriched uranium. They didn't mention molten salt is very hard to store since it is extremely hot and corrosive.
Yeah, I don't think the last video we watched got into a lot of detail. Like
Plutonium is a totally safe material. Even a gain can kill you. Yeah, no, plutonium is notoriously so safe that it literally melts your face if you get like a tiny speck of it inside of your tea. Isn't that?
Wait, why are you getting specks of plutonium in your tea?
If you're like, let's say, allegedly a dissident of the Russian government, and let's say you decided to work, or no, that was polonium. That wasn't plutonium. Never mind. That was polonium. I fucked it up. They sound so similar. Fentanyl vibes? No, that's real.
Bro, I'm going to get you a giant periodic table.
More Nuke Boy content? No. We're not doing more Nuke Boy content. We're done. Yeah, I don't want that. Thank you.
Ooh, I want to see that.
Welcome back. Today I'm visiting where the future supersonic travel has been built. Follow me.
He's okay.
Why don't you work with these guys, bro?
First thing is this is an experimental aircraft. It cruised twice as fast as any other airliner today. It can fly up to about 50,000 feet.
We're actually going to be landing looking at a camera. When you're on approach, your nose is going to be up in the air. Your angle of attack is going to be 12 to 15 degrees nose high.
Very hard to land.
Does Sam Chu know how to fly a plane?
No, he's in a simulator.
But like, why are they explaining to him what that means then?
Because it's different, right? Normally on an airplane, you're able to look out the window, but with the geometries of these supersonic aircraft, your angle is too high to be able to look out and see the runway. So that's why on the Concorde, the entire nose actually tilted down.
So what happens when the camera fucks up?
Well, theoretically, you'd have two cameras.
What happens when the second camera fucks
Then
up?
you'd have a third camera.
I know. I've had this exact same conversation with Murat before about what was it?
Hydraulic systems.
About
on
hydraulic
aircraft.
systems failures on aircrafts. I was like, what happens when the left one fails? He's like, well, then there's a second one. What happens when that fails? Well, then there's a third one. What happens when that fails? When there's a fourth one?
No, GG's. God's trying to kill you at that point.
Well, what do you think this component right here is?
Absolutely no idea. Supersonic's always like a very sharp, pointy nose, right? But I don't understand what all this does.
Boom has been around for about 8 years now. And what we're looking at here are the wind tunnel models for our XB1 supersonic demonstrator. Now, one of the things that's exciting about working on supersonic now is that most of the iteration, most of the development can actually happen in simulation, where we can run hundreds, if not thousands, of potential airplane designs through virtual wind tunnels in order to test a lot of different airplane designs and ultimately arrive at the best aerodynamics possible for the airplane. But to do that, we have to get the simulations calibrated. And so XB1 went through 3 rounds of wind tunnel testing. This was the first one, which is really the purpose of it was to gather calibration data so that we could then iterate in sim.
Startup car equals Tesla. I would never get on a startup airplane. Yeah. Let other people test it out for an extended period of time before we decide, before we decide we're getting in on that. You know what I'm saying?
So this design is actually pretty different from the final XB1. The tail on this is significantly smaller. The wingspan is narrower. The wing geometry has completely changed since we did this model. But this allowed us to get all the data we needed to calibrate our simulation. I will show you the second wind tunnel model. This is from 2017. This was to confirm these.
Bro, who's sitting on these planes? Bro, you can't fit anybody on.
Scale models, bro.
You can't fit on anyone on this, dude. Who's gonna fly in this?
What is this, school for ants?
Yeah, what is it, like little babies, dude? You can't even put one baby on this thing.
Calibration accurate.
Damn, these guys are getting like millions of dollars of funding to play with toys, dude. That's cool. I can make like a paper airplane. You don't see the federal government giving me millions of dollars.
You're trying to trigger me, and I'm not
going
to let you create
that
content
by this test,
like
the
that.
airplane design had evolved significantly. Okay, so this is the third and final wind tunnel model for XB1, the supersonic demonstrator, the prototype for Overture. And next, Sam, let's go out to the hangar, and you can see the full-scale, 70-foot long, 22-foot wide, real XB1 airplane.
Wait,
Hi,
what
my
the
name's
fuck?
Greg Crowlin. I'm
So
chief
this is a passenger aircraft.
No, dude, it's a technology demonstrator. It's to prove the concept.
How are they going to turn this into passenger aircraft?
They're gonna make it bigger. They're gonna make another one that's larger.
Engineer of the XB-1
They'll probably make a bunch of
aircraft.
them
So this
before it's larger.
airplane, so first thing is this is an experimental aircraft. The plane is about 70 feet long from tip to tail. It's primarily made out of carbon fiber reinforced plastics, or just commonly referred to as carbon fiber. So the fuselage, we have a bay that holds most of the systems of the aircraft, and then there's fuel, and then the landing gear. And if you guys follow me, I can show you the engines on the.
You were watching videos and making millions? Yeah, exactly. But I'm still not making a paper airplane, and then the government's giving me money. So
It's not paper, bro. It's carbon composite.
okay, now it's carbon composite. Originally, when they probably first got funding, it was just paper.
No.
It was a little baby model toy plane. It's like, hey, look at my toy plane, dude.
So these engines, there's 3 of the engines on the vehicle. There's one on the left-hand side. There's one in the center, which is positioned.
The one in the
above
center there, I see, yeah, at the top.
Yep. So that's the inlet. That's where the air.
Oh, that's
goes
the inlet.
That feeds
So the
engine.
second one is
It's back in the center.
back there.
And then there's one on the
Other side.
right-hand side as well. So the engines they're J85-15 engines. This is the area where the single pilot will sit. Very similar in traditional controls. We
They
have
make Tom Cruise fly this.
Probably.
Like he's the test pilot for this, and he hits,
but the
and he hits-
admiral's coming in and he
Yeah.
has to fly it real quick.
Yeah, and he hits 10 Gs.
But for some reason
when he's
he,
not
he
supposed
shows
to.
up to work when it's morning, but he takes off at nighttime. But they're trying to do it really fast.
Yeah, and also he's not supposed to hit 10 Gs. It's a 9G test, but he does.
No, he doesn't want to. You don't want him to go over 10 Gs. We don't know what happens after.
Yeah,
10
and
Gs.
then the plane might actually fall.
Turns
at
out
that
the scientists
point.
were right.
Yeah. Also, he just survives. He's very good. Tom Cruise, very good at surviving plane crashes.
That explodes in air at over 10 Gs.
It's crazy.
a single stick. We have.
Oh yeah, Mach. Sorry, you're right.
Mach, not G's.
One throttle lever for each of the 3 engines.
I wanted to know how high this airplane will fly, how fast it will fly, and also the range.
This airplane basically will fly. It can fly up to about 50,000 feet. This airplane will fly. We'll take it to about Mach 1.3 in our initial testing.
See, that's like you need 9 more Machs, brother. That's what I'm saying. Tom Cruise can do more than that.
So Greg, the Supersonic's always like a very sharp, pointy nose, right? But I don't understand what all this does.
For an experimental aircraft, and really for any flight test aircraft, we have to get very accurate aerodynamic data. And so what this actually is this doesn't have anything to do with supersonic necessarily. This is more a piece of instrumentation that allows us to get very accurate information about the flight angles of the aircraft, how nose high or nose to the side it is. It allows us also to get very accurate airspeed data. Sam, we look forward to seeing you at the first flight.
See you there.
Wait, Mach 10 is 7,672 miles per hour? That's what the fucking... So that's what Tom Cruise hit in the movie?
He didn't actually hit that. I hope you
No,
know.
I know. Also, did you like that? They did like Lockheed Martin. They straight up were doing
they were
Skunk
pumping it
Works
pretty hard,
Skunk
yeah.
Works propaganda in Top Gun. Straight
Good for
up.
them, man.
Yeah, Lockheed Martin was like, hey, no big deal, but like we totally have a fucking spacecraft basically that goes, I guess, 7,000 miles an hour. Okay. I didn't know that. How could you even like survive in that as a human? Can a human being survive Mach 10?
Your speed doesn't matter, right? Right now you're on Earth. The Earth's rotating, every 24 hours. If you think about it, we're going pretty fast. But
Okay.
it's all relative, right? It's how you get there that's the problem, and the conditions that are present once you are there that's the issue. If you have, this let's imagine we have this great technology that can shield you from any of the friction-based heat sources or any of the environment. It's just as if you're sitting in this room. Yeah, it would be the same thing.
So you're saying
when you're on a train going 300 miles an hour on a bullet train or whatever their speed is, do you feel like you're going 300 miles an hour?
No, you're saying that it's how fast you get to that speed that can fuck you up.
That's the G's, right? That's the acceleration. But I mean, if you gradually got up there, it wouldn't be a big deal.
How could you gradually get up to Mach 10 though?
With engines, you just kind of do it.
I mean, how over what period of time would you need to get up to Mach 10 in order for it not to fuck you up?
I mean, I haven't done the math, but it probably wouldn't be that long.
Really?
Yeah, think about it. When you take off in an airplane, right, you go up to your cruising speed is about Mach 0.85. So that takes a couple of minutes. So 10 times that.
Hasan has never heard of a rocket? Yeah, no, I haven't.
All right, Sam, you ready to fly the XB1 simulator?
Right. Are we going supersonic?
We can absolutely go supersonic.
Then I'm in.
All right.
Let's
go
fly
it.
Bro, you would crash that shit
What
so
we're gonna
quick.
do,
I would
I'm gonna
crash the
set
fuck
you
out of
up
this.
in the sim here in just a second. We're going to start off with the landing phase. So the most challenging thing for our pilots to do in this aircraft is actually landing it. The reason is because, number one, the aircraft handling qualities are a little bit more challenging than a normal aircraft. And you're going to be landing off of a
Spacecraft go like 25,000 miles an hour? Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, bro. Why don't they just like, instead of going up, go sideways?
You literally just described the BFG or the Starship.
What is that?
The one that Elon Musk is working on, the big ass one. The idea is to take off and then like go land somewhere else.
Okay, so then you can like travel in an hour. From
Yeah, it's like LA to Sydney is like 45 minutes, not even.
Oh my God, that's so sick. There's no way that is feasible.
That's the idea.
The amount of fucking fuel that you need to burn, I feel like would make it unsustainable, no?
I mean, it's not great, but yeah, no, it's a cool idea.
Damn, I just invented that on my own. I didn't even know that existed. I could be Elon Musk. I'm just saying, it's that stupid of an idea.
It's not stupid, dude.
Wait.
Yeah, this is it. This video's 4 years old. No,
Also
5 years
cause
old,
some weather changes on whole continents? What do you mean, how? Wait, why are they getting on a ship?
Because the launch pads
in the water?
Like, yeah, because it's near a city, but you can't have a launch pad in the middle of the city.
Elon Musk said the company will have a Starship prototype rocket ready to fly by July. Yeah. Elon Musk says a lot of shit, bro.
He does.
Most of it is wrong. He just straight up lies all the time.
Really ambitious, really awesome stuff. I don't know how real the timeline is, but then again, I don't know anything about this.
Yeah, he also has those androids, the humanoid androids that are ready to work, that are going to be working. He's going to have a working prototype by...
All right, just watch the video, bro. It's a minute.
Okay, bro.
You could even watch it on fast. Playback is just dramatic.
What? That's just for...
And then it's going to come back and land.
What?
Maximum 27,000.
That's just for commercial travel? You're just going to have like a fucking...
So they are doing some really cool stuff. I mean, you got to give credit for credit's due. The type of fuel they're using, I think, is a lot more...
Someone said, is this video real? Yeah, bro. Yeah,
there's a third spaceship up there watching them too.
Yeah, this. Yeah, motherfucker, put out the Cybertruck. Where's the Tesla Roadster, bro? Make that first. You've been saying you were gonna put that out for like what? How many years now? Yeah, and they explode. Dude, this is so awesome.
I mean, it is pretty hype.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. They already do land. Look it up. This is such a perfect Elon Musk video. He already has all the good nature, especially back in like 2017 when people were like, Pog, Elon Musk, soy face. Like, they thought he was like this brilliant inventor, you know, the greatest thing since sliced bread.
But they are doing really cool stuff. They are moving the needle on these technologies. So you got to give credit where credit's due.
You're moving the needle where, bro? Is this happening? Are they going to make it?
They'd like to. I mean, they've definitely really pushed the bar on reusable rocketry, right? That's a really big deal. They've changed the different type of fuels that they use, so it's easier. They are building the Starship right now. They've been flying prototypes left and right against FAA's best wishes.
Okay, if they make this, I will agree.
And no, I'm
you
not
just had to
Elon
repeat
fan.
in my
It's they're near the ground, so these are pretty close. You can see the wheels there, and they're a little dirty because we've got glass covers over these cameras. But we took these seconds after landing, so there's still dust in the air from our landing event.
What was this?
The Perseverance Mars rover landing. It's my favorite, dude. The concept makes no sense. All the preparation can make a rocket like this would end up taking just as long, if not longer, than taking a flight. What? No. They can prepare it ahead of time.
Yeah, you show up when it's ready to go.
Yeah, you just... I mean, that's what makes it unfeasible, though, because it would be unsustainable. It would be so fucking expensive. Like, it would be like $1 million. You
got to realize that it's an idea, right? It's not a carefully well vetted concept that's ready for production. That's the thing that, like, that's what makes Elon so sexy and at the same time so well.
Have they had a single fucking? They've had one rocket land without explosion, right?
What are you talking about? The Falcon 9 launches like once a week at this point.
Wait, really? I thought they were still blowing shit up.
No, the Falcon 9's solid at this point. The Starships are the ones that kept blowing up because, again, new technology. They're trying to figure it out.
Wait, what did you say? Sexy? They're turning on you. Chat's turning on you.
So what you're seeing here is a concept, right? And they're communicating the concept to the public. There's a lot of steps that have to happen between what you see here now and this actually being executed, right? So if you were to go through the scientific process and the engineering and figure out each of the pieces of technology that need to happen for it to be a reality, that's going to take decades. But people, when you release that idea out into the wild, right? If you wait for everything to be fully vetted, it's going to be super boring and not really sexy at all. But if you just go, oh yeah, we're going to launch rockets and we're going to land them again, it's going to be awesome. Like, yeah, it's obviously great.
So the Falcon Heavy boosters land now. Like, they land pretty regularly.
I don't know about the boost. I don't know. I'm not a rocket guy.
You literally build satellites, though.
Yeah.
What's up? That's the same shit.
No,
it's going out into space. It's going out into space, motherfucker. What do you mean it's different?
Launch vehicle and payload are completely different.
I look up and it's in the sky, bro. It's the same, okay?
You're not seeing
planes.
Satellites.
Okay, planes, satellites, spaceships. I thought you were an aerospace and mechanical engineer, dude. You got mechanics down, you got the aero, and you got the space. Isn't that how that works?
That's exactly how it works, dude. That bug flies too. Am I supposed to know about them too?
Maybe. So you don't understand why am I even asking you about fucking this shit then?
Look at them land, bro.
Damn, what are they flexing? Why are they landing 2 at a time?
They're literally flexing.
It's to show like how good we are. We can land 2 at a time now.
Landing zone. Side boosters have landed.
I remember, a year ago or whatever. When is the last time I watched one of these? It blew the fuck up.
No, they haven't blown up in a while. Not that I'm aware of.
There are 2 boosters? What the fuck? Dude, that is so unsustainable. Unstable video connection. Of course, I still love you.
No.
Wait, why are the boosters landing unsustainable?
You need 2 boosters to fucking fly this thing out into space? That's what I'm saying. The Starship blew up because it's a prototype.
So there's 2 different ways you can show something is good, right? You can design the hell out of it to know that it's going to be able to withstand like crazy environments, and then you can go test that, and that's what your traditional aerospace companies do, and it's super slow. Or you can build it, blow it up, see why it blew up, then build it better, see why it blew up again, and then just iterate until it stops blowing up and say, okay, here's my limit. That's kind of how SpaceX goes about their product development.
This is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, last one that blew up was in 2021. I watched this.
That's a Starship.
Yeah, I remember this. This one looked like a pee-pee. And then it blew the fuck up. Okay, and what's your sustainability threshold? I don't know, bitch. Your mom. Okay, that's my sustainability threshold. Fucking got him.
Damn.
Yeah, that was not good. So this is the one with one fucking payload.
No, this is a new generation of space vehicles. So this is like completely different. This is
So this one has its own thrusters in it, and it doesn't throw it out when it reaches the orbit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a different rocket and that on top of it. When you get to space, you separate from your
Oh, there is one. This one also has a separate.
Yeah, but what you saw there was just the Starship.
Okay, so this one when it's originally what? So this one when it was originally launching had like a different.
So you have different stages, right? When you get to beyond its use, you drop stage 1 and then you go with stage 2 or whatever. So you can stack them on top of each other to get more launch capability.
Oh, okay. So they're just testing this out, but it's supposed to, or when it's like actually finalized, it's gonna have a booster.
What you see there is gonna sit on top of a booster.
A booster, yeah,
when you
okay.
Launch is you're gonna launch the booster first. When it's done with its fuel, it's gonna separate. This thing is gonna fire and it's gonna keep going while the booster returns back.
Yeah, but this can't land. This can't land yet.
Well, that particular one, no, because it blew up. But they're trying to figure out how to make it land.
Yeah, 8 minutes later, boom. That was expected to blow up. Musk sucks, his company sucks, but SpaceX is pretty solid, partially because how integrated they are with NASA. Their space shit generally works. Elon Musk a piece of shit, but you can't brush off everything SpaceX engineers do. Genuinely impressive stuff. Yeah, I understand. Falcon 9 isn't supposed to use commercially, I don't believe. I think it's more of an experiment than anything. I still don't. It's hard for me to trust anything Elon Musk makes after I saw the boring tunnels, okay?
You saw them?
I mean, not with my eyes, but I've seen I've seen what has happened.
That's cool.
Well, I mean, I've seen what has happened in Vegas with my eyes. Not like directly inside of it, but
hello.
At least I've seen it as far as when they have like there's like a fucking when there's like a traffic jam in the tunnel itself. You know, privatized space is just cheaper without the threat of global war. For fuck's sake, they drive astronauts to SpaceX launch pad in a fucking Tesla. Disgusting. Reality and engineering is about trade-offs. Ideas can only get you so far. Elon is just ideas with a lot of brute force capital. Pushing the needle in a sustainable way is what should be valued, not just raw dogging thermodynamics in a self-fulfilling prophecy where the Earth is fucked. We must go to space no matter what.
I mean, I agree with this dude up to a certain point. He does make a decent point.
I don't have a problem with pumping as much funds into this sort of shit. What sucks is that sort of shit is like fueling Elon Musk's social capital, and quite literally capital, because it's like still interconnected because his name is associated with this brand, even though SpaceX is, as Chatters correctly pointed out, heavily using like previously government funded research and government technologies.
Everyone uses government funded research. It's unreasonable to make that argument.
No, that's why it should be government owned, but without the oversight of and bureaucracy of the government that constantly comes in and says, "Hey, unless you take me to literal fucking space, I'm going to cut your funding," which is exactly what actually happened.
That's not how technological development works, though. It's the final product that you see is a integration and accumulation of thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of ideas and small demonstrations and small scale experiments, right?
Theoretically,
So,
you could do
like,
this, but
you
with
could spend
government
your
funding.
entire life on government funding, developing technology that doesn't actually amount to anything tangible.
Okay.
But you're still contributing to science and you're still contributing to
I understand that. Theoretically speaking, this could and has been for a long time, and in other countries exclusively been done by the government, though, right? Can be. It can't. Can it not? Does it have to be? Does it have to be privately owned?
The government has owned a lot more of the missions, and the government has owned a lot more of the integration role. So with the commercial space programs, that role was being shifted to private companies such as SpaceX and Boeing and Sierra Nevada and whoever else. Yes. But that's just a different way of government approaching their space programs.
Yeah, and I'm saying
the fair criticism here is to say, hey, you guys are taking on a lot of government funds and government resources to make this happen. Don't then turn around and act like you did all this on your own, right? Government being a part of the advancement of this technology is not a bad thing.
As long as they followed the same code of conduct or whatever and didn't actually push boundaries beyond reason, this could technically still be completely maintained by the government rather than being outsourced to private contractors, though.
I mean, I don't know about the government, like
in a
contractual.
In a perfect world,
right?
Everything that is out.
Complicated projects are huge.
I understand that, but the government could technically nationalize SpaceX right now, including every other facet of the space exploration programs that they're currently funding, heavily funding.
All right, what is this guy saying? DOE.
What? DOE scientists here. The national labs have almost all been privatized, which really sucks. It means that the government still funds them with grants, but they're managed by private companies who make profits off of taxpayer money. These labs do the same research, but employees don't get the government benefits that they are used to anymore. Yeah, and the working conditions would be better too, for sure. The thing is, thought that NASA was not doing cheaper at the time. The thing is, though, that NASA was not doing it cheaper at the time. Well, you're also... well, NASA's projects at the time were like were different, right?
These are, I mean, I'm not talking pro or against privatization of space. I guess privatization of space in general. The point I'm trying to make is these are extremely complicated, huge programs that require coordination of supplier upon supplier upon supplier, and there are ways to execute it efficiently. And, you know, when you talk about organizations that are that big, it doesn't matter if you're government or capital or private. It's just depends on how you execute it, right?
No, I understand that.
So the government can be efficient. The government can be inefficient. Private can be efficient.
I understand
private can be inefficient.
I understand that.
It's not
the
right
only
or
thing I was
wrong.
saying is like who gets the benefits? Like who gets the profits? Who gets, I would even go so far as to say, the glory or the fucking claim to fame in the circumstance, the publicity of it, and
I would say
and
they
how
deserve
well
the
are
publicity, right?
and how
they're doing the work.
I know,
They're
but the
doing
work
it on the government's dime. I mean, I don't know about this particular case, but
Yes,
if
they
you
are
were to
doing it
do
on the government's
dime. You still deserve the glory because you did the work.
I know, and it's not the glory is not given or afforded to the actual scientists that are on it, but instead a singular individual by the name of Elon Musk. And not only that, he gets the recognition, and even people like yourself,
Fiona gets the recognition.
Even people like yourself say like at least they're pushing boundaries, when in fact the real problem, it seems like, is that the government is not able to push boundaries, and it is only seen as private contractors being able to push boundaries when devoid of the profit motive and short-term gain, okay, which is one of the things that you appreciate Elon Musk for. He has bold ideas, and they're not immediately
monetized.
Yeah, they're not immediately monetizable. Sometimes not monetizable at all if he never delivers, right? But that's what you like. That's the only area where you admit Elon Musk is better than others.
So that's good.
Yes, and what I always say is that scientific achievement devoid of the immediate profit motive that makes you engage in short-term profit-seeking behavior, the government is capable of making and funding these long-term sustainable programs.
I want to add one more concept into our repertoire, and that's risk avoidance, right? There's a lot of risk associated with these types of advancements, and if you're trying to avoid risk because of shareholder value or immediate profits, then you're a lot less likely to do things that are going to be able to push us forward, which SpaceX tends to do. So,
I live in the area where SpaceX is, and a majority of people are in support of it, but personally, I hate it. I think that over time, house pricing rent is going to increase, and I'm one of the poorest areas in the county. So due to SpaceX and Elon sending donations to the cities, as well as him wanting to build SpaceX, resort pricing will increase. Also, the introduction of rich engineers in that area. Okay, well, that's entirely separate.
Yeah, that's
problem.
A completely different story.
Yeah.
A very real one, but a different topic.
A huge part of it is because NASA was basically a slush fund for all the defense contractors that monopolized most of the access to space. Boeing, Lockheed were extremely expensive, and SpaceX undercut them. Another thing that makes NASA inefficient is that it was spread out through many states, engines made in Texas, computers made in Arkansas, which made it expensive to integrate everything together.
I mean, your defense contractors or space contractors are going to be exactly like that because that allows you to have political capital. And since your funding is secured by the government, you want that.
Yeah, I would rather have that. That level of inefficiency is actually really good for spreading out the gains, the benefits of having such a robust and expensive program. That's how, but like that's the point. That's literally one of the reasons why I would prefer this to be handled by the government rather than a private contractor that is just exclusively looking at
but the private contractor
squeezing.
does the same thing, dude.
No, but the private contractor is not trying to spread it across every fucking state as best as possible, unless they're like gaining benefits from said states.
That's right.
Yeah, you were literally adding an unnecessary mediator, an unnecessary middleman in that circumstance, is what I'm saying.
No. By spreading it to different states, now you have political power.
For people who are saying NASA failed at it, that's not true.
If you cancel my program, then 20,000 people in your state are going to lose their jobs. Mr. Senator, how do you feel about securing my funding now?
No, I understand that. I get it. For the record, for people saying that that's not true, NASA failed. I don't think NASA failed. NASA wasn't cheaper at the time because traditional space military aerospace companies like Boeing were just as slow and bureaucratic as the government, but for a profit. You know? Anyway, I work for SpaceX. It's well run for the most part. There are some serious issues. They always forget to serve the top of the hour ad break.
Damn, they got you.
Fucking bullshit, dude.
You want this bullshit?
That's
anyway.
fucked up. What? Mobile user and usher discuss. Sometimes the leadership changes. Entire projects can be overruled and stopped. Bob wanted to do X. He worked on it for 2 to 3 years, and when he leaves to go to another company because of money, we now get Jimmy, who has another idea that we need to focus on. I feel like that's... I don't know if that's a bigger problem in the private sector than the public one.
I mean,
I disagree with Murat. You have 5 or 6 private companies trying to achieve the same goals. Companies end up owning the technology behind the patents. You basically have the healthcare issue with just space. NASA failed because it was underfunded after the collapse of the USSR. Why does like our weather prediction systems work? Why do our weather prediction systems work? There's an additional private factor on top of it, but the government is still operating it, right? The National Weather Service.
Are you showing me the Adam
like
Conover?
the Adam Conover government? The Adam You watched it? I knew you would like it. I knew you'd like it. But it works because the government, and specifically the military, is constantly fucking working on it.
Yeah.
Nonstop. Some of the most like all of the things that make society operate in the way that it does behind closed doors that are functionally invisible to us, that we take for granted, are still operated by the big bad government. It's expensive. It's costly. It is not for profit.
It's terribly inefficient.
But it's a necessity for survival. And we take that for granted all the time. Private corporations take it for granted and then act like they are just operating
on their own.
Yeah, operating on their own. And that's deeply frustrating. And I think it plays a role in further privatization. It plays a role in like lowering taxes. It plays a role in the way that we fundamentally undermine the power of the government. I despise that. Also, I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break, so I'm going to do that right now. What is this? Why does Elon Musk keep
financial
getting to fail?
And before we get started, thanks to Fabulous.
Okay, well, before we get into more Elon Musk hatred, having shit privatized essentially means that said companies can just have a fit and decide to take their ball home, which removes an essential service, which leads to price gouging.
It's a little more nuanced than that, but sure.
What happened in NASA is happening in every other sector, and it's why the U.S. doesn't have healthcare. Yes.
I didn't equate risk avoidance to moving forward. It's the opposite. You need to take risks to be able to move forward.
Yeah, that's one of the things that that's the only thing that you give credit to Elon Musk for, because like he seemingly is one of those people that is able to get away with just like lying or coming out and just saying like, we're going to do this insane thing and then like never really doing it. And then people don't punish him because his wealth is tied to his stock prices. And as long as that confidence is not undermined in Elon Musk, he can get away with, again, saying, we're going to do some fucking pie in the sky idea, and then following through and like actually taking the initiative. And some of those initiatives will be successful. Maybe. I mean, it's the same principle behind VCs. Like the entirety of Silicon Valley is built around the idea that angel investors and VCs are going to keep pumping $1 million into like every fucking new startup, because one of those startups is going to turn into Uber. It's going to turn into a whale, right? A unicorn, sorry. And that's the same concept. Elon Musk can say he's going to do like 1 million new technology and 1 million different things. And because one of those things could hit, and sometimes it does hit, like Tesla is pretty successful, I think, I would say, as far as like their success is very limited and their stock is greatly inflated. However, they were able to make, as garbage as it is, they were still able to make a lot of EVs, and a lot of people bought those fucking EVs. You know what I mean? It's the truth. So now people are just like, Elon Musk is brilliant. So they will just like keep believing in him, I guess. Wait, is it turned into a whale, a real thing, or did you just misspeak because that's so funny if it's real? No, the proper term is unicorn. Whale is gambling terminology, right? Is it unicorn is right?
I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, Uber, PayPal, like those are unicorns, right? Isn't that what it is? Whale is gambling.
For sponsoring this episode of TFD. Fabulous is the #1 self-care app to help you build better habits and achieve your goals. And the first 100 people to click the link below will get 25% off a Fabulous subscription.
Okay,
and to give you that awesome positive. Difficult scrolling in bed, right? Poor habits under the Lions Princess.
What the
fuck?
fuck?
River Styx,
Dude, I was watching a 15-minute YouTube video the other day.
History.
In the first 5 minutes were ads.
Yeah.
Learn more about how the rich get away with not paying their fair share of taxes and still somehow get celebrated for it. Last month's bonus video for members only is all about how rich people get around paying their fair share of taxes and how we can potentially change that in the future. To watch the video, click the link in our description. And if you're not already a member of the society at TFD, just click that join button,
dude?
Or follow the prompt on the.
Is this everything? Is everything just a?
And its larger impacts. New owner of Twitter and what that will mean for both the experience on Twitter and its larger impacts on society and democracy, but who, irrespective of his potentially buying another social media platform, because if Mark Zuckerberg taught us nothing else, it's that it's really great for society when one weird billionaire owns the major arteries of free speech and information distribution. I think this person necessitates his own video because he doesn't just typify the genre of super wealthy ruling oligarch class that we currently have, with our current levels of wealth inequality in this country being basically unseen since the Gilded Age. He also represents what I feel is our incredibly strange cultural relationship to these figures as opposed to other times in history. Because while I don't doubt that there were some Vanderbilt and Rockefeller stands living in the tenement buildings back in the Gilded Age, it's pretty fair to say that the overall relationship that society had toward those massive cultural figures was at the time not super positive. And it was in many ways just that very wealth inequality and righteous indignation at the ruling class, most of which was inherited, which led to the massive labor movements we saw in the early 20th century. And we are starting to see a similar labor revival, pointedly against figures like Jeff Bezos at Amazon with the new Amazon Labor Union, or Howard Schultz of Starbucks with the rapidly unionizing Starbucks cafes around the country.
Is this a fucking cool-ass channel? What the fuck?
It does seem like we are starting to understand that people being this rich and having so much control.
Yes, you can't see Fiona because she's outside pooping right now, okay? That's why.
And essentially being treated as god kings is not super healthy for a democracy. But this person we're diving in today doesn't just continue to be able to fail upwards in terms of business and finances. He also has a surprisingly resilient perception as a boy wonder, genius, inventor, scientist, second coming of Nikola Tesla that really isn't borne out by his actual CV. And also, he has just the worst stands.
True.
Truly, if you're out here simping for a billionaire, get it together. Now, who am I talking about?
I love
We're,
this channel
of course,
now.
talking about the Prince of PayPal, the Tesla tyrant, the second most divorced man in space, after Jeff Bezos, the aptly once crowned by Azalea Banks apartheid Clyde, father of 17 kids and counting. That's an exaggeration, but not by a ton. The one and only Elon Musk. Now, whether or not Musk is going to become the new owner of Twitter may be making him newsworthy in this very moment, but ultimately the fact that he's even in that position, by many metrics the richest man in the world, and regarded as someone who should be the new arbiter of cultural communication standards despite basically no qualifications for that job, is kind of the least of our worries. Overall, Elon Musk represents not just the fact that once you have a certain amount of money in our current economy, it's basically impossible to fail. He also represents—
I think Elon literally has like 8 kids or something, one of which just disowned him, actually. But yeah, he has a lot of kids. Bro, he had 2 with Grimes. Like, he just can't stop having kids. How many kids does Elon have? 8! Motherfucker, I was right. He has 8 kids, bro. 8 minus 1. So 7 now.
How good PR is able to overcome basically anything else. And depending on the circles you run in online, you may feel like you are overwhelmed with information about how many times that man has messed up. Like viral listicles about the worst things he's ever said. Or big failures like the 1.5 million Teslas that have been recalled this year alone.
Which is funny because it's like when that shit happens, or when you factor in how long it takes for your fucking Tesla to get like fixed, if you, God forbid, have to send it in, people still defend it aggressively. I don't know if it's because they also own stock or because they've invested into like Elon the person and the culture, but goddamn, is it fucking crazy. I've never actually seen, he's rich, bro, he can afford 8 kids. Yeah, no shit. I've never actually seen, like, I've never seen a group of individuals who are so heavily invested in the fucking cult that like, that they're just straight up are like, nah, it doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't. Like, remember when the fucking massive recall happened? And everyone was like, bro, it's not that big of a deal. It's just like the backup camera breaks, you know, when you, the backup camera breaks because of the way that it's built in the trunk. Like, it's just fine. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, is that fine? Like, I don't think it's fine, dude. I'm gonna be honest, like, that just seems like shitty design. And so many people, I've seen so many fucking people, and I feel like people are more and more people are just waking up to this now. But people are just now starting to recognize that like a lot of the Teslas are built like dog shit. Like they are designed poorly, and it's very inconsistent.
Or the former employees suing for racial discrimination practices, or the hundreds of Tesla workers contracting COVID, or the Teslas catching on fire, or the major public sexual harassment scandals or environmental damage of his various companies, or the abject failure that has been the work of the Boring Company to present, or his constant wading into subjects for which he is absolutely not an expert, like COVID, which he famously proclaimed would be over by April 2020.
Technically, he just said April. Actually, it could be April 2024. You don't know that. This is biased and nitpicky. Bye-bye, I win.
Or gendered pronouns, which is rich coming from a man whose 75th son is just named a bunch of keyboard mashing. Or him claiming that things like his famous underground tunnels with the Boring Company would be immune to surface weather conditions, resulting in many people inundating him with pictures of flooded subways. Or his libelous exchanges that most people would get fired for, like when he called one of the rescuers of the 2018 Thai tunnel operation a pedophile. If you're aware of these things, it can seem absolutely mind-boggling that not only does Musk keep getting new chances, but that he's beloved by so many of his stans, and even just normal people who don't pay really close attention to what he's doing. But it cannot be overstated that we have created an economy and a relationship to extreme wealth that makes it almost impossible to fail once you've achieved a certain level of success. It's reminding me of that famous fact
Technically, that is South African slang. Man, shut the fuck up. That's how he got away with it. But, like, that's bullshit, dude. That's literally what he said in court. He said, I was just memeing. Bro, he literally, didn't he hire, like, private investigators to, like, actually try to dig into this dude's background to figure out if he was a pedo or not? Yeah, it wasn't just slang, you fucking simp. Oh, he's just kidding. Okay, got it.
That if Donald Trump hadn't just tried a bunch of his business over the years and had just invested his initial inheritance in well-diversified low-fee index funds, he'd actually be better off today than he is. Wealth begets wealth. Fame begets fame. And in the case of Elon Musk, the perception of success begets opportunities for more success. And yes, there is the rich white male factor when it comes to Elon. Because although it would be lazy to say that that's the entire reason he's been given so many chances, it's not totally untrue. After all, history is filled with well-documented bounce-backs for rich white guys for well-documented monstrosity. Sean Penn has had more than 25 years of documented assault charges, as well as accusations of intimate partner violence, but during that time has also starred in many blockbuster movies and won Oscars. And while we're on the subject of Oscars, I guess Will Smith probably shouldn't have slapped Chris Rock, but the fact that Roman Polanski was convicted for the rape of a 13-year-old, that's no biggie. And everyone from Bill Clinton to Louis C.K. to Mel Gibson are all people with credible allegations of serious wrongdoing who have managed to either fully skate by or to forge comebacks for themselves after their alleged cancellations. We talk a lot about cancel culture in this society, but outside of rare cases, and no surprise, many of the most notable ones like Colin Kaepernick are for people who are not white guys, it is very rare to see a person who, once they've passed a certain level of success, has actually seen all of their wealth, privilege, and in many cases fame
about why he gets away with a lot of shit, and she just like said that it's because he's a rich white guy. That factors into it, certainly.
Accusations or outright convictions of wrongdoing. Basically, if something isn't sending you to jail, you're going to be doing more comedy shows within the next few months. And you add to that the immense wealth of someone like Musk, and you're basically Teflon. And to be more specific, Musk's net worth of $252 billion is more than 3,360 times more than that of Bill Clinton's estimated net worth. So we're talking about serious insulation from any kind of consequences, even when compared to a former president. But his race and gender and social class are just not enough to explain his particular level of resilience and good PR. So what is it that makes Musk so immune to his own failures? And I actually think it's probably largely a result of the fact that his failures exist in a completely different stratosphere than how we're used to thinking. And when it comes to our inability to conceptualize the numbers and scale that we're actually talking about here, this is one of the primary reasons that we have a—
Bro, I don't care about Rudy Giuliani being assaulted, okay? Yes. I don't care. I know. This is like the...
So that guy is being charged?
This guy is being charged with assault.
Okay,
That's the assault.
Back to the finance lady.
Yeah.
A really difficult time being as disgusted and outraged as we—
Guys, one Michael Treacy almost died of this. You guys think this is a joke?
Who's Michael Treacy?
Michael Treacy, famous at the time Young Turks journalist, almost died when Maxine Waters literally assaulted Michael Treacy, unironically in a similar capacity. Okay? It's not funny. Not a joke. That man should go to jail just like Will Smith, who is in jail right now.
We truly should be about things like rampant wealth inequality. Because, for example, there is no shortage of content out there demonstrating just how incomprehensible $1 billion actually is. In one 2011 paper, Michael Norton and Dan Ariely argued that we so rarely see wealth represented in a visual scale, which is why Americans consistently underestimate the value of the super rich. And in the 2014 article, How to Comprehend Incomprehensibly Large Numbers, George Dvorsky argues that there are actually cognitive barriers to recognizing or contextualizing that $1 billion is 1,000 times bigger than 1 million and what that actually means. So already even having 1 billion means someone is worth far more, 1,000 times more, than most Americans will ever earn in their lifetime. Now you have to multiply that by about 252, and you're getting to the current net worth of Elon Musk, which you then also have to put in the context of his trajectory. In just 2015, Musk was reportedly worth $13.3 billion, which is roughly the current GDP of Bhutan, Fiji, and Barbados put together. So still obviously an enormous amount of money. But in just 7 years, that net worth has increased to 250.
Because he worked hard. What does this woman not understand?
Dude,
he worked
is she
hard.
not familiar with his bootstraps?
Yeah, he fucking found his bootstraps and he picked himself up by said bootstraps. He worked hard and he worked smart, okay? That's exactly how we got here.
$2 billion. And if you want to compare that to a country, that is roughly the same size as the GDP of Portugal. So let it sink in for a second that Musk could, if he wanted to, buy all of Portugal and turn it into a free speech haven. But also that means that in 7 years alone, Musk's net worth increased by 1,700.
Oh shit, I forgot, Murat. How could we forget? He took a risk. He did. He took so many risks.
94%. And compare that to the average American. In 2015, according to the US Census Bureau, the median American net worth was $88,050. If they'd followed Musk's trajectory, they would now have a net worth of $1,580,233. The most recent Federal Reserve data, however, shows that the median American net worth as of 2019 was only $121,670, meaning that
Works 16 hours a day, gives 1,000%, hustles and grinds nonstop. You guys are just haters, bro.
No one's arguing he doesn't work hard.
Wait, what? Oh, no, he's just joking. Elon Musk more like Elon Husk of a human being. Okay, he's just fucking kidding, dude. Jesus Christ. Dude, that was so good. Holy fuck. That dude emulated Elon Musk's stance to a T, okay? I thought that was like a real comment. Because I see it so much.
that the gains that the average American has made in terms of their net worth in the same amount of time is infinitesimally smaller than what Musk has been able to do. When we start to think of these numbers in any kind of context, it is inevitable that we will come to the right conclusion that absolutely no one individual should have the same economic power as the entire nation of Portugal.
The only thing that we should be excited by is the fact that Elon Musk at least wasn't born in America, so he can't be the fucking president. Unless we like change it specifically so we can make Elon Musk the president. Which can happen, and I really hope I did not wish that on the planet on accident, okay?
But this is where the tech bros will often jump in and point to the fact that just because Musk has $252 billion doesn't mean it's all liquid. Meaning,
fuck, man. Dude, bro, by the way, this channel's awesome. I had no idea this existed. I'm a big fan right now of what she said. But that's my favorite. That's why, you know, Jeffrey Bezos famously, not the richest person, one of the richest people on the planet, exclusively, I mean,
makes 80 grand, dude.
Yeah, he only makes $80,000 in liquid cash, dude. You're fucking stupid, bro. Yeah, I'm the smart one, actually. You know?
obviously that it's tied up in things like the value of the shares of ownership he has in things like Tesla, and therefore couldn't just be used to spend however he wants. But no one is talking about whether Musk is going to swipe his debit card and be declined at CVS buying gum. Net worth applies to what you own and what you control, and when still fewer than half of US millennials own a home, and 41% of millennials reportedly have less than $15,000 in personal savings, it is safe to say that Elon Musk has access to a lot more financial power than you or any of your friends, most likely more than all of you put together. And just because that money isn't liquid doesn't mean the value of his assets can't be leveraged to do things like, for example, possibly buy Twitter. So the completely different and in many ways incomprehensible scale that Musk is operating on means that even very fundamental concepts like risk and failure are existing in two completely different universes for an average American and for someone like Elon Musk. For the average millennial, a big risk might be considered buying a fixer-upper home that you're not sure you can make enough money off of to offset the cost of repairing, or quitting a job to go freelance. And even if you were looking to be an entrepreneur, like Elon, we're talking about an infinitesimally smaller scale. Point of Sale Nation estimated in 2021 that if one were to open a retail store, while expenses differ from city to city, you should expect to spend about $100,000 in your first year of business. Now say you do that for a year and you fail. Assuming you're one of those median level Americans with a net worth of about $120,000, you have just lost about 82% of what you're worth. Contrast that with Elon Musk. On April 21st of this year, Tesla's stock shrunk by $125 million, which resulted in Musk's personal net worth going down by about $30 million. Sounds like a lot, right? Except that considering his net worth of $252 billion, that $30 million represents just 0.012 of his total net worth. If you're one of those
we gotta get those numbers
that's
up.
the equivalent of you losing $14.60. And in the context of Twitter, if he were to take over Twitter and it were to go dormant tomorrow, highly unlikely, he would have only lost 17% of his net worth. For that median American with a net worth of $120,000, that's like losing 20 grand. It would probably sting for a while, but you'd be okay. In fact, Elon Musk is at a point where his risks should no longer even be viewed at through the prism of individuals or really even human beings. The risks that he's taking...
To be fair, though, if Twitter went insolvent, like immediately after purchase, I feel like he would lose a lot more, because I think that would, given the way that Elon Musk operates, all of his assets and all of his companies are tied into one another, and therefore that would tank Tesla stocks as well, because he also bought or leveraged his Tesla stocks against the Twitter purchase. So, you know, it's at this point it's like a deck of cards. So one major fumble will collapse the entirety of. You don't think so?
No, there's too much. And also,
bro,
we're talking about these companies tumbling like they're bad gambles. Like, they employ hundreds of thousands.
That would not happen. The Twitter thing would not happen. I'm just saying, in a theoretical world, what it did.
There are normalizing forces at play here, right? So it wouldn't just go away.
There are a lot of rich people who are invested into Tesla, which is a Fortune 500 company, right? It is, I think. Yeah, it is.
Doesn't matter. There's a lot of people invested in Tesla, period, right?
Yeah. So clearly there would be a lot of people who have a lot of money, a lot of investments, who would not want it to fail. However, every single financial analyst from start to finish that is not speaking after taking Elon's dick out of their mouths has been talking about having a short position on Tesla for a long ass time. It's so weird that, like, you rarely ever see this level of consensus on how overvalued a stock is, and yet it still doesn't matter. Wrong? That's not wrong. What are you talking about? I love that this chat swings by who they like more, because, like, you're literally agreeing with Murat and saying that Tesla stock is not overvalued, or
it is. I didn't say it wasn't
or
overvalued.
it wouldn't blow up.
I'm saying Elon Musk is too big to fail.
People invest in Tesla just because they want to sell, not because they actually believe Tesla is that great.
That is also true.
It was kicked from the S&P 500.
Hello.
They all short Tesla, lose the bet, and then end up fueling Tesla. Every single stock is overvalued. It's literally just a wiggly line.
They're not wrong.
I mean, you're right.
Except Boeing.
And the people and organizations for whom they have implications should be looked at as corporate decision making, or even on par with governmental decision making.
Murat are you saying buy Boeing?
That is not at all what I'm saying.
Murat's not saying that. It's not financial advice. Also, there's a conflict of interest. Murat works for Boeing.
Yeah.
Okay, please do not sue us.
Because when we talk about corporate level or governmental level decision making, you have to take into account many people besides yourself. Elon Musk's net worth may be barely dented by one of his companies seeing its stock plummet, but all of the retail investors who have significant amounts of their wealth tied up in that stock, or the many employees of that company who might be laid off overnight because of falling short in an earnings call, are way more impacted by Elon Musk's decision than he is himself. This is also reflected in the flippancy with which he'll tweet about things that greatly influence stock prices. Something the SEC has rightfully come after him before, but something that perfectly illustrates the level of power imbalance we feel comfortable giving to one man. When we look back at things like the age of monarchy in Europe, it can be really difficult to understand how people would be okay with a system in which a bunch of dynastic, unqualified, and quite frankly, not genetically sending their best freaks in powdered wigs were able to rule over an entire continent with unquestioned authority.
I talked about this yesterday. I love when people talk about how, feudalism operated under similar principles. That the entire system was sold to the average person. The mechanism of control under that you see under capitalism is just a different word for it. Meritocracy.
Anyone have supported monarchy. And it's not a perfect comparison, but I do think a stroll around the absolute hero worship that people like Elon Musk receives from average everyday people who in many cases can barely afford to pay their bills, let alone build wealth at even 1/billionth the scale that he is, gives you an idea of how people can get in their heads that certain people are just better than us and deserve to be able to crush us under their wheels. Because while it's easy to think that Elon Musk is pretty reviled if you spend your social media time on places like Twitter, where he is very frequently and satisfyingly getting his handed to him, switch the tab over to LinkedIn, or even dive into his own mentions, and you'll see the extent to which people are just absolutely caping for that guy. And no matter how abhorrent some of his views or how wrong they are quickly proven to be, almost everything will be written off as nobody's right 100% of the time, or he's just a provocateur. Now, people have always looked up to millionaires, billionaires, and entrepreneurs, but the advent of social media and stan culture and the increase in the number of billionaires and most of their individual net worths over time have kicked entrepreneur hero worship into hyperdrive.
Yeah.
In a 2018 column, entrepreneur, consultant, and writer Anna Johansson wrote about the rising hero worship of entrepreneurs and how it has real-world consequences on average everyday people. How people who become fans of entrepreneurs often fall victim to survivorship bias because most visible entrepreneurs are the few who made it as opposed to the many who fail. Johansson's article also goes on to talk about how this hero worship makes people justify bad behavior and perpetuates the myth of meritocracy, which...
Listen, bro, anytime someone's shitting on meritocracy, I'm with you. Ride or die. Meritocracy is a lie. Literally, look at me. I'm the perfect example of that.
As we've covered many times on this channel,
that guy looks like you. This guy?
Yeah. When you look at America's overall low social mobility for a developed country, as well as the fact that most people who become extremely wealthy were born into some level of wealth. And especially with the complete collapse of expertise in the light of things like fake news and public health misinformation, when we already have hero worship over a public figure, over maybe their limited success in a specific area, if there's even that, we tend to view a lot of what they do or say as being innovative or worth listening to, even if it's completely removed from their area of expertise. For example, Elon Musk is currently positioning himself as the potential savior of free speech, but absolutely nothing in his professional history would give an indication that he's qualified to be that arbiter. And more importantly, with how aggressive he has been about stamping out possible unionization in his companies, anyone who's interested in labor rights would be pretty concerned that someone who claims to be so pro-free speech is so thoroughly against it when that speech has to do with organizing for better working conditions. And that's only the tip of the iceberg of subjects that he has been completely unqualified to weigh into, yet does. Because once you get that genius moniker, which in many cases for Musk was absolutely sealed with the immense popularity of the Iron Man figure, which was ostensibly based on Elon Musk, it can be incredibly hard to lose that air of genius, and even the most dubious stories will be used to further boost its legitimacy. For example, part of Musk's origin story that a lot of fans point to is that Musk developed an interest in computers when he was just 10 years old because he loved video games. And through that interest, he learned to code, and by age 12, coded the PC game Blastar and sold the code for $500. Now, while this can be framed as though 10-year-old Musk was a scrappy wonderkid ahead of his time, it ignores that expressing an interest in computers and coding as young as 12 is not actually that rare. Sure, in the early 80s, kid-friendly coding was not as ubiquitous as it is.
This motherfucker was making robots at that age, right?
Yeah.
You were already making robots at that age. Yeah.
12 would be 7th grade. Yeah, probably before that too.
Yeah. And also breaking every fucking piece of technological equipment in his near vicinity. A fact that has not unfortunately changed, despite the fact that you are now a paid engineer that builds satellites.
No, I don't break them at work. I break them here.
You don't break them at work, but you have to break them. So you come into my house and you break everything here.
You're doing humanity a service.
Yeah.
Hasan.
Thanks, man. Thank you. This motherfucker will sit in my car, and the first thing he does, sits down in the passenger seat immediately, boop, 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 pressing all the buttons. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I don't know. I want to change the AC vents. Why? You didn't have to change it at all. He's like, no, I wanted to change some stuff around. Immediately. He cannot help himself, dude. Anyway, that's totally unrelated.
Is now, but BASIC, the language in which Musk coded his first game, was an extremely popular coding language. And there were
because it's so fucking annoying. You're always
like you don't have to tell the whole world about it.
You love that
tell
shit.
Tell mom and dad, all right?
I did tell mom and dad, but they know already. I already told mom and dad. They already know. They laugh because they know how you are.
Did you also tell them about the auto temperature story?
Oh my god, you're so dumb, dude. Yo. This is the dumbest thing to fucking tell the stream. Literally. Like, Murat has a Porsche as well. And he thinks his old-ass Porsche genuinely has, like, actual auto climate control. And it doesn't. It literally doesn't.
Okay, first of all, it was the Lexus, but anyway.
Oh, okay, even better. Exactly. An old ass Lexus that does not actually have auto climate control in it, but he would literally act like it did have auto climate control.
Dude, auto climate control is not that difficult of a thing. It just regulates the temperature.
It did not exist. Like, that was not a real thing inside
what
of your
do you
Lexus.
mean? That was a feature of the vehicle.
He personally thought that this old ass Lexus had like it would maintain it at like 69 degrees.
Somebody please pull up 2004 Lexus RX dual zone climate and show him the specs, because for some reason Hasan doesn't believe in that.
My 07 Lexus has auto climate. Anyway, so he had auto climate on it, and we would like crank it up. We would crank it up to like,
I would be like, no, like leave it at this temperature.
Yeah.
The car will figure it out and we'll get there.
Yeah, he would, and
everyone
wouldn't.
kept pressing the
and
button.
it wouldn't, and it wouldn't, and
Of
it
course
wouldn't.
it would.
It literally did not. It literally did not. And for the record, I still sometimes crank up the fucking AC in the Porsche.
So for years they made fun of me for this, right? They're like, oh no, if you get in Murat's car, don't press the AC button. Oh, he'll yell at you.
Because it doesn't matter, because sometimes it's too hot, and instead of letting the car regulate the temperature, you still have to
Hasan
do
gets
it.
this new car, right? And we get in it one morning, we're gonna go get breakfast or something, and I'm like, oh, it's kind of hot in here. So I turn up the AC, and he's like, don't touch that. It's set to automatic climate control. Don't mess with my settings. And I'm like, bro, are you kidding me right now? He's like, no, what are you talking about? This is the most logical thing in the world. And I'm like, no, like you've made fun of me for this for years.
Because
For
your
like
car,
literally the
because
last
your car
half
didn't work.
decade, you guys have
because
been
your car
like,
didn't work.
making
Because it
fun of
didn't
me
work
for
in your
this.
car. Because it didn't work in your car. And also, even then,
You're out of your mind.
still okay. So if it worked in your car, why did you do it in mine?
Because my personal preference.
Oh.
Listen, hear me out.
Wait.
My
You know what
personal
I want to say.
preference
You know what I want
was
to say.
different than yours. That was the problem when you guys were in my car too.
Ah, interesting. So wait, are you meaning to tell me that like sometimes it's valid to want to crank up the AC instead of let the auto climate control
Yes,
do its work?
it is. However, that's not what the argument you
that's
guys
what-
were making.
so
was.
that's what
you
we
were
were
saying. It wasn't working.
So that's why
I
we
said
were
it's
making
working,
fun of
it's
you.
just my preference.
So that's why we were making fun of you. Got it. Okay, because like you were doing the exact same thing that you were complaining about now. Got it.
Oh, dude.
You know it's true. You know it's true.
Everyone here knows I'm telling the truth.
No,
Don't
that
even
you're just
bother,
trying to rely on your stands right now in the chat to be like, oh, Giga Haas Murat.
I don't even know what that means, dude.
Exactly. Regardless of auto climate control, sometimes you still need to 100% manually change the AC.
Sure, but that's not why you guys made fun of me. You
we
said
made fun of you because in your car, auto climate control never worked. So I did not even believe. I did not even believe
guys,
it was real.
Hasan actually is he propagates misinformation like
Wow. Attacking me?
Toyota and Lexus, famously known for having, automobiles that don't work, for having AC that
No,
fail.
Toyotas are wonderful. So are Lexuses.
What is this, Civic, bro?
You probably broke it, though.
Civics
real.
have a big problem with their ACs. That's the
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
They got that VTEC, though. Okay, let's finish this video.
In fact, campaigns encouraging kids all around the world to use BASIC. Now, does that mean he wasn't smart? No, but there is a difference between a smart kid and a successful kid. Plenty of kids can and have learned to code, especially languages like BASIC, and would never approach even a fraction of the success that Musk had. I'm not here to make this about my famously 6'4" husband again, but fun fact is that my husband went to engineering school, an elite engineering school, and he had a textbook on one of the coding languages, and he was like, this textbook is poorly written. So he completely rewrote the textbook for free in his spare time, gave it to his professor, and he was like, I'm using this instead. They since adopted that textbook and use it in school.
Did they publish it and then sell it, every copy of it for $250 each?
No, he still has all his hair. One thing we can't take away from Musk, though, I mean, that's some amazing hair transplant work.
No,
Man should be
because
on a
it's like
billboard.
he still lost it.
Can we say that he went to Turkey to get that?
I don't know. Did he? He probably did. I mean, he hangs out and like, all those motherfuckers go to Ege. That's like a big spot for like, that's where Jeff Bezos parks his yacht and shit. Did you know that?
That makes sense. It's pretty.
Yeah, it's like a big spot for all the Aegean Sea, for the uninitiated. He probably did go to. I mean, I don't know if he went to Turkey for it. I feel like at that level, you could just like
Yeah, you can
literally
get anywhere you want. It
Right, you
doesn't
could like fly out a Turkish doctor to your house. But Bill Gates goes to the Aegean Sea too, and that's also where Jeff Bezos goes to.
Like off a freeway in LA. Some amazing stuff. But why is it that Musk just doing like
Yeah, she's
normal
great.
nerd when he was a kid suddenly becomes part of his hero worship? it's probably to do with what kind of kid Elon Musk was. And again, one of the reasons why it's been basically impossible for him to financially fail, and even stranger that people tend to frame him as this bootstrappy entrepreneur. Because Elon's father, Errol Musk, described the family in Elon's early years as having so much money at times we couldn't close our safe. That's a quote. In the mid-'80s, Errol Musk spent 40,000 pounds to become a part owner of a Zambian emerald mine.
Nice.
Elon Musk has said on Twitter that his father, quote, never owned an emerald mine. However, public accounts, including quotes from Errol Musk himself, state that he did indeed own.
Damn, bro, shit was cheap as hell. You can't even buy a fucking... Bro, what the fuck?
Dude, you can't buy
Yo,
a
try
thing for
buying a fucking... Try putting a down payment on a house for that money, okay? Good luck, dude. That is so crazy.
Half the mine shares. Fast forward to Musk's adult years. Again, you'll probably see some Thinkfluencer inspiration porn infographic about how when he was 23, after founding Zip2, Musk and his brothers slept in their rented office and showered at the Y because they couldn't afford their own apartments and that they'd paid for college all by himself. However, he has been very inconsistent when recounting how much help he actually received. Because in a 2017 interview with Rolling Stone, Musk said that his father tried to take credit for his success, including being an early investor for Zip2. Musk said this was irrelevant and bragged about how he paid for college by himself and that the funding was raised from, quote, a small group of random angel investors.
That's a really good point. Literally Kim Il-sung level of hagiography. We do. It is a funny thing that we do. Another thing I talk about all the time. On this broadcast is like in Western capitalist nations, we take the exact same concepts that we Orientalize and consider barbaric in Eastern nations and turn it into our version of it, which is somehow elevated to a different status. Propaganda and marketing is the terminology for the exact same kind of fucking bullshit lies that like a dictator will be able to write about himself. Straight up. It's just, but it's normal. It's just, that's business. You know what I mean? You're turning, you're myth making about yourself. You're myth making about yourself specifically for capitalist purposes. So it's different. Lobbying is different than corruption or bribery because it's codified. You know, it's totally different. It's not slave labor that's happening in our prison systems. It's just, it's just prison labor. Different. We don't have gulags. We have prisons. We don't have work camps. We have prisons. Same shit. It's just a different seasoning.
In Silicon Valley. However, just 2 years later, he confirmed on Twitter that his father did in fact provide $20,000 of funding in a later round. And it's easy to see how Musk has worked overtime to perpetuate his self-made man myth, because it's precisely the thing that he and billionaires like Jeff Bezos rely on, because it's frankly sexier than saying that they achieved what they did due primarily to luck and exploitation. Elon and Kimball Musk did do some great work on Zip2, landing accounts for the New York Times and Chicago Tribune, but they also managed to sell that company for $307 million in cash after 4 years, with Elon getting $22 million for his 7% share. But from there, he went on to found payments company X.com, which eventually merged with PayPal's then parent company Confinity to avoid competition. And here's another great example of getting rewarded for failure. Even after being...
That was luck too. That's a big factor in it. Luck plays a significant role in every step of this process. It's impossible to avoid probability, obviously. But in this circumstance, like even PayPal, even XCOM and the merger was tremendously lucky for someone like Elon Musk.
Being ousted from his leadership position by the X.com board and replaced with Peter Thiel, Musk still managed to reap huge monetary benefits from the sale of PayPal to eBay. He received $175.8 million as its largest shareholder, and about $100 million of that would be what Musk used to start SpaceX. Now, was Musk smart to ensure that he held adequate share in the company? Yes. And did this ensure that he benefited monetarily from its sale even after he was no longer in a leadership position? Also yes. But when you already have the capital to make such investments, once again you reduce the risk, which we talked about earlier, that something as silly as getting fired will result in financial ruin. Now, this could easily be...
Someone said the 04 Lexus RX 330 did come with climate control, but was known to fail. Wow.
Dude, they're haters.
Bro, the truth is fucking hard to comprehend sometimes, okay?
Bro, I can't wait to find out what...
I love that emote. We don't use regularly.
Haters, dude.
You should read the book Outliers. It explains how rich people like Bill Gates worked hard, but they also got outrageously lucky. Brother, you think my ass didn't read Malcolm Gladwell, dude? Of course I did. Embarrassing enough. Embarrassing to admit now, but yes, I have read Outliers.
turned into a folksy tale, and it has on
Back
the
when I
internet
used to
about
read
how poor
books.
Elon was fired because he and Peter Thiel disagreed on Microsoft versus Unix, but look at him now.
Also,
but
he
ensuring
sucks.
that you remain a shareholder in the company you founded isn't some dramatic revenge
Buying PayPal matters way more than the people who actually coded it, bro. Hustle more and hate less. I love this chatter now.
scheme. It's just how business works. And after X.com, you see a long pattern of Elon Musk's wealth building exponentially because he's been able to get in on the ground floor. For example, he invested $6.5 million in Tesla in 2006, just 3.7% of his payout from the PayPal sale. And last year, the company brought in $53.8 billion in revenue. And by the way, despite the widely celebrated drop in Tesla's stock price last week, as of market close on April 29, it was valued at $870.76 per share, representing an 11% drop over 5 days. It's actually fluctuated all year, has been lower several times this calendar year, and is still up nearly 30% year over year. Elon's long-term success with companies has essentially been the old adage of buy low, sell high, but at a quantity that most people cannot begin to personally comprehend. In boring terms, founding a company, earning money when you sell it 4 years later, putting that money into a new company and earning more what that company sells is fairly normal for an entrepreneur. But earning $5.5 million from Zip2, putting that into X.com, and receiving $175.8 million from the sale of PayPal is not something that most entrepreneurs can identify with. Essentially, his story is a fairly normal business story working with really abnormal numbers. And the sheer scale of his wealth, and the fact that so much wealth, even if just placed in boring index funds, will continue to beget unbelievable amounts of additional wealth, makes it so that even many of his abject failures, like we discussed at the beginning, don't even make a dent into his overall net worth and his mythos. It is important that we have at minimum a critical relationship with extreme wealth accumulation in our society because we have ample data to show that the more extreme wealth inequality becomes, the worse it is for our entire democracy. But specifically in the case of Elon Musk, it is worth asking ourselves why so many of us are so quick to protect, defend, and even mythologize for someone whose wealth in large part was made the old-fashioned way, being born wealthy, getting pretty lucky, and then just continuing to let your money work for you in various ways. It's not to say Elon Musk isn't smart or didn't have—
No, the greatest thing that Elon Musk does is nearly identical to Steve Jobs. He is very good at marketing. Steve Jobs is very good at marketing Apple. Elon Musk is very good at marketing Elon Musk. Sometimes he's good at marketing Elon Musk's properties, but most of the time he's just marketing Elon Musk. And in the way that our heavily financialized corporate structure and the way that the economy works, if you are a single man, if you're a key man, which in most other circumstances would be seen as like a negative to the asset that we're talking about, Elon Musk is able to ride stock prices extra high by just being Elon Musk and doing Elon Musk shit, which is, I guess, how else can I put this? A con man that sometimes delivers, but most of the time is conning. But as long as he's like sometimes delivering, then that's fine. We will continue giving him money, especially because the difference between a con man and a successful businessman is whether or not everyone else has identified them as a successful businessman. It's the confidence that the market has in Elon Musk. And he has a lot of confidence. It's just true. Murat disagrees with me on this, though, I think.
No, I wasn't listening.
Oh, you fucking asshole. Anyway, on that note, though, we're going to finish this video, and then I'm going to run the last 3-minute ad break, and then we're going to go hang out with my brother.
But treating him as some kind of god king who deserves to be making massive decisions for things like free speech and democracy, or has any right drilling weird mole rat tunnels under the city of Los Angeles for no apparent reason, is just not something we need to be doing.
That's like that in and of itself, in a normal society, if the stock market or if like, you know, business and enterprise worked in the way that it does in econ textbooks, Elon Musk would be laughed out of every fucking room. Like they'd be like, remember when you thought you invented tunnels and then somehow made a way worse and less efficient fucking tunnel? Like, get the fuck out of here. What we're going to trust you with spaceships? Dude, fuck off.
Billionaires like Elon Musk have immense PR teams that work around the clock to ensure that the cultural narrative around him is a good one. We don't need to be helping him for free. As always, guys, thank you for watching.
This was great. Loved this video, by the way. Straight up. Respect. Financial Diet. Great channel.
I can't wait till she like starts saying good things about capitalism and you turn on her.
No, she probably won't. If anything, she'll probably be like, I fucking hate Hassan Piker. That's usually what happens. Like, I'll be like, oh, wow, this channel is so sick. We start watching their videos. And then they'll be like, yo, fuck this guy. I fucking hate him. I don't think she will, but still. Chelsea Leftist who talks of finance and pop culture, and she says she'd like to collab with you. Yeah, no, she's great. Massive ego? Wait, what? Why do people say massive ego? If anything, it's just like, it's not a massive ego. It's that I'm like deeply insecure all the time that people are gonna fucking hate me because of the way that like YouTube essayists treat this channel and this community.
3 minutes.
Oh yeah, good call. Anyway, here's the last 3-minute ad break, boys. People equals Megaphonics. Yeah, Megaphonics is back and already flying off the hinges. We got a lot more to cover. I'm gonna do a deep Oibruv. We are going to do deep Oibruv content this week. Okay? We need to do deep Oibruv content this week specifically because I'm going to be going into Oibruv territory and I need to be well equipped. I need to know the secret knowledge that is trapped within every crevice of Oibruv land. Alien Isolation, not today. Sorry.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Sunlight to the sunlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord as your prop grenades take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, only at your door. H3 crowded up at the Young Turks Island show. 3 full fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat vice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic's months are streaming from your home. So